Hello there and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 29. This episode is sponsored by Edge Wallet, which is a new entrant to the roster of sponsors. Layer 2 Labs, Nuance.com, Hodling.ch, Siteshift.ai, Citrea.xyz, and Bitcoin.com News, which is now orange. Our guest today, or my guest today, because I'm the only one interviewing, is Zooko. Cypherpunk, a guy who's been working on creating Chaumian Ecash and has been envisioning Bitcoin before it even existed. He was on the cypherpunk mailing list, which is not actually cypherpunk, it's cryptography mailing list, in 2008 when Bitcoin was announced the first time, which led to a lot of people thinking he might be Satoshi. And he was working on something called MojoNation at the time, but still, it's an interesting suspicion to be had. And then he took on Satoshi's last wish before departing, which was to research zero-knowledge proofs to find a better way to design the Bitcoin protocol. He started Zcash, which is... Actually, you're not the only person who started Zcash, but you were involved with Matthew D. Green.
Right.
And I think a lot of other people who contributed to the Zerocash paper were involved in that. And a surprise for this episode, and I talk too much, I know, but I'm super excited. I have this compute node from the first Zcash ceremony, which I bought from Peter Todd for $1,000. I'm gonna unbox this for the first time ever.
How did you pay for it though?
Bitcoin.
$1,000 in Bitcoin. Okay.
Yeah, he wanted Bitcoin. And
Mhm.
what else did I want to mention? You're the head of product at Shielded Labs nowadays, so you're not
Yeah.
with the Electric Coin company anymore.
Right.
And you call yourself the biggest cheerleader of Zcash.
Yeah.
Is there anything that I missed here?
No. That's me. And I'm old. I was born in 1974.
It's not that old. I'm still planning to get David Chaum on the show while
Mm-hmm.
his memories are still in good condition and he's able to
Mm-hmm.
tell stories from the old days. And I think
Yeah.
that this is a good place to start, right? Because you're a teenager and somehow you got a job at digicash working on making eCash a thing in the 1990s.
Yeah. I was 20 or 21
Okay, so
when that
not a
happened.
teenager.
Yeah. Unless 20-year-olds count as teenagers, which it kind of seems more and more like to me nowadays.
Anyway, you
Mm.
basically flew to Amsterdam
Yeah.
and you started working on that.
Yeah. I was obsessed by it. I had learned about it probably from the Cypherpunks mailing list. You said something about the Cypherpunks mailing list versus the cryptography mailing list. There were two different mailing lists. The Cypherpunks mailing list was the original one that was created by John Gilmore, Eric Hughes, and Tim May. And then at some point, there was too much politics for some people's taste, which is probably a familiar pattern. And so some people wanted to just talk about cryptography without as much politics. And so Perry Metzger created the cryptography mailing list for that purpose. And it was the cryptography mailing list that Satoshi posted Bitcoin to. Wait, what were you asking about? Oh,
Digicash.
digicash, ecash. So I was an undergrad computer science major at the University of Colorado at Boulder. And I was too disorganized to benefit very much from university. Didn't do my homework, didn't go to class, and stayed up too late playing video games every night. But I discovered, I was reading the Cypherpunks mailing list every day, and they described this idea from David Chaum of privacy preserving digital cash. So I downloaded the paper that Chaum had written, and so I've read a lot of science papers now, and in retrospect, I'm really lucky that I hit upon a Chaum paper first, because he's one of those cryptographers who both advances the state of the art, like comes up with novel and important new scientific concepts, and also writes in like an easy way. Like the papers don't have like unnecessary Greek letters in them. Anyway, so I read this science paper by Chaum about digital cash. I don't know if you know, but he invented like there's 3 or 4 ways to have privacy in a computer system, and Chaum invented either all of them or all but one of them in the 1980s. Anyway, this was one of them, was called blind signing, with which he proposed to make cash for the internet. And this was in 1994, maybe, that I read it. He published it earlier, but like the internet was pretty new. There weren't a lot of people on the internet. Uh, what's his name? That economist was probably saying the internet was as useless as a fax machine. Um, the World Wide Web hadn't been invented yet, but Chum correctly, and the cypherpunks, the whole group of us on the mailing list, correctly perceived that the internet was going to be huge. So Chum had invented a way to do money on the internet. And his conception of privacy was different than mine then and now. He thought it would be better for society if the consumer who paid for a thing, who sent money, had privacy, but the vendor didn't, because vendors are more likely to be bad guys and consumers are more likely to be like innocent, massive people. So in the original digicash, ecash paper, only the sender got privacy, but the recipient didn't. Anyway, so
Yeah,
I
it's
got
like the
totally
Lightning
obsessed.
Network today.
Oh yeah, yeah,
There's only sender privacy.
right. Interesting. Okay, well, maybe Chum will like the Lightning Network then. And I also, another part of this story is this book called Applied Cryptography by Bruce Schneier. It came out in the 90s, early 90s. And it was just a compendium, a big, thick book of all these cool cryptographic techniques that Bruce Schneier had learned and written down. But yeah, me and everybody I know read the whole book, Applied Cryptography. Or no, what was it? I forget the name of that book. It was the red one. It was by Bruce Schneier, Schneier's book.
Yeah, it's applied
Um,
cryptography. I know that
yeah.
he still sells them like signed on his website. You can actually
Oh
get an
yeah.
autographed one.
Yeah, it's a classic. It's on my bookshelf in the other room. Um, so anyway, I was totally obsessed with this notion of anonymous digital cash, because at that point I was like 19 years old, probably, or 20 years old when I discovered this. I'd already discovered the cypherpunks mailing list, and before that, I discovered the internet and like computer networks. Like before the internet, we had BBSs, which was a decentralized computer network that you could connect to over your modem. Um, and before
BBSs were
that, I
like
had,
the early day forums, right?
yeah. hmm And you could play online games, and an email like thing. Yeah, BBSs were awesome. Um, I'm still waiting for like BBSs to come back in the internet age. Like maybe modern groups like Discord and Telegram or something are more like that socially. I don't know. But before the internet blew my mind, the previous thing that blew my mind was the fall of the Berlin Wall, whatever year that was, 1988 or 89. So I had grown up in a semi cult like Christian church, and we believed that like the Soviet Union was the evil empire of Satan, and there was going to be a nuclear war, which was Armageddon and the return of Jesus and stuff like that. So it really blew my mind when I was like 16, when instead of nuclear war, the Soviet Union just dissolved, and people were allowed to leave East Berlin. That was amazing and very sort of like inspiring. And so then when I discovered the internet, it sort of resonated with the fall of the Berlin Wall. And then when I discovered David Chaum's digicash, that was like the third resonance. I was like, we have, political freedom and human flourishing is allowed again. And we have the internet, which allows you to communicate with everyone. Because before that, like you had to pay per minute charges to call to another state or whatever, call long distance. Um,
Yeah, I mean, there was so much that happened, and I think the early 90s seemed exciting. There's a book that I studied in university, which is called The End of History by Francis Fukuyama. And this
mhm.
guy was very good at making wrong predictions. And it sort
Yeah,
of showed to me that in academia, if you want to be relevant and you want everyone to reference your work, you have to be super wrong so that people make fun of you in their papers. And
yeah,
that's how you get invited to conferences. It's like this hack.
yeah.
But
Totally worked for him.
it was such an exciting time for the West. In the East, it was still very gray and depressing in some ways. I grew up in the 1990s in Romania. I was not aware
Uh-huh.
of the internet until maybe 2000 or something.
Uh-huh.
But it was still very exciting to discover all of the stuff that you're talking about. To
So you kind of had the
complete,
same experience, but 10 years
yeah,
or so later than I
it
did.
makes a lot of sense because I had an NES in 1996 or something. I was about 4 or 5 years old, and it was not even an NES. It was like a clone of it.
Hmm.
So it makes sense. Then I had my first computer in 2000, and I got my first new generation computer in 2004. Before that, it was just used. I'm not gonna call it pieces of junk, but to have a Pentium 1 with 66 megahertz in the year 2000 and to watch
Hmm.
these video game magazines and be like, I can't play anything on my machine, it sort of hurts. And I know that your
Yeah,
generation had the Apple II and the Commodore 64, and those
yeah,
were a lot more, how should I put it, relevant for a decade or so. Like you could
yeah,
play games on them and you could program them. It's
yeah.
pretty cool.
It was super empowering. My dad worked at Texas Instruments, and he helped make the competitor to the Commodore 64 and the Apple II. It was called the TI 99/5. So maybe they weren't that great at, or 99/4A actually. So maybe they weren't that great at branding. But when I was a little kid, he started bringing home prototypes that he was building at the factory or office or whatever, to like beta test them on me. I was like 5, 6 years old, and he would watch to see what I would do if he set this personal computer in front of me. So that was like the first time my mind was blown. That was really what set me on my course. Um, was that those things were magic, and like you say, they came with a computer programming language. Like, in fact, the only thing you could do at first was type in a program and run it. You'd have to buy separate things if you wanted to play a game or do anything else.
And I guess you had to write your own drivers sometimes. Go to assembly language and type some of that code. I had a cousin who had a Commodore 64 clone.
Uh
And to
huh.
me, it was amazing, but at the same time boring that he had to wait. He had the cassette module, and he had to wait for the audio cassette to rewind. Until then, I was not even aware that you can have video games or data on an audio cassette. And then
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you would get a reading error, so you had to rewind
Mm-hmm.
again, maybe try to do something to it, like blow into it or
Yeah,
whatever.
blow on it. Yeah.
Yeah, just to make sure that it's gonna work the second time around. And basically, what was happening in the process was that the information on the cassette was being loaded on the RAM of the device.
Yeah.
Really
This is neat
amazing.
that you and I had some similar experiences, but like 10 or 20 years apart
Yeah.
because of geography and politics.
Yeah, but don't get me wrong, I never did stuff as interesting as you did. I had a pretty normal life for an Eastern European. Up until 20 or something.
I don't really know what that is. What's a normal life for an Eastern European?
Play outside with your friends, go to school. I mean, of course, I had very demanding parents who really pushed me to my limits and wanted me to be in the best class and, be among the gifted students, even if I don't think I was like top of my class past the fifth grade. But it really pushed my limits. And yeah, I was always curious about new stuff that's happening. I was reading computer magazines. I was imagining this world outside of my gray reality where stuff is exciting. Like I was watching these advertisements in magazines for video cards, for main boards and stuff like this, and I was like, whoa, it must be so cool to have this. Of course it's not. Of
Mm,
course I was not aware it's just advertisement, just like you see happy people drinking Coca-Cola and you think it's fun.
yeah,
It's not like that. But
yeah.
I was very interested in this stuff, and
I used to dream about having 256 colors instead of 16 colors. Wow.
oh yeah, my first monitor had 16 colors,
Yeah.
and I couldn't run a lot of games because of that.
Uh-huh.
And then I had a very major leap. I think it was because of border taxes or import taxes in my country.
Oh,
It was super expensive to bring anything electronic into the country up until 2004 or something.
wow.
And that's also when my parents bought me a new generation computer in 2004. And I felt like, oh
Oh.
my God, I can do anything I can ever imagine on this machine.
So the reduction in tariffs had a huge impact on your life, Vlad.
It did. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was very important. Also,
the human impact.
the internet, like, I remember the first dial-up connection, and we used to use these phone cards that basically they were like gift cards. They had a code, and you had to type that in, and you unlocked some time that you could use the internet.
Oh, wow.
It was like calls in many ways,
Like what?
like calls on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Like you didn't have unlimited. You could have unlimited. I think they had this special offer. You could have very cheap internet, like 1 cent per minute after midnight.
Oh, yeah. Well, before the internet, that's part of why BBSs flourished, is that local calls were free and unlimited in the United States. Not long distance calls, but you could call, your area. I don't know exactly how big an area was, but there were some places you could call, maybe your area code, for free and unlimited. And so I would do that all day long, every day. I would call all the BBSs and then hang up on that one and call the next BBS, but it was all free. So yeah, reduction in tariffs and reduction in fees for communication. These have important downstream impacts on human lives.
Also, economies of scale and the
Yeah.
huge development of microchips. Like, I remember the early 2000s, it was the most exciting time of my life. My dad was taking me to these computer conferences, and sometimes
Mm.
I compare that to the Bitcoin conferences to which I go, and I understand whether or not we are there in terms of enthusiasm or participation. But these computer conferences were amazing. They were showing you concepts like this is what the living room of the future is going to look like. This is
Yeah.
it felt a lot more positive than it is today. I think mainly due to privacy issues and a lot of these, I guess, hacks that have been happening over the years, people have become more wary of technology. And nowadays that has been commodified to the point that you can have everything in your pocket and you can get any piece of information in the world basically in a few seconds. People feel depressed rather than excited.
I know. It's really weird to me because I was like looking forward to it my whole life. And then it actually happened. And I was like, wow, I'm living in the science fiction books that I used to read as a kid. And then people were all sour about it. And in addition to what you call the privacy issues, like the sense of being surveilled and controlled by Facebook or whoever, and the hacks, which is a totally big deterrent and downer for a lot of people I know. Then also there's the social media effect. I don't know the word for it, but people find social media to be like depressing and angering and whatever.
In my experience, though, the reason why I don't use much, I mean, I spend a lot of time on Twitter, but I don't spend time on Instagram or whatever because it's like a competition of highlights. And people say, well, I just went on vacation in this, I just graduated from this university, I just got this letter of acceptance in this university. And it feels like, at least to me, it feels like I'm subconsciously trying to compete with these people, to one up them and be like, oh, this person can do this. He was an idiot in school. I can do better. And I had to escape that mindset where I
Hmm.
have to constantly compete on metrics that don't even make me happy. It's
Yeah.
pointless. It's just trying to impress people who don't even care and wasting
Yeah.
their
No,
time.
and for me to control that kind of thing, you have to control your information inputs.
Well,
Like it doesn't
is
work
that
for
why you
me
block
to
a lot of people on Twitter? Because I do have
totally.
requests from people who want to be unblocked.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because you're like the only person who's ever successfully gotten me to unblock them. But you are not your Twitter account. Important note, you are not your Twitter account.
You mean me specifically or anyone?
Everyone, everyone listening, you are not your Twitter account.
No, we're not. Unfortunately, when you're constrained to like 280 characters and you know you're competing with an algorithm, your incentive is to
Yeah.
post a certain type of message.
Hmm.
And it's not always healthy. It can get misinterpreted very easily. There's not room for nuance.
Yeah.
I sort of get Greg Maxwell for not wanting to spend time on Twitter,
Yeah.
but that's where the information is. Like, I
Yeah.
find it boring to watch the news today. I'm like, okay, just give me what I'm searching for.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah. I just figure if it was important enough, somebody that I follow, somebody's account that I follow on Twitter, they would mention it. So all the other stuff that I'm missing by not watching the news must not have been that important. That's my current theory. But you mentioned the algorithm. The problem isn't that it's an algorithm or an AI or whatever it is now. The problem is that it works for X.com and it doesn't work for you. And what benefits X.com is distracting and inflaming you.
I also had this conversation recently with someone else, and he called me one of the most reasonable voices on Twitter. And I'm like, yeah, but it comes with a cost because when you're very polarizing and you're taking sides in one of the extremes, you're cutting through the noise and you're getting through and your message is read by more people and it's easier to get more followers to
Yeah,
engage with people. It's also horrible because you subject yourself to unreasonable standards and
yeah.
sooner or later they're gonna slay you. They're gonna cancel you. They're gonna say, "Oh, you're not what we thought you were."
That already happened to you.
It did
You've already been through that and survived.
last year, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm still not welcome in some places, which is a bit
Hmm.
disappointing. I wish I could debate these people. It's just that they create their own safe spaces and that's it. And I was so blind to this, you know. I was thinking, well, maybe that they're smart and they know what they're doing. They are smart, but not in the way that I thought.
Yeah.
They're
They're
smart in
smart
terms
in
of
other
personal
ways.
branding and stuff, just milking their audience.
Yeah. Well, there's an experiment that I want to see done, which is whether that effect that you just accurately described about polarization and simplicity and whatever working to gain attention, does that still happen in a world where everyone has their own AI that works for them instead of everyone relying on X.com's AI that works for X.com? It could turn out the same, like people, each person's personal AI learns that what their human wants to see is really upsetting political polarization. Or it could be totally different. Like the person and their AI could collectively decide, I don't want to see as much upsetting political polarization. How about I see something beautiful or educational or something else? I guess it'll be both. Like some people do one and some people do the other. And then if you're more reasonable and nuanced and whatever, then you'll just not be popular in one of those two groups.
I don't know how this is gonna work out. The idea of having a personal AI sort of scares me
Yeah.
because it dehumanizes you. You're
Hmm.
gonna have a machine that understands your patterns, and
Yeah.
my concern is that I'm gonna turn into these patterns for reasons which concern efficiency or something. So I'm gonna be less human. I'm gonna enjoy less of the stuff that I do enjoy as a human just because this personal AI is telling me what I'm really good at and what I should be doing with my time instead.
And that 100% I would agree with if someone else is like paying for the AI and controlling it, like with the Twitter algorithm. That's exactly what's happening, right? The 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 people who allow the Twitter algorithm to control their information inputs are being trained by that algorithm and changing the way they see themselves and the way they see the world and the way they think and the way they feel. That's absolutely happening. You you feel the same concern if this hypothetical world where you had an AI that was only loyal to you?
Well, it would have to be open source in the first place. Like, how do I even know that it's loyal to me? And
Yeah,
it's not trying to pretend that it's loyal to me while actually using my data or manipulating me into doing something.
absolutely. Here's a good example or like comparable thing. Your concern that you just described about, what did you say? Changing yourself because it's more efficient, becoming the patterns. That was a really interesting way to put it. Um, would you say a similar thing happens with a friend who you confide in, or a lover, or a some kind of professional associate, like your doctor or your lawyer or someone that you, or a coworker that you cooperate with closely all day long? Those people also change you, and you tend to become the patterns that those people see.
Yeah, but that's different. It's social adaptation. You're trying to speak the same language with someone else and get along.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not change. It's not really changing yourself. You're playing a role. I think if the AI, this personal being which is there with you and guides you and tells you what you should be doing all day, is in charge, you're less of yourself. Like, the AI will not leave you alone when you go to the bathroom or you take a shower or something. It can even control
So,
what you're doing in the shower.
so you feel like it would have more power over you than like your spouse would have.
Of course, yeah. I mean, of course, it's up to you, but how many people actually take their phones to the bathroom? A lot of them, even
I
if it's
totally
disgusting.
would take my phone into the shower if it would work in there.
Yeah. But coming back on topic, I want to ask you first, what was your first computer? Because
TI
that's
99 4, TI 99/4. It was one of the first 16-bit processors ever because Texas Instruments was really good at this sophisticated microchip stuff. And it came with BASIC, so you could type in programs like line number, space, instruction. So mostly I just typed in programs, and then we got this magazine, and they would have printouts in the back, and you could type in the whole printout to run that program. That was pretty awesome. And my dad worked there, and so whenever they made a new peripheral to add on to it, he would bring one home to test on me. One of the best ones was the speech synthesizer. Texas Instruments also was the first company. And you remember the Speak and Spell? That was before your time. That was the 1980s. But they made electronics that could make a human sounding voice. And they had this little educational plastic toy you could buy called the Speak and Spell to teach kids how to read. And then they made a plug-in module that you'd stick into your TI home computer, and then it would produce speech of whatever you typed in. That was awesome.
wasn't that sort of a vocoder, which sounded like a robot, like a transformer?
It definitely sounded like a robot, yeah. But it was just exciting that you can understand it at all. And I just had endless amounts of fun making it say random strings of letters and see what it came out sounding like.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then like
that was really
I'd write a
beautiful.
program to make the screen turn different colors. There were 16 colors. I tried all of them in different sequences. It was pretty great. Oh, and the TI came with really good music, like sound I think it had multiple voices, like two or so different tones it could play at once, maybe three or four. It was great.
Yeah, these limitations actually make you creative.
Yeah, definitely.
And what I like about the basic programming language is that it's like natural language. It's not the most efficient one, but you tell it in a sequence of commands what you expect it to do. For, as opposed to C++, which I studied in high school, which seemed very counterintuitive to me. It was like, okay, C in, C out, and then you don't use parenthesis, you use, what do you call this?
Uh, I call them angle brackets.
Yeah, those. I've learned Borland Pascal. That was my first programming language, and it
That was a
seemed
great
very
one.
logical.
Yeah, Pascal. So BASIC was totally about programming for everybody. Like the idea was you buy this home computer, you take it home and plug it into your TV in your living room. Now what? Well, now you're going to type in programs. So the whole idea of BASIC was like programming is the user interface between these random people who want to like teach their kids to read or whatever and their computer. And then, like you say, after like C++ and everything since has been a programming language for professionals, right? Like the only people who should learn that are someone whose job is going to be to write computer programs. They're going to be a total expert. But I'll bet the former is about to come back due to AI again.
Yeah, and something else I wanted to mention is that this technology, the vocoder, is something from World War II that the Allies were using for compressing the data of voice
Oh,
communications, but also making everyone sound like everyone else. It was also a privacy tool because
oh,
you couldn't tell unless they had a very special kind of pronunciation or accent that it's one person talking over the other one. And
interesting.
it became
I didn't know that.
popular in 1970s music.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
if you think about Stevie Wonder or Earth, Wind and Fire, they were using this effect a lot.
Oh,
And then it came to
neat.
computers too. Also Daft Punk, I think they were some of the last musicians who made it big using this effect.
Yeah. Neat. Thanks for teaching me that.
Yeah, I'm a nerd. I
Hmm.
researched the stuff that I use and also bought myself one of these analog processors for vocoding. And I was thinking I'm gonna use that for some interviews. If the guest does not want to, I don't know, reveal themselves or something, I can use that in real time. Basically, put an output from my sound card into that and then back into the input of my sound card.
That's cool.
I never used it for that. But I
You
spent like $200 on it.
you can do that thing much more conveniently nowadays.
With
Like I
software,
play
yeah.
video games and people on the Discord sometimes have some kind of voice changing for unknown to me reasons. It's like built in, it's a feature of Discord or something. I don't know, or an add-on that they installed. But it's really cool that you have an analog one because that's cool. It's old and historic. And it's also a lot less likely to have a backdoor in it.
You mentioned that you were playing video games all night in university. Like, what were you into at the time, and what do you play nowadays?
I don't even remember what I was doing in university. Um, might have been Heroes of Might and Magic, maybe a Civilization. One of those things that you can play endlessly all night until like the sun comes up and then you collapse, depressed and exhausted. Nowadays, I mostly play Player Unknown's Battlegrounds. It's a first-person shooter that you do in a team.
Yeah, sorry, my backlight died, and I was trying to fix it.
Oh, yeah, I noticed the light changed. It looks good.
I was thinking that Heroes of Might and Magic. I was not even aware it was popular in the US because in Eastern Europe it's like god tier kind of game. It was running on any machine, and you get a bunch of Russians, Ukrainians, Romanians, Serbians playing this online even today.
Neat.
But the third
That's
one, for
cool.
some reason, the third one is still the most
Yeah,
popular.
Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Yeah, I think that might have been what I was playing back then.
But it couldn't be. unless I think it came out in 97 or 98, so maybe you're playing
Oh,
the first or the second.
I don't know. The only memory I have clearly is when a new science fiction book by Werner Vinge came out, and I stayed up literally all night reading that in one sitting. It wasn't a video game, it was a book.
Are you a fan of this cypherpunk or even cyberpunk literature? Is there anything that you think is useful to read to better understand what's happening today?
Oh yeah, I was a huge fan from like childhood. I was a science fiction fan as a child, and then teenager. Um, I would say my number one recommendation is that author I just mentioned, Werner Vinge, who, alas, has recently died. Um, he worked for many years and made only a few books, but most or all of them are pretty important and meaningful, and pretty good reads.
I know that a lot of people recommend Snow Crash and the Cryptonomicon, not the Cyphernomicon.
Right. Yeah, I read those. Neil Stevenson, the author, actually posted to the Cypherpunks mailing list before Cryptonomicon came out, and he said something like, "Don't want you guys to feel like I'm, what's the word, like appropriating your culture or representing you or whatever, but there's a group in my new book which is inspired by you guys called the Secret Admirers. And the title of my new book is Cryptonomicon, which is not the same as Tim May's Cyphernomicon."
That's actually how I got David Chaum to do an interview with me 7 years ago.
Yeah.
I told him, "Oh, I read the Cyphernomicon and I'm such a big fan." And he was hooked. He was like, "Yeah, okay, I give you 30 minutes." And then I felt like
Huh.
an idiot for 30 minutes because I knew I wanted to interview him. I just didn't know what I want to ask him. And I felt like I
Yeah.
wasted his time.
Yeah. I had that experience a lot with David Chaum. Like, I remember that part you asked about me going to work for him in
Yeah, that's
Amsterdam.
sort of the main topic. We branched out a few times.
Yeah. Well, I hope you don't mind
No,
the meandering.
it's a lot of fun.
Um,
And we're just getting warmed up for the juicy stuff.
by the way, I totally never agreed to do this for 8.5 hours. That was a joke, but I'll try. Whatever.
You're
Um,
always up for a challenge.
yeah. Yeah, I often let's see. You want to hear the story?
Sure.
Okay. I was totally obsessed with this new idea, which to me was like the natural successor to the end of communism and the birth of the internet. And the next thing was going to be digital cash. And so I just like talked about it all day long to all my friends and read everything I could read. And then David Chaum had founded this company named Digicash in Amsterdam, Holland. And he recruited all like the smartest young computer scientists of the Netherlands to drop out of college and join him in his startup, which is, I don't know when they founded it, early 90s, I guess. So it was kind of like the first startup before the boom of internet startups that came out in the late 90s. Um, and then they implemented this blinded digital cash scheme. It had a centralized server whose job it is to check for double spends, right? The central server is just there to make sure you don't double spend. And the blinding was Chaum's invention to prevent the central server from being able to identify the sender of the transaction. But it was able, with that protocol, to identify the recipient of the transaction. And their idea was they didn't really conceive of like a new currency. Their idea was there's this new internet thing, it's taking off, like the World Wide Web is getting invented. People are going to start wanting to buy things over the internet, and they can't use credit cards to buy things over the internet because it wouldn't be safe. Like people would steal their credit card number, steal their money. So there's going to be a need for a new payment mechanism, but they naturally assumed it would still involve like nation state currencies. So they tried to partner with banks to issue like US dollars through their digicash scheme. But anyway, they did make their own currency, but it was just like play money. It was called cyberbucks. And they announced they would never mint more than 1 million or 10 million or whatever cyberbucks. So there was supposedly some like play money scarcity. Um, and then they just like gave it out like a faucet. Like anybody could have as many cyberbucks as they asked for or whatever. And then they announced there was going to be a competition. Whoever had a web store that was the most successful web store that accepted cyberbucks bucks for payment would win a prize. So I'm so excited. I had just learned how to make like web pages with World Wide Web. It was probably in 1995 or so when this happened. Um, and I had written a encryption program. Um, well, I guess I skipped over the part where Phil Zimmerman invented PGP, and I discovered that. That was also inspiring and motivating. So I had written an encryption program to integrate PGP into your email for you. So whenever you sent an email, it would automatically get encrypted. So I made a web store with silly little images, and it said, pay 50 cents worth of cyberbucks or half a cyberbuck, and I'll download you a copy of my encryption program. And then a while later, I got a phone call from DigiCash. I was so excited. This was like, I just idolized these people. And they said, you have the most successful cyberbuck store on the whole internet. But we did exclude all the porn and gambling. I never know. I don't know if there were any competitors in the non-porn, non-gambling class besides my store, but I was the winner of the cyberbuck contest. And I said, and the prize is you're allowed to try out to be the junior coder at our company. And this was just like amazing. It was like literally my dream. It just come true instantly, right? But I hadn't finished my undergrad degree in computer science, right? And I felt like this was a social or moral obligation. Like you have to finish your undergrad degree. I don't know, maybe this is a generational thing. But I said, oh, I have to finish my undergrad degree first. And they said, oh, okay, too bad, bye. And they hung up. And I immediately picked up the phone again. It was before cell phones. It was one of these. And I dialed my best friend who knew that I did nothing but talk about digicash all day long. I said, you'll never guess what happened. And he said, what happened? And I said, digicash just called me and offered me a job. He said, what did you tell them? And I said, oh, I told them I had to finish my undergrad degree. And he said, I just have one question for you. Is this exactly the kind of opportunity you've been waiting for? I said, you're right. I'll call you back. So I hung up on my friend and I called DigiCash back. And I said, well, I don't really need to finish my undergrad degree right now. I'd like to try out for junior coder. So that was one of the best decisions of my life because I wasn't really learning very much in college due to my like ADHD or whatever. And I flew to Amsterdam, got the job as junior coder, and then I started really, really learning because it turns out I learn and am productive when I'm paired up or in a small group with other people. And all the other people there were super brilliant, like cryptographers. I learned so much cryptography. I was only there for 2 years before they were like going out of business because they couldn't get banks or they couldn't sign a deal with Microsoft to integrate digicash into all the World Wide Web or whatever. It was definitely a major positive turning point in my life when I dropped out of undergrad.
Wait, so
So thanks to my friend for saying that to me. He changed my life with one sentence.
you mentioned that they made 10 million of this game currency or something like toy money, and I was
Yeah.
curious who is they, and when you got to digicash, who was working there that we might know about today?
that we might know about today? Well, um, David Chaum was the CEO and founder. And I often had that experience like you apparently had where I want to talk to David and tell him something, but he's so brilliant that he only gives me like 15 seconds before he knows where I'm going. He's like, no, it's not going to work for the following reason. Then he walks away. Because I was like 21 years old, I think, when I landed there. And a lot of my ideas where I'd stop him in the hall, David, I've got another way to make it decentralized. My whole wish was to figure out how to make it decentralized so that then it could be like what Bitcoin later became. So I was trying to invent Bitcoin for like 15 years unsuccessfully before Satoshi invented Bitcoin. Another employee there was Nick Jabo, but he had left shortly before I arrived there. But I was reading his blog posts, like the God Protocol. This is mind-blowing blog post that um, presaged Ethereum. I wonder what Nick's doing now. I probably blocked his Twitter account, but I'd love. Hey Nick, if you're listening to this, let's get in touch. Let's have coffee. Your night Twitter account.
Yeah, Nick Szabo is so great. Like, if you go to his blog, which is called unenumerated.blogspot.com, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah,
you're gonna find so many articles about all sorts of topics, like the history of lactose tolerance, or what else did he calls it persistence, not tolerance. He calls, I think, what's it called? The Apollo 12 or 11? Which one is the moon landing?
I don't know.
Either of these, whichever is the moon landing, he has an article about it and explains why it might have been the most wasteful allocation of resources ever.
Oh wow.
And he makes an argument for it. Even though
Yeah,
I heard Tyler Spalding the first time I met him, he spent like 30 minutes explaining to me why it was the biggest and most important investment that the US government has ever made, because that's how you got IBM, that's how you got Sun
yeah,
Microsystems and a lot of these companies that build microprocessors. And
yeah.
before
I think
we got
that's
consumer level stuff, we needed to have them for the space missions.
well. It turns out that Nick Jabo's blog is getting soft filtered out of the search engine results. So I'm just going to go to unenumerated.blogspot.com to find that.
He also has articles about blockchains and social
Well, yeah. I
scalability.
mean, he
I
already.
think that's the term that he coined after smart contracts that is very relevant. It's social scalability.
Oh yeah, I love that. Yeah, it's relevant to my work with Zcash.
Yeah.
Like
Basically, social
balancing.
scalability is about how you can use the tools which are neutral and automated to bring trust and collaboration between people who otherwise would not trust each other. Just like you had with the discovery
Mhm.
of the bimetal standard for money, something
Uh-huh.
like this, because you knew that these were pure metals and you would look at them, you could weight them, and then say, well, I don't have to trust you personally, I don't have to like you, but we can engage in trade.
Yeah, yeah, I love that idea. Many of Nick's ideas, very inspirational and I think pretty deep and important. And social scalability is definitely one of them. And another part of it, from my perspective, I don't know when I read his actual blog post on it or tweets or whatever, but I thought a part of what he said about social scalability is that one of the major limiting factors is how many people have even heard of it. You know, if there's two people who might be able to cooperate and they haven't both heard of Bitcoin or Zcash already, they probably have to have heard of it years earlier so that they had time for it to sink in. So anyway, that's one of the things I think about a lot of social scalability is just um, the longer Zcash survives and like functions, the more people will have heard of it. And like you mentioned about earlier about I was poking at tariffs and you said something about I think economies of scale, right? Yeah, economies of scale. I've been listening a lot to Russ Roberts, the economist, now philosopher. He graduated from economics to philosophy, but um, He's my favorite uh, philosophy podcaster, and listening to that has taught me recently how it's really connected to Nick Jabo's social scalability, actually. Russ Roberts's conception, which he gets from Adam Smith, actually, is that it's really specialization that is the source of improvement in the human condition, and that specialization is really dependent on the scale of how many people you can cooperate with. And it's, as I assume, I don't have any formal reason to think this, but I assume it's one of those like super linear processes. Like if you have 1,000 people you can cooperate with, that's way better than 10 times better than if you have 100 people you can cooperate with, right?
Well, but there's also the argument on what type of cooperation you have, because you can have something very minimalistic in terms of interaction or trade with 1,000 people, and then you can have something substantial with 2 or 3 people. Like it's not about the number of people; it's also about the volume of trade or the quality of the economic activity.
Okay.
I have this argument about my podcast all the time when people say, usually they point out, well, you only have like 500 views on YouTube or something. And I'm like, it's not about how many, it's about who's listening. Like
Hmm.
you would actually be surprised to see what kind of
Yeah.
people are tuning into this.
Yeah. I think that AI generated personas are about to flood the internet. I think 12 months from now, there's going to be 1 trillion or 100 trillion identities that are indistinguishable in all practical ways from humans. And hopefully that will teach people to stop watching follower counts and view counts as being an important metric. We'll see.
I don't care too much about that, but I do think that all of these events in real life, like conferences or hackathons, meetups, that's the real way to, on one hand, measure your worth if you're working within that community and you get some real life feedback. And it's also the way to make sure that these people are for real.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that a lot of my followers are either dead accounts, like they have been dumped by the people using them, or they're bots. There's no way for me to control this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who they are. Sometimes I scroll through the list and I'm like, this is
Yeah.
disappointing, because it
You,
looks nice on one hand to say, oh, I have like 17,000, but then who are these 17,000? And it looks
yeah.
bad. Like, I know there are some people who buy followers and they care about this metric and they're like, yeah, I want to have 100,000 because it looks imposing. But when you
Yeah.
post something and you get 10 likes and you have 100,000 followers, it looks bad.
Yeah. Well, I already don't pay attention to those kinds of numbers. I'm hoping that the 100 trillion bots will force everyone else in the world to stop paying attention to those numbers. But I already don't pay attention to them. But I paid attention to your um, posts and podcasts because people that I pay attention to recommended it.
Well, I appreciate that. It means a lot. I remember the first time when we actually had a call about a year ago. We're both somewhat skeptical. I was excited because I was like, oh, this guy. I know so much about his work and he wants to talk to me. It means something. I'm just this guy from Romania. And I don't forget this, when I have these interactions. I really don't forget this. And I'm grateful that the internet exists. And I tell this to my parents all the time. I'm like, can you imagine a world where I would not have internet and a computer and I was just
Oh,
stuck within the local job market?
yeah. Yeah.
Like it worked out pretty well for myself.
Yeah. Hmm. And
And
I think that's because of the economy of scale. It enables you to interact with tens of thousands of people, and that's way, way, way better than the number of people you would have interacted with in that alternate universe.
Yeah. And I think the future belongs to kids who grew up in these poor countries and they got access to computers and they became very hardworking. I guess that's why a lot of these employees in large corporations in the US, like Amazon, Google, Apple, they're from India or Pakistan, Eastern Europe.
So they don't take it for granted.
We don't take it for granted. We have low expectations, and also we're pretty hardworking, and we see this in everyday life that it's pretty tough. So when you get to do something a bit better than the average person, you appreciate it more.
Hmm.
But on the other hand, there's also the extreme of that hustler story, I guess, with people who suddenly discover that they have a lot more money than their parents and they live a lifestyle that's not sustainable because nobody taught them actually how to value work and how to manage their
Hmm.
finances, and they end up
Hmm.
buying fancy cars, stuff that they
Yeah.
don't actually need, and they can't actually sustain the lifestyle. I know a lot of people who work in computers. We call it IT, like this umbrella term. In my country, they make like 10,000 euro per month, which is pretty good in my country. But
Hmm.
that's exactly what they spend, and they complain that it's not enough for money for them because
Hmm.
they
Hmm.
set themselves to a standard that is not sustainable for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty typical everywhere, probably.
I guess you see it in the US with basketball players or something.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to basketball, but probably. I think pretty much everyone's like that. It's kind of a learned skill to spend less than you earn.
Yeah.
Not natural.
I was gonna ask you, you mentioned that Nick Szabo was there for a few months, not such a long time after you got to digicash. Was there anyone else interesting that was working there who maybe got a significant role in Bitcoin later?
Um, there's a lot of people that were important to me, but I don't think you would have heard of them, or I don't think they were important to Bitcoin. There are a bunch of cryptographers who taught me: Niels Ferguson, Barry Schoenmakers, Stefan Bronze, um, Bronco Lancaster. This was like the I don't know how to describe it. I was 21 years old. This was like life-changing experience for me, right? Like something something where you totally change your world and your social scene and everything when you're 21. Like I never left the country. No, I had left the country before, but I never lived anywhere outside the USA before that. I just moved to Amsterdam, Holland, which in the 1990s was like the party capital of Europe. It's the only place where marijuana was legal. Um, and those folks that worked at that company were very patient with me. I think I was I don't know. I think they were very nice to me. It took me under their wing and taught me a lot, um, which I've always benefited from for the rest of my life about like cryptography. Um, and I had a whole lot of other experiences that I guess I won't go into, but it was a very mind-opening time of my life.
So, how was David Chaum as a boss? How would you describe him? Was he tough? Was he easy to talk to?
He wasn't my direct boss. I described talking to him. It was not easy because he was too smart and busy and impatient. Um, it was kind of fun because it was a good challenge. Like, can I come up with a way to make digicash decentralized, which can keep David's attention for longer than 15 seconds? I never managed to teach him anything about cryptography until long after I had left digicash. He has a reputation for being like ineffective at company leadership. There was a few exposés or postmortems about digicash after it crashed that placed all the blame on David for mismanaging it. Um,
I think he was supposed to make a deal with Deutsche Bank or something, and he got a pretty good offer, and he declined it, expecting to get a better one. I think that's
yeah,
the story.
that story was told in some, I don't know, blog post or magazine or something, but it wasn't Deutsche Bank. They actually did have a deal with Deutsche Bank, and I worked on the engineering for that project. It's one of my most uncomfortable, miserable memories where I learned a hard lesson about software engineering when I fucked something up and and Deutsche Bank was demoing it on stage live in front of, I don't know who was out in the audience, presumably important people because it was a bank. And they were demonstrating like, now we can send Deutsche Marks over the internet using this technology. And they like clicked the button and it gave an error message because something I had done. And they had insisted that I come like sit there. I was like 22 maybe that at that time. And the stiff, stern German guy who's like career was on the line, stalked over to where I sat next to the stage or whatever, and he jabbed his finger at me. He said, "This is your fault." And I learned something about timeouts in computer programs that day. He was basically right. It was basically my fault. But anyway, so it wasn't Deutsche Bank. I think the story was about Microsoft, or maybe Visa. But I think the story was about Microsoft that allegedly, according to, I didn't have any inside information from my time there, but I read the article later after I had left and after the company had folded that um, Microsoft made some kind of offer to use digicash or partner or buy or something, and that David had rejected it, or he'd kept sending back refinements until the other side got tired of the iteration and gave up. Sounds plausible. I think there's a occupational hazard of cryptographers. I've worked with many geniuses in my life, some of whom were cryptographer geniuses and other kinds of geniuses. Um, and an occupational hazard of cryptographer geniuses is that in cryptography, you've got to apply like a paranoid mindset. In order to succeed at cryptography, you've got to think like, how, what if two things went wrong at once? What if the enemy had infiltrated you from two directions at once? Like you've got to really go all the way. And then, by the way, you got to turn it around and stop trying to think of what could go wrong and instead come up with a proof that what you have is right. It's a really interesting interplay. But anyway, a lot of the genius cryptographers I've worked with have had a problem with um, that technique doesn't work very well for human relationships. Like you can't overdo skepticism and suspicion. And I see this a lot in the cryptocurrency world, especially in old style Bitcoin. I don't pay that much attention to Bitcoin anymore. I know you do, but I saw a lot of that sort of uh, flaw of thinking that your social system should be as sort of like trustless as your computer protocol. That doesn't work for social systems. It's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if there was anyone around the office at DigiCash who was also obsessed with making this decentralized, or it was just a bad business idea. Because this whole system was supposed to make money, and once you make it decentralized, there's no more business model behind it.
Um, yeah, I don't remember. I mean, that was just like my hobby. That was just my side quest while I was there, and for 12 years after I left there. Um, I don't remember anyone else being very excited about it off the top of my head. Yeah, our day to day was to try to make a thing that customers could use to buy products over the internet with Deutsche Marks. while preserving their privacy. So yeah, there were people out there, but not, I don't think at DigiCash, who love this idea, like Nick Jabo, Wei Dai, Mark S. Miller. But until Satoshi came up with Bitcoin, it wasn't proven to be possible. And so it was just like an endless side quest for some of us. Satoshi changed all that.
So
Alfini,
there's not much information out there about Wei Dai. I think he's the most silent of all cypherpunks. Did you work with him? What was it like? I did read his B-Money white paper, and I think what it describes is closer to Ethereum than Bitcoin.
oh really? Why? I don't remember. I read it at the time and also reread it a couple times later, but it didn't have any programmability built into it, did it? B-Money?
I gotta read it again, but when I
Oh,
read it,
okay.
I remember that the impression that I got is that it describes something like Ethereum much closer than
Huh.
Bitcoin. Nick Szabo with BitGold, I think he was like 90% there.
Toward Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Wei Dai, yeah, he was never very prolific in like public posts. He wrote the first open source cryptography library in C++, which was called Crypto++. That was really important as an enabling tool for the cypherpunks and for me personally. So I interacted with him a little bit in like a software engineering way. Like I would report bugs in Crypto++ or whatever, because I use Crypto++ a lot. At one point, I actually became a maintainer of Crypto++, I think, after Wei had stepped away. Um, I remember he told me privately when he stepped away from Crypto++ that he was pivoting into, I hope he doesn't mind. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind me disclosing this. He said he was getting into like decision support automation, which at the time I was like, whoa, that's pretty weird. I don't know what you're talking about. But nowadays I think, oh, that's probably like AI plus human put together is probably better than AI by itself. So maybe that's what Wade has been doing for the last 10 years. I don't know. Which is an idea I got from Bernard Vinge, the science fiction writer. He previewed, he's like the first author to post about the concept of cyberspace and virtual reality and pseudonymity and AI/human augmentation, augmented intelligence as opposed to artificial intelligence. More or less the first. And the internet, pretty much, except for John Brunner. I think Brunner Vinge was probably the second science fiction author to really give a good preview of the internet. But anyway, so I remember I appreciate the fact that when Wei Dai left, he sent me a personal note that said he's stepping away, but if I need anything with regard to Crypto++, he would be willing to jump back in and help. I thought that was very nice of him, but we never did need anything. Crypto++ was good enough. So I haven't talked to him in forever.
I
At
think
one
that's
point,
sort
he
of the
actually joined
joke in the.
Microsoft. I think before this whole step away, he joined Microsoft to work. There was this era of software and social innovation called peer-to-peer, like Napster. Remember Napster and Kazaa and whatever? Well, during that era, I think Wei Dai joined Microsoft to work on a peer-to-peer, like semi-decentralized something or other, I think.
Yeah, there's this joke in open source software that if you contribute to an open source repository for long enough, you're gonna wake up one morning realizing you're the maintainer.
Oh, yeah. I've been thinking about that because I'm writing an open source project for fun in my spare time because I wanted to learn Rust. And I just got obsessed. For whatever reason, every night when I went to sleep and every like afternoon, if I went to have a nap for like a year straight, I could only think about how awesome it would be if I could write a new memory allocator in Rust using these new ideas I have for how memory allocation could work. So I decided, okay, well, I might as well teach myself Rust. I've been meaning to learn forever. And oh, right. So now I've written it, but I don't want to become an open source maintainer. Again, I've done that. I've been a maintainer of open source projects. Um, and yeah, I'm too busy with Zcash to take that job. So I'm trying to figure out, well, first of all, I was thinking, well, maybe somebody else out there would love my invention enough that they would become the open source maintainer. That'd be cool. Then I was like, maybe I can just get an AI to be the open source maintainer. Like, dear AI, please review all the patches for backdoors and, unit tests and whatever. I don't know. Maybe that'll happen in a year or two. Open source maintainership, unfunded, basically. I guess there's some nonprofit funding for like the most biggest ones, but it's like a underexplored area of human uh, productivity, is that we have never yet found something that's both a positive feedback loop of economic incentive and open source at the same time. And that's like, both of those are really important ways that humankind learns and flourishes, but right now they're not compatible. And I've had a go at that, at trying to improve that with the Bootstrap open source license, which has had a moderate amount of success, but mostly what I learned was that very few other people are interested in solving this problem right now, or they hadn't heard of it or whatever. So never mind. Just another one of my side quests.
So, for the sake of the new generation who might be listening to this, why was it such a big deal in the 90s to create a way to send money over the internet? Why couldn't you just put your credit card information or have some sort of encryption for your credit card to put that in your browser or something and remember the option for payments or whatever? And also, why were the
Yeah.
cypherpunks so obsessed with creating their own money?
I mean, this is sort of reflected in the modern cryptocurrency movement, between the people who want like improved payment rails or improved financial infrastructure versus the people who want an improved currency. And I'm in the latter camp. I'll take improved financial infrastructure if it helps me achieve improved currency. But really, to me, like fiat currency, like nation state control of the money supply and everything about the currency, that's like the final boss. And it always has been ever since before Bitcoin. I'm still. What was your question?
It was about cypherpunks because I've read in literature that this was actually about remailers because
Yeah.
these guys wanted to have privacy on the internet. They were using remailers to mix their
Also invented
emails.
by David Chaum, by the way, but go on.
Yeah. Everything mixing, I guess, is owed to David Chaum.
Right.
And they wanted to pay each other, right? Because someone was paying for electricity and was buying the hardware and was
Yeah.
operating this 24/7 or something. And they really wanted to give money to this person, but they had no idea how, because the only way they could give money was for this person to reveal who they are, which sort of screwed up the anonymity of the system.
I don't know that. I don't recognize that story, but probably you've read. I believe you that you've read that history, and it sounds plausible to me. Um, Eric Hughes was one of the founders of the cypherpunks and a very influential person in my own life. I also worked for Eric Hughes. Um, and he made a presentation at Black Hat, the hacker conference, I think it was, which is lost to the internet. I've never been able to find a transcript or a recording of his presentation. And it was about darknet markets. So that was an aspect of the cypherpunks. Tim May, especially, were hardcore like anti-state libertarians, because they have a lot in common with some sectors of modern Bitcoin. To me, speaking for myself, it just always seemed obvious. And I'm basically I'm some kind of libertarian. I'm a progressive conservative libertarian. But anyway, it just always seemed obvious to me from the get-go that humans require um, binding contracts and money in order to cooperate at scale. Like the amount of cooperation you can achieve without that is limited to like a large family or a small village or whatever. Um, in addition to requiring free communication. So it was always obvious to me by the time I discovered the internet when I was like 18 or whatever, that we would need um, uncensorable binding contracts and financial infrastructure in order to sort of unlock um, the the ability of humans to help one another out at scale. And remember, it's super linear, right? Especially due to 30 years later, or however long it's been, when I'm listening to Russ Robertson's podcast, he says that it's the scale of the people you can specialize and exchange with, which is related to Nick Szabo's social scalability. It's the scale is really the source of innovation. I think that's really interesting. Like his claim is that Russ Roberts's perspective seems to be that um, like technology and science, they're actually a second order effect. They're the outcome of the innovation and the flourishing and the sort of infinite creation that David Deutsch apparently has been talking about. And the input or the basis or the most important factor is social scalability. Anyway, so my point, all I'm saying is, for me, I don't think my overarching perspective on this has changed much since I was 18 or 19, is that we need, like, humans have this vast sort of mind-boggling capacity to create, prove each other, lift each other up, discover discoveries, and create beautiful things and all that. And it's mind-boggling because it's super linear in my view. Like as the number of humans who are cooperating increases by a factor of 10x, the amount of production and uplifting is going to increase by more than 10x. You know what I mean? Super linear. Should I get out my whiteboard and draw you a graph? Anyway, my point is, I think the major bottleneck or limit on this exponential creation of the future together is nation state control of economic cooperation tool. So stablecoins are not very interesting to me. I mean, yes, they're interesting, I guess, or they would be if they had privacy and censorship resistance. But then the nation state could still destroy the whole economy. And like nation states have always destroyed the whole economy sooner or later. So far, we've seen like 1,000 maybe data points, and like the first 900 of them all destroy their economy. We got 100 current experiments running. But anyway, what was my point? And I wrote this in the first blog post about Bitcoin on my blog in January 2019. I basically was saying the same thing then, I think.
I was gonna get to that because we're transitioning into your Bitcoin era. You're one of the first people to discover it. You are the first person to write a blog post about it. Not the first person to tweet about it, but basically you described it as Chaum and Ecash. That's actually decentralized. Of course, the difference is that Bitcoin doesn't have the privacy of Chaum and Ecash, which is very private but centralized.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really fascinating, really, because you discovered this. You're also on the cryptography mailing list, the MetsDAO one.
Yeah,
in
that's Perry Metzger,
2008,
Metzdow.
at the same time when Satoshi was posting about Bitcoin and Hal Finney was posting the same reply. You're under another thread commenting that political stuff belongs to another thread or something, and you said, well, let's keep it about cryptography here. But also, I gotta tell you that I've been working on two different attempts to create decentralized Chaumian Ecash. And that's why a lot of people read that, they're like, oh, this guy must be Satoshi. This must be his slip from 2008.
Yeah, I'm not Satoshi. I wish. Like I said, I tried to be Satoshi for 2 years at DigiCash, trying to figure out how to make Xiaomi and DigiCash decentralized. And then the next 12 years, those were the dry years. Like the internet bust happened, right? Around 2000, 2001 or so. And like everyone was out of work, all the companies went out of business, all the people who were bullish on the internet changed their minds and decided the internet was stupid. And I was out of work, but I kept trying in my spare time for the next 12 or whatever years to figure out how to make decentralized money for exactly this reason. Like I said in that blog post, and like I described earlier, like I think it's basically necessary for people to be able to cooperate in a way that cannot be um, controlled, censored, or sort of like manipulated and blown up by nation states or any other big powerful organization. Those just happen to be the big and powerful ones at this time. Anyway, my point is, I'm not Satoshi. I wish. Um, yeah, Satoshi's my hero. Uh, you or someone recently pointed out to me this post I'd written to the Perry's crypto list, Metzdow, saying I'm currently working on two. I don't remember what I said, and I don't remember what I was talking about. But let me think back. What year was this?
This was in the summer of 2008.
The summer of 2008. I don't even remember
No,
what.
I think it was 3 or 4 of November, if I'm not mistaken, because he published the white paper on the 31st of October, and Helfini responded like 4 or 5 days later. And it
Hmm.
was on the same day that Helfini responded that you posted this, and I'm gonna look it up for
I wasn't
accuracy.
working on Bitcoin. I didn't think Bitcoin would work, by the way, at the time. I wrote it off. Like a lot of people who knew too much, when you know too much, you're tempted to be overconfident. I looked at the Bitcoin white paper and I was like, oh, yeah, another nice try. Like all these other failed attempts we've seen, like e-money and Bitgold and reusable proofs of work, whatever. So what I was talking about at that time was Chaumian eCash, not Bitcoin. I may have been still working on the Mnet project, which grew out of MojoNation. I don't remember what year that was. MojoNation was a really cool, complicated thing where I was just a coder there, not like a inventor of it. They hired me to be a coder because of my experience at DigiCash, and they wanted integrated blinded digital cash in that because again, this was before Bitcoin, so no one knew they were cypherpunks, the creators of it, Doug Barnes and Jim McCoy. Um, yeah, so before Bitcoin, no one knew how to actually make real, practical, decentralized money. But anyway, so when I said in that mailing list post, I'm working on something that might result in some kind of digital cash, I doubtless meant one of those semi-centralized things. I did have an idea at that time, which might be relevant, might come back now in the modern era of, okay, we have these centralized services where you can, there's a centralized service whose job is to prevent double spends, right? It's like what we call the bank or the mint in the digicash era. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it was called the Mint, if I'm not mistaken, and I only know this because there's a guy who tried to bring back Chaumian eCash on top of custodial Lightning,
Yeah. Yeah, I've
and
heard something
he's
about that.
moderately successful with it, even though it feels so backwards. Like Bitcoin was created because it was trying to make Chaum and Ecash obsolete, and then you bring Chaum and Ecash as a way
Right,
to just bring some privacy to something which is centralized and bound to get rugged by the mint.
right, yeah. Yeah, well, Bitcoin has a privacy problem and Lightning doesn't fix it. So I guess that's the impetus for him to try to use Chaumian blinded signatures.
Oh, there's this guy Crew, KRUW. He said you blocked him or something, and he's been trolling under my post on Twitter. And he claims that he is able to make very private Bitcoin transactions from coin joins, and he's gonna have these large inputs with maybe 250 participants, and he's gonna make a payment out of that one, and it just looks like it could be anyone. And he's like, yeah, I've solved all of Bitcoin's privacy issues, but still he cannot hide amounts. It's just that he's getting better sender deniability, and it's only a matter of time until the other participants from that pool dox themselves by mistake or something, and the anonymity set that he has diminishes until it's just deduction by exclusion.
That's all true. And there's also the problem that um, you can't add money, you can't have privacy to money in flight because the throwing the money and the catching the money themselves leak information. So a really good way to think about this is to temporarily erase from your mind the word privacy. Privacy is not a real thing. It's just like a negative. It's the opposite of, or it's the absence of something. And you're just going to confuse yourself if you try to see how much of the absence of something do I have. Instead, you start thinking about information leakage. Leakage means unintentional or unavoidable, right? Like information disclosure is when you intentionally do things. Like you and I are currently live casting on the internet because we choose to, and we're giving out a whole bunch of information about ourselves to a whole bunch of recipients. And that's not leakage, that's like consent and choice and us controlling ourselves. Leakage is where you either don't know or can't stop disclosing information about yourself, even though you'd prefer not to, right? So that's the fundamental thing to think about is information leakage. And that immediately helps you think more precisely about A, to whom am I leaking this information or who's getting this information? And B, what exact information are they getting? Like information is not all the same as each other. So when you think about it in those terms, there's a pretty compelling way to realize that any attempt to add privacy, the bad term that we're trying to avoid, to money in flight is probably going to fail. That way to think about it is there's three steps. The first step, when you started with the money and you decide you want to send it privately, air quotes. Then there's the middle step. We'll get back to that. And then there's the final step where you finished sending the money, air quotes, privately. Well, almost all the time or all the time, step one and step three leak so much information about you unwillingly or unwittingly that your adversary wins. And the point is, it doesn't matter what happens in step two. Like even if step two does the best possible job, that would mean zero additional information is leaked to anyone. That's the best thing step two could do. Even if step two does that, you probably still lose. The adversary still knows what you did. And so this guy that you described, he has a coin join, it's got 250 people. I'm just not interested. Like, good luck. Try hard to sort of like prove yourself wrong. Like that's science is when you try to prove yourself wrong. It's not science when you try to prove yourself right. But basically, my assumption is people who use that system would accidentally or inevitably leak so much information about themselves at the beginning and the end that it wouldn't matter that there were 250 people in the middle. And that applies to everything. It applies to people swapping in and out of Monero or Zcash. Monero does a bad job in step 2 because it leaks more information about you unwillingly or unwittingly. Zcash, if you use a shielded pool in the middle, it does basically the best possible job at the blockchain level, although it doesn't do the best possible job at the network level, like TCP/IP connections. But even if it did do the best possible job at all the levels, it would still fail if your idea was, and this is people's idea. I see this like, this is new. Sorry, I'm interrupting myself. Let me finish the first sentence. It would still fail even if it does the best possible job, which it basically does at one layer, and hopefully in the future will also do at the network layer. That's still not going to enable you to send money privately, because sending money privately is not a thing. The only way you can get privacy is by holding your money at rest in the shielded pool. Oh, and I was going to say, this is still what people think. There's this social scalability problem that only a small pool of people have yet realized, that you cannot add privacy to money in flight. You can only add privacy to money at rest. Everyone outside that small circle still assumes that the one and only natural thing is to add some privacy to your money while it's in flight. And so I see this because these 2 new DEXs have added Zcash support, which I'm really excited about. One is Maya, M-A-Y-A, and the other is Near. But Near is a whole blockchain. It's got all these different kinds of technology. The founder of Near, Ilya, keeps talking about AI all the time. I don't know what he's on about. He seems really smart. So Near is all kinds of stuff. But one of the things that is Near is a DEX, as far as I understand. And I've used it and read a little bit about it and talked to Ilya about it. So I think it's a real thing. Anyway, so there's these 2 DEXs. DEXs are super important, right? Because they're like, you don't have to KYC. Your KYC information is not going to get stolen by kidnappers. You can't get banned. And also, really importantly, it's way easier. Like, you just click instead of filling out a form or whatever. So I'm really excited about DEXs finally, after however many years, integrating Zcash support. But I see these people talking about it, and they say to each other, "Oh, this is great. Now my DEX has Zcash. Now I'm going to take my Bitcoins, I'm going to swap them to Zcash, then I'm going to swap them back to Bitcoins, and then I will have privacy." And I think to myself, well, we got a long way to go. Like, how many years or decades is it going to take for people to learn? You've got to actually hold the Zcash permanently, basically, if you want privacy.
Yeah, that's not a problem that you hear a lot of conversations about. Usually, people approach privacy from this mindset of hiding in a large crowd. But they don't think
Right.
where you come from when you get into that crowd, and they don't think that once you leave that crowd, you're just as traceable as you were before.
Yeah. And that's one of those like FUDs about Zcash that has been really surprisingly persistent. Like, I'm a geeky computer scientist accuracy maximalist. So many, many years ago, someone said this kind of FUD, like, privacy is about hiding in a crowd and nobody uses Zcash, therefore Zcash users don't get privacy. And I like did my computer science thing and I was like, no, that's actually false. Well, A, bunch of people use Zcash, and B, privacy is not about hiding in a crowd. Privacy is about not leaking information about yourself, right? Like, the hiding in a crowd perspective is like, okay, you're going to leak a bunch of information about yourself. And now also a bunch of other people are also leaking information about themselves, and maybe we'll throw in some like false trails on top of it. Like, you've got a whole bunch of information like to baffle the enemy with. Well, that's just not ever going to work. And the cypherpunks and the cryptographers figured this out like 40 years ago. Well, the cryptographers, open source cryptographers, figured it out in like the 70s and 80s, probably. Cypherpunks carried that forward into practicum or whatever in the 90s. And so that's just like, it's always been surprising to me that like, the rest of the world is not geeky accuracy maximalists, and they don't like compute a little disproof, and they're like, oh, okay, I guess we'll stop saying that about Zcash now, so this is actually false. But no, they keep saying it.
I
Anyway,
used to
what's
believe
my
that
point?
too, actually.
Was that?
I used to believe that too. That just
Yeah,
because
it's
Zcash
really
has fewer
plausible.
users than Monero, then it's less private.
It totally makes sense. Like it's very plausible. I mean, to be fair, the cryptographers had to learn it too, um, in their way over the decades. Yeah, I mean, the open we're all learning. I think people will understand it a lot better 10 years from now than they did 10 years ago.
Okay, so you said that when you found Bitcoin in January of 2009, you dismissed it. And
Oh yeah,
when did you actually take it seriously? Because there's this guy from Czech Republic, Slush,
yeah,
and he created the first Bitcoin mining pool. And I
yeah,
listened to an interview with him where I think it was Mad Bitcoins, Thomas Hunt. He asked him, "So how did you discover Bitcoin?" And he said, "Oh, it was Zooko who told me about it."
yeah. Slush and I worked together on an open source project. Remember, I said I was an open source maintainer. Slush was one of the contributors to the Tahoe LAFS project,
Oh, that's amazing.
decentralized end-to-end encrypted storage for data, which is still alive and still has a whole bunch of really good cryptographic ideas in it that all of the modern like decentralized storage protocols have not yet learned from and copied. So if you're out there building a decentralized storage protocol, will you please go read the Tahoe LAFS cryptographic access control protocol and add it. But anyway, yeah, so Slush and I were co-colleagues on an open source project. When did I get interested in Bitcoin? Well, I'll tell you, I posted on that blog post, I thought it was like a good experiment. I was like, here's an attempt to actually implement this thing by this guy named Satoshi Nakamoto. That was what I posted on my blog. So I was really glad that he was actually giving it a go. But I thought it wouldn't work for mistaken technical reasons that I'm kind of embarrassed to really know. And then a while later, like maybe a year or two later, I happened upon somehow heard about a website and a movement called Agorism. I think they had a website named agorism.org or something like that. And they were capitalist anarchists, right, who are living their ideals. So leftist anarchists, their way of living their ideals is like bombing banks or whatever. The capitalist anarchists, their way of living their ideals was selling unregulated milk, like selling milk without a license. So they had this whole website called agorism.org, which I much more approve of selling milk without a license than I do of bombing banks. So anyway, they had this whole website where you could, it's like a forum, right, where you can meet other people who will trade with you without the permission of the state. And it was called agorism. And I was looking at this bulletin board and they were saying, I'll sell you my milk for Bitcoin. So that was when I started paying attention. I was like, wow, that experiment is actually working. I don't know what year that was.
I'm not even sure, but if you said it took you a couple of years, then maybe you got involved in 2011 more seriously. And in
I
between Zcash, which happened in 2015, 2016, you had like 4 years of being one of the most vocal supporters of Bitcoin. I remember
Yeah,
there was, I don't remember, I was not around at the time, but I'm a nerd. I dig a lot and I find stuff. There was that famous tweet by Emin Gün Sirer who said, "This is a good time to sell your Bitcoin," or something like that in 2014. I think
I
it
don't remember
starts
this.
with this phrase that says, "You heard it here first. This is a
Oh,
good
like
time to sell."
he and his grad students had were writing about selfish mining, I
Yeah,
think
exactly.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I remember that.
And you are the first person to reply to that, and you said, "Why is that?" And he replied to you and said, "It's not incentive compatible," or something like this. So you are basically one of the biggest defenders of Bitcoin for a while.
Yeah, and a lot of that's gone because I posted it on a social network called Google Plus. So during those years, I posted a lot, including a ton about Bitcoin and many other topics. And the way I posted it was I typed it into the interactive Web2 interface of Google Plus and posted it to my Google Plus account. And then I'll
To your
post a link to
circles,
my,
right?
yeah,
That's
there were
what
circles
Google Plus
added.
had. Yeah, circles.
But I was using it as like a blog, like a way to post things publicly so then I could, so my megaphone, right? And then I would send people links to on post on Twitter or whatever, say, look at what I wrote about Bitcoin or whatever. And now that's all gone. And I downloaded a copy of my post at some point, but I probably lost my copy of my copy. So basically it's all gone and it hurts. But anyway, I did advocate for Bitcoin in various contexts during those years, much of which has accidentally gotten deleted off the internet. Um, I'm pretty proud that I found a security flaw in Bitcoin early on and reported it privately to Gavin Andreessen.
Do you remember what this was about?
Yeah, it was one of Satoshi's noob mistakes. Satoshi did a bunch of things which a experienced cryptographer would not have done. And one of them was to find a Merkle tree with ambiguity about whether a given string is a leaf or an inner node of the Merkle tree, which then an attacker would be able to exploit that ambiguity by posting two different things which hash to the same value in the Merkle tree.
Yeah, I hear that a lot when professional coders or cryptographers speak about Bitcoin. They sort of dismiss it because of Satoshi's newbie mistakes. They say he made some premature optimizations. They say he was not a professional coder by the looks of it. And they also
I
dismiss
don't
that
know.
part where I think in version 0.1 of the client, he had a broken game of poker and also an unfinished peer-to-peer marketplace.
Yeah. My favorite pet theory is that he abandoned that because he ran aground of Zuko's triangle
Oh, that's
and
another big
abandoned the
one.
peer-to-peer marketplace. And my pet theory is that one of Bitcoin's great contributions to like the state of human science was that you could actually have a widely used, usable system with no names in it. Like you just can cut and paste your Bitcoin address. That works. Um, so many other attempts at freedom empowering, human empowering, decentralized systems sort of got stuck because they tried to figure out, okay, now how do we provide the human meaningful names in here? Anyway, my theory is that's why he abandoned the peer-to-peer marketplace because like the last patch is like, okay, now here's where we're going to put the names, and then instead he deletes it.
Yeah, so you mentioned Zuko's triangle. Nowadays, we talk about the trilemma, which is like a derivation of Zuko's triangle. The trilemma is about decentralization, security, and scalability. And Zuko's triangle is also about security, also about decentralization and usefulness instead of scalability, like human. How did you call it? Human usefulness or
I
something.
know.
There's a Wikipedia
Yeah,
page about it.
yeah. But I think it'd be really good if someone would update Zuko's triangle and make it have better points for its 3 points, three vertices.
Yeah, so you call it human meaningful.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I called it. You know, thinking about like a naming system, like you know, how do you indicate which recipient you want to send money to or contact? You type in their name, or you select their name from a drop-down list. You scan their QR code.
Yeah, and in recent conversations, it's been replaced by scalability.
Interesting. It was actually Mark S. Miller who uh, turned it into a triangle, and he's the one who named it Zuko's triangle. So I think it should be called the Mark S. Miller triangle.
It
And
says
Aaron
on.
Schwartz was involved too. Aaron Schwartz and Marcus Miller and I worked on that
I was
together.
gonna mention it because it's mentioned on the Wikipedia page that Nick Szabo wrote a paper called Secure Property Titles with Owner Authority. And also, Aaron Swartz described the naming system based on Bitcoin, employing Bitcoin's distributed blockchain as a proof of work to establish consensus of domain name ownership. And there's also Curtis Yarvin, who says he provided some sort of solution.
Mm. Um, yeah, so my personal thoughts about that have changed because the Ethereum folks successfully deployed ENS, which seemed to get a little more usage. Like I see people's Twitter handles say something something .ens sometimes, or .eth or something. And once they did that, then I realized I don't like that either. It's not good enough. They solved the problem of domain name seizure, which was a real active problem in the DNS. But
I was
I
never a
got
big
more
fan of
hardcore about
it.
it.
Sort of defeats the purpose if you're going to associate all transactions with your name, and then it's also this account-based system. I just don't like it. I understand why
Yeah,
some
especially
people would
without the
use that.
privacy. Because Ethereum is such a privacy problem. This exacerbates it, yeah, for sure. But I've gotten really extreme about this in a way, like more extreme than when I helped Mark S. Miller and Aaron Schwartz come up with Zooko Triangle, which is I've decided that I want a world where you can believe that Bob.ens is your friend that you know, and you want to refer to him as that, and you want to cooperate and communicate with other people that refer to him as Bob.ens. And I can believe that Bob.ens is someone else that I know and me and my friends communicate with. And you and I can interoperate and communicate unambiguously and effectively with each other. But and I think that's possible using Mark S. Miller's pet names theory. But I don't want a world. It really bugs me. Something about it. I could be wrong. This could be like a bad vibes misfire, like a false alarm or whatever. But the notion of global agreement that like Coke.ens should point to this public key, which we all agree should be controlled by the Coca-Cola Corporation. I just think there's, again, maybe this isn't actually going to matter, but I think it's like that's used for epistemic hegemony, for like controlling what people can think. Like names turn into words. Words, it turns out, thanks to the LLM research, we've figured out that words are what thinking comes from. And I just don't want there to be a global name that everyone in the world agrees that Coke.ens or any string maps to one particular thing. I want everyone to have differing opinions about those things. And that's where I part ways. Like more or less all of the really cool, modern, decentralized things, which I otherwise think are really cool, and I'm glad they're happening and look forward to the results, like Blue Sky, which I actually use in addition to thinking is really cool, and which was founded by a ex electric coin company, Zcasher. Farcaster, probably a bunch more things. They're all cool, and they all start with. And there was a thing called what was that thing called? Oh, dang! It's that really cool decentralized communication tool with the key management. Oh, I don't remember. I'll tell you later. Anyway, those guys all start with saying, okay, well, the first thing we got to do is figure out how to have a universally agreed mapping from a string to a cryptographic value. And that's immediately where I lose interest. Like, if you have a universally agreed mapping from a string to a cryptographic value, then I want to keep looking for the next product instead. But oh well. Blue Sky's cool. Forecast is probably cool. I haven't tried it yet. But they're using some of the same technology that we're using at Shielded Labs to add proof of stake to Zcash. The Farcaster people are using the same Rust code. So I was reviewing their Rust code a few days ago, but I haven't tried their product yet.
Right. So coming back to the main topic, which is your time in Bitcoin, I was gonna ask you because in between 2011 and 2016, you've seen a lot of these altcoins getting launched, and I know that you did pretty much everything almost a decade before everyone else. And what was your reaction to something like Primecoin or Litecoin or Peercoin or all of these small experiments that were not very different from Bitcoin? Did you dismiss them as not good enough or unoriginal? Or did you think that it's in the nature of open source to try to fork it, to play with it, to see what the market thinks about it? Like, were you a toxic maximalist ever? That's what the
No,
question
never.
is.
Well, my initial instinct from the very moment, and also Satoshi's, by the way, um, like Satoshi was in favor of Namecoin, right? He was like, yeah, we should try this experiment, and it should not be on the Bitcoin blockchain. It should be a separate blockchain. Um, but as soon as I saw anything, my initial instinct is that, yeah, experimentation and diversity and competition are like the basis of progress. Like that's where evolution comes from, is diversity and competition and iteration. And the very first time I heard any like immune reaction from some of one of my one of my former Bitcoin buddies, I immediately like red flag that in my mind, like, oh shit, that person's having like a tribal immune reaction. That's not going to go well.
Well, but there is tribalism nowadays, and if you tweet something about Monero or Zcash, or you mention the two of them, and you say, they're pretty good tools, you're gonna trigger a lot of reactions, and people will get
Yeah,
angry for one reason or the other.
yeah, but I remember I mostly block those things, right? Like I mostly I advise you to block a lot of people's Twitter accounts, which is not the people, just their accounts. But just block like everything that like it's kind of like picking up trash in the neighborhood park, blocking accounts that are sort of dragging people down or distracting them or worsening the conversation. It's your duty as a good citizen to block them, to protect your followers from having their information input polluted with trash.
At the same time, I'm also concerned with echo chambers and the fact that if you block too many people, you're gonna find that everyone around you agrees with you, and you don't find any opposing views that might actually save you from making mistakes. Like, I always assume that I might be wrong.
Yeah. No, me too. Um, I think you can tell the difference between trash and good quality stuff that you disagree with, right? Like good arguments or perspectives that you that argue for an opposite conclusion of yours or a different, I don't know, lifestyle or country or political party or something. Can't you just tell the difference between like low quality stuff that's just dragging you and everyone else down versus quality stuff that you disagree with?
Well, yeah, but at the same time, disagreeing is fine. And sometimes I'm open to people who think differently.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't think you should block high quality stuff. I think you should block stuff that like just sort of try to objectively say like, am I a better or worse thinker? Remember at the beginning of this conversation, like, does your spouse or your personal AI assistant change you? Well, who you follow on Twitter also changes you. So take a moment to reflect. Like, who did I read today, and what effect did that have on my thoughts and emotions? And do I want more or less of that in my life? And if it's less, then block them.
Yeah, that's a good point. I might look into it. Anyway, 2013 was a big year for Bitcoin, and now I'm getting back on track now.
Okay, back
And
on track.
we had two very significant papers that got published that year. There was Zero Coin and Zero Cash. The
Ooh,
two of them
2013.
were trying to bring zero knowledge proofs to Bitcoin, trying to solve this issue with monetary fungibility, and they were proposed as soft forks for Bitcoin. So,
Oh yeah.
in a parallel
Hold on, I'm
universe,
texting.
probably, we have a situation where Bitcoin has Ethereum and Zcash as part of the network, and we never had the altcoins.
Excuse me a second.
No, it's all good.
I'm back.
So, what did you think about these papers when they came out? I'm not sure
Zerocoin
if,
and Zerocash?
yeah.
And what happened with the altcoins?
I
What are you
said
saying?
that there might be a parallel universe where we never got the altcoins because we had Ethereum getting built on Bitcoin and we had Zcash getting built on Bitcoin, and maybe we had millions of users just using Bitcoin as opposed to all of these other networks.
Well, in that universe, how would further improvements be funded? Well, that's the universe we're in now. Like there's a really good, like a technically good competitor to Zcash today, which is the drive chain. What's that guy? Storch. I don't
Paul
know how to
Stork,
pronounce his
yeah.
name.
Stork. No,
Paul Stork.
Storts, if you're
Storts.
correct from a Polish point of view.
So he has this technical idea about drive chains, which I tried to contribute a little bit to like 8 years ago now or 9 years ago. I went to a meeting with him and Adam Back and some other people. And the topic was, can we convince the miners to adopt some behavior that would facilitate these kind of like sidechainy things? I guess I wasn't that much help. And also, it's 8 years or 10 years later, and we're no closer to anyone actually using it. But anyway, my point is, let me put it like this. Let's not call out Paul Storch and Drive Chain. Let's just be hypothetical. Suppose you could wave a magic wand and you could transform all the Bitcoin full nodes and miners and wallets of the world to be Zcash software, Zcash protocol. But it's also just still Bitcoins, right? So it's still just like the exact same holders have the exact same amount of Bitcoin. The issuance curve is the same. Everything's just Bitcoin, except now it has all of Zcash's extra properties. Would you?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds
Okay.
very good so far.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's a catch, but
Well, I mean, no, that is pretty good. And to some degree, we in Zcash have done that to some degree. Like, we've open sourced. Like I said, I tried to help a little bit. I wasn't much help, but anyway, like we try to contribute back or make it easy for other people to copy our stuff. And there's this whole new thing coming in Zcash, which I'm not really personally much involved with, but it's called Zcash shielded assets. And to some degree, you could say it's basically that magic wand. Like if those people who are working on that succeed, which is very hard, there's a lot of work, but if they accomplish all this work, they may, in a few years, make it possible for a Bitcoiner who like owns nothing but Bitcoin, right? They have nothing but the 10 Bitcoin in their self-custody wallet or whatever. And maybe someday someone will say, oh, look, there's a new feature. You can push the button and your Bitcoin will gain Zcash level privacy. Thanks to the Zcash network having done like all these years of work and developed these things and deployed them. And now we've added a feature to your wallet and it's interoperable with the other Bitcoin things and so forth. Well, my question about that is who like that all of that got funded by the Zcashers. Like all the creation of all this technology and product and wallets and everything. So if Bitcoiners gain it all for free, at some point, who then will fund the next generation of technology after that?
Well, that's a good question.
I'm not saying it's like the killer argument. Like maybe it's okay. Maybe like donations or the next generation of technology will be a completely different thing invented by someone else. I don't know. But it kind of relates to what we said earlier about open source and sort of free market economics are two of the best inventions of humanity, but they don't go together. Like they're like oil and water. Um, like Zcash, like the altcoins or the explosion of different projects, each with their own token, and like the Ethereum world and the Solana world. That has a lot of drawbacks, so socially especially, but it means that you can try and experiment because you can get funded to try and experiment. It seems to me to a large extent over in the Bitcoin world, they're currently more in the like the funding system like we had in open source and still have in open source, which is where it's either volunteers or it's sort of a side effect of a company, which I also did. I ran a company that contributed to a bunch of open source as like a civic duty, like to produce public goods. But in my opinion, that produces a lot less innovation, a lot more slowly than the explosion of capitalistic experimentation and competition.
Yeah, you have a good point about funding research and development. My favorite people, the ones that make me laugh the most, are the ones that say, "Why do you need an altcoin when you have testnets?"
Right. Right. I mean,
And you're like, "Okay, we have a testnet, but how does this testnet operate?" Well, it's a fork of Bitcoin and you put stuff on it. Okay,
well,
but how? What's the incentive for anyone to break that? There is no incentive. How will normie users try that? There is no way to get normie users to incentivize them to try something. And then how can you assess whether or not the market likes it? Because that's the biggest issue.
yeah. Um,
You might have a
well, that
genius
reminds me of
idea,
a
but the
story.
market is not gonna want it now. Maybe it's gonna be popular in a few years. Like it was the case for prediction markets, right? Paul Stortz is also the guy who was trying to build a
Oh yeah,
prediction market on
yeah, I
Bitcoin, and
remember
he
that.
was
That was
very ahead
great.
of his time. And now we have
Yeah,
Polymarket, which sort of took his idea and made it popular on Ethereum.
yeah, because of the economic incentives. Yeah. Yeah, spend more time. Try to connect with more like builders, like entrepreneurs. They have a lot of interesting perspectives on this stuff. Maybe also investors like VCs and crypto Twitter. They might have a lot of interesting perspectives on this stuff. So actually related to this topic, when launching Zcash, I went pretty deep into making it a kind of Bitcoin sidechain. At that time, the concept of sidechains had just been coined. My fellow co-founder of Zcash, Andrew Miller, was one of the co-authors, along with Greg Maxwell, I think, and a bunch of other people. Maybe Paul Storch was on that paper. Sidechains. It was a big deal that year, like 2015 or 2016. And I thought, okay, we're gonna implement the Zerocash paper, make Zcash. Maybe or maybe not, we should also make it a sidechain of Bitcoin. And I worked out this intimidatingly complicated scheme whereby I don't remember how it worked. But it has some intimidatingly complicated scheme in which Bitcoin and Zcash could be linked together, but we could still somehow issue more Zcash or issue more Bitcoin, like take a cut out of the miners or something. I forget how it worked. And I think Andrew Miller helped me invent it. Ask him. He's a great guy to talk to. And then I pitched it to an investor, a potential investor who was considering funding the creation of Zcash. His name was Roger Ver. I said, I've got this whole idea. We've got this Zerocash protocol and all this privacy. And I'm thinking of also adding this Bitcoin sidechain. I said, my main hesitation is that that could add like 2 years of development effort to implement that thing. That's really complicated and sketchy and unknown. I'm really hesitant to bite off more than I can chew with that one. But the result was there'd be a fixed exchange rate, right? There would be, or maybe there would be a floating exchange rate within a ceiling and a floor or something between the new coin and Bitcoin. Are you with me? Are you reading Twitter?
Yeah, sorry. I was just retweeting this because I feel like it did not get enough attention. Just go on, ignore my habits.
Shall I retweet it too? Now I'm looking at Twitter.
I'm really sorry I interrupted you.
No, that's fine. I just noticed this is the great thing about video conferencing is you can tell when someone stops paying attention because like their face stops twitching in response to your words, and then you know they're reading something. Okay, so look, I had this whole complicated scheme, which I don't even remember how it worked. It was to make Zcash be a sidechain of Bitcoin from the original launch. My main reason not to do it was engineering risk and delay. Thought we might be biting off more than we chew. In retrospect, that was 100% right because we were barely able to launch Zcash as it was without this giant additional complicated feature. But that's not why I decided not to do it. In this scheme, which Andrew Miller might have helped me invent, I think, yeah, I remember he gave me a key insight about how sidechains do not necessitate a one-to-one exchange rate between the original chain asset and the sidechain asset. There could be a fluctuating or different exchange rate between the two, and that led me to think, oh, and then we can have 1.1 Zcashes per Bitcoin instead of 1.0 Zcashes per Bitcoin or something. But regardless, the point of the story is more important than technology and engineering risk. It's that I told Roger Ver about this project because I was asking him to invest in funding us to create Zcash. And I said, and then we could have this Bitcoin sidechain option in our launch in which there'd be this fixed or semi-fixed exchange rate between Zcash and Bitcoins. And this is one of those cases in my life where someone like changed everything for me with a very simple sentence, right? Roger said something like, that would prevent the market from conveying information about the two.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, you're right. Markets conveying information about different things is super valuable. We don't want a fix or a connection of that kind. And forget it. So that was the end of the alternate universe where Zcash launched as a Bitcoin sidechain.
But I guess it was also, as you mentioned, technically difficult to do a proper sidechain. I think it's sort of funny. In Bitcoin, sidechains are like communism. They were not, the true form of it was never tried. We never really had true sidechains. We just had federations and other types of multi-sigs that say, well, I'm a sidechain, but at the same time, they're really not.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't pay that much attention to the Bitcoin technology. Sorry.
Oh, it's been 2 hours and I forgot that I have sponsors. So do you mind if I plug a few of them?
Do you mind if I make myself coffee and vape nicotine with my girlfriend while you plug them? But I want to hear what you say about your sponsors. I'm interested in your sponsors.
Okay,
I'll
the
mute
first one
myself.
is that I want to mention because it's very contextual right now. It's relevant to our conversation. Layer 2 Labs, they are the ones building the drive chain on Bitcoin. And Paul Stortz actually says he figured out a way to do what he calls the core untouched soft fork, which means he's gonna negotiate with the miners, the activation system, and he's gonna bypass Bitcoin Core in the process. And it's a very bold approach to activating a soft fork on Bitcoin. He wants to go through all the way. He's been able to secure the funding for it. He has the activation software. He has the sidechain software working. You can actually go to layer2labs.com/download, and that's where you can find clients for the Z-Side sidechain, for the Ethereum sidechain, for the Namecoin one, for the prediction market one. And I think there's one more that I forgot about. Oh yeah, there's one that's called Thunder, and it's a big block sidechain where you can do a lot of the stuff that is only possible today on BSV. And it's on a sidechain. And you can test that. I think right now it's on the Bitcoin Signet, because unfortunately it's not on a live network yet. And there is a Telegram channel that's called Drive Chain Talk. You go there and you're going to find people who can send you free coins so that you can experiment, you can engage in transactions with others. And to be honest, it's a really fun experiment. So check it out. It works on all operating systems. And I think it's at a very advanced point where it's only awaiting activation if negotiations with miners go through. Because I think it ties in with two of Bitcoin's issues. One of them is competition, and the other one is the lack of fees for miners, especially in this environment where the block rewards are getting diminished. And Satoshi's biggest bet was that there's gonna be enough on-chain activity to compensate for the diminishing mining rewards. Anyway, check out layer2labs.com. I think they do a very scientific work, which I respect. There's also Citrea, which is taking advantage of something that's called ZK rollups on Bitcoin. And the ZK rollups on Bitcoin are slightly different from the ones on Ethereum. They have different security assumptions. And they could definitely be better if we had some sort of covenant soft fork. But at the same time, they're still possible today. And they're going to launch, I think, by the end of the year. The purpose of Citrea is to enable financial applications on Bitcoin that are only possible today on Ethereum. So smart contracts with borrowing and lending and all of these functions as protocols as opposed to companies, where you can see the open source software, you get to control the parameters, and you play according to your own rules. There's not much room for negotiation there. It's exactly what you sign up for, and that's what you're gonna get. And you can already test some Citrea functions on the Bitcoin testnet. I think it's testnet 3 or 4. You go to Citrea, which is citrea.xyz, and you can download the wallet and you can try this on the testnet. I think it's gonna be out by October or something, according to the latest estimations. And I also have, so in both cases, I have interviews with Paul Stortz, as well as Orkan Kilic, who are the two CEOs of the projects. So check them out. And since Zooko seems to still be making coffee, I'm gonna also plug Edge Wallet, which is the latest sponsor to join this roster of supporters of my show. Edge Wallet is very useful in practical situations where someone wants to send you a coin for which you don't have a wallet. And of course, Edge Wallet supports Zcash, and you can use it for these privacy use cases, and you can do swaps in a very simple interface. But my point is that I was at a conference last week in Prague, and I was trying to get a t-shirt from someone at a booth, and that t-shirt was conditioned by the action of claiming some NFT on Polkadot, and I've never used Polkadot. And it's so intimidating, the thought that, okay, to get this piece of merchandise, you have to basically download the wallet, write down 24 words, and then make sure you secure that. And then maybe you also need some of that currency to pay the transaction fee. It's sort of a nightmare. But in Edge Wallet, I just searched for Polkadot in the search box. I realized that it's there. It was added to my wallet within seconds, and I was able to get that transaction to make it happen very fast. And it's sort of the use case for which I recommend Edge Wallet. It's the one that supports almost everything, and it also has a very cool duress mode, which they added recently, which means that you have an alternative PIN that you type when you open the wallet, and that one is gonna show that your wallet is empty for moments when maybe someone kidnaps you or something. I did see that's unfortunately happening in Europe. And if someone asks you, okay, open your wallet and show me what you have inside, you can actually type that fake PIN, and they're not going to see any coins in your wallet, which I think is useful. You can download that from edge.app. I think that's the URL. And I think also have like a special vanity URL, which is BTC TKVR. I'm not sure if that helps in any way, but it's easier to just search for Edge Wallet in the App Store. Were you able to hear any of this, Zuko?
Oh yeah, I listened to all of it while making coffee. And Edge Wallet includes shielded Zcash in its set of supported things.
Which used to be considered impossible only like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. So I really like them for uh yeah, they do a lot of like people don't realize how much work it is to make the user experience usable while supporting all those different things. Really good. Edge Wallet's awesome. And I was really interested in L2 Labs and Satria as well. They're both examples of the recent sort of renaissance of Bitcoin innovation after a sort of dry period of low innovation.
And the irony of this is that the culture has devolved. Is that a verb? Devolution? Regressed. I'll just say regressed. To the point where innovation is frowned upon, and they're like, well, if you're trying to change anything in Bitcoin, like it's already perfect, right? And I think it's because the narrative has been hijacked by these Austrian economists or Austrian econ wannabes, because if you get them to debate with an actual Austrian economist, you're gonna realize that they're not really that well versed in the theory of it. But they think
I
that
think
Bitcoin,
Austrian economists really like diversity and competition. But go
well,
on.
that's the Hayek school of thought. But then you also have, I guess, the very hardcore gold bugs in Austrian economy who say, well, gold is the only honest currency and it's the only one that we should be using.
Hmm.
And they sort of replaced gold with Bitcoin in these sentences.
Yeah.
And for them, now it makes a lot of sense. And they say, yeah, it's the perfect money. Real money did not exist before Bitcoin, and any attempt to change Bitcoin is a scam and some sort of nation state attack, or they find ways to make these conspiracy theories and
Mm.
spread them. And it's very counterproductive because if you read the Bitcoin white paper, which a lot of people do and don't understand anything, but if you just look at the abstract, I think that's like the aspiration of the project. Of course, this was the first response that Satoshi got on the cryptography mailing list, that this will not scale.
Yeah.
This will not scale. It's a very good observation and a fair criticism. But it doesn't mean that it shouldn't scale. Or it
Mm.
doesn't mean that it should not take advantage of innovations happening both in software and hardware.
Yeah. My question is, how are L2 Labs and Satria funded? Or how do they intend to be economically sustainable long term? Assuming they do.
Well, Layer 2 Labs is mostly funded by Sideshift, which, by the way, is another sponsor of the show. It's this exchange where you do swaps without actually needing to set up an account if you don't want. And let's say that someone wants to send you stable coins or whatever, and you want to receive Bitcoin. I don't think they support Zcash anymore, which is really a shame.
Yeah, they used to.
I remember that. They used to support Zcash. I think it's because of legal compliance, whatever. They
Hmm. Interesting.
they don't want to deal with lawyers being angry. But
Hmm.
my point is that you basically type your Bitcoin address and the person sends stable coins to the address that you're sending to them, and what you're gonna get via Sideshift is just Bitcoin to your wallet. It's a good way
Hmm.
to make you not deal with that headache anymore, not think about gas fees or whatever nonsense is involved in these transactions. And also, you should not be holding on to stable coins. This is actual financial advice. Like,
You
they're
shouldn't
good.
call them stable coins. This is terminological advice. They're not deserving of that adjective stable. They're fiat currencies, right? Like those are some of the least stable things. They're stable until they're not.
I actually
Like,
think about this a lot. Like, if you have inflation in the US dollar, are you also gonna get inflation in these stable coins to devalue them? Or are you gonna get a situation where these stable coins are more scarce and therefore somehow they overpeg, if that's even a term? It's just social consensus. They say, well, this token is always $1, and it gets traded as such.
Yeah, the basic one has them pegged to the dollar or whatever fiat currency.
Yeah,
But this new idea
anyways,
about stable coins that pay interest to the holder, I don't know. I don't understand how that interacts.
I did hear about that. They call it yield, and they have these protocols that they set up for it. It just sort of defeats the purpose. That's not why I'm here. If I wanted US dollars, I would just get US
A real
dollars.
job.
And a real job. What do you mean a real job?
I meant that as a dig at both of us. Like we're living our dreams and doing what we really care about instead of going and working for some company doing something we don't care about to earn fiat currency.
I would get a normal office job from 9 to 5. Probably get better than I do here and have less of a headache. But I do enjoy this, by the way. Mom, if you're listening,
Yeah, mom.
this is fun. Anyway, I was talking about SideShift. They are the ones who are sponsoring Layer 2 Labs,
Okay. Is
mostly.
that Paul Storrs? Is he the founder of Layer 2 Labs?
He is, yes. And he's
Cool.
using this to pay developers to bring his idea into fruition. And I think it's like 90% coded at this point. He's ready for deployment. The biggest challenge is just getting a majority of miners to activate this and bypass Bitcoin Core, and also deal with the backlash of that because it's sort of unprecedented for someone to do this.
Neat. That'd be interesting.
It's a nice side quest, the way that you would call it. Just try to get consensus among miners and see what happens afterwards.
Isn't that kind of what they tried during the block size war? I
No,
didn't
I
really
mean
understand how that played
they
out,
they they
honestly.
did
I guess I
try.
kind of lost interest by the end of the war. I was starting
I
Zcash,
should ask you
actually.
about that, by
I
the
got
way.
distracted.
What kind of opinions you had at the time? But no, what was different with the whole SegWit situation is that you had core developers writing this and building this and supporting this, and Pol is doing this without the core developers, which are mostly neutral or friendly to the idea of drive chains. I think the only one who is very vocally against it is Peter Todd. And I'm not sure about Greg Maxwell. He's also, I think, a critic of it because he thinks it's gonna mess up the incentive system if the miners can also steal from sidechains and stuff like this. But then again,
Hmm.
the miners are some of the most honest actors in the space, and they have incentives to stay honest.
Hmm.
The metaphor that I like to present is like a farmer burning crops to get insurance money. I mean, they can do that, of course, but nobody will work with them anymore. Sort of the end of their career.
Yeah. Hmm. But that could happen. I mean, I don't know about Bitcoin specifically. Like I said, I'm not paying very close attention. But in principle, like exit scams are a thing.
Yeah, but to pull off this kind of exit scam, you have to invest a lot of ASIC miners and have the proper infrastructure for electricity. And once you get to that point, maybe you're gonna discover that it's pretty profitable. And you're gonna
Yeah.
be like, yeah, maybe I can exit scam, but if I keep this going, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. The the capital expense is kind of a way to tend to make players longer term because they need time to recoup their capital expenses
But to get back to your
of an investment.
question about who funds this kind of stuff, for Citrea, it's a bunch of VC firms, and some of them are also involved in Ethereum, and they're interested in bringing Ethereum applications to Bitcoin. And this is also part of the reason why some Bitcoiners see something perverse in this, because they're like, how dare you bring some of that Ethereum smart contracts, EVM, blah, 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 to my holy time chain? And they call it time chain, by the way, because it seems like there was this early tech demo that Satoshi was circulating to Ray Dillinger and a couple of other people who were doing reviews for it. And in that version,
I
he
didn't know
was
that.
referring to the blockchain as a time chain.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, someone dug that up, and for some reason it was picked up by the cult, and they said, well, we should differentiate ourselves from the blockchain industry by saying that Bitcoin doesn't have a blockchain, it has a time chain.
Okay, thanks for. I've seen that word a couple times on Twitter, so thanks for explaining it to me.
But it's funny because you're not putting together timestamps or something, you're putting together blocks of transactions. I mean, of course, you do have timestamps, but that's not the purpose of it.
Yeah, I like the idea of um, well, in the context of Zcash, what I'm doing at Shielded Labs is making a new proof of stake blockchain, which then interlinks back and forth with the Zcash proof of work blockchain called Crosslink protocol. And the intention is to have the economic benefits of proof of stake and the finality benefits of proof of stake. And I think better security, because you basically have to break both proof of work and proof of stake before you can defraud Zcash users. But in the current first prototype that we're working on, the proof of stake blockchain doesn't do anything. It doesn't include any transactions. It's just basically stamping a given proof of work block as being final, non-rollbackable, if that's a word. Final. Final's the word. Anyway, I think it's neat to sort of think about what's the minimum sort of functionality you need from a given technical component. And finality is a huge one. Like if it weren't for double spend attacks, we would never have had this problem in the first place. Like double spend attacks are the hard part. And what you need for that is just finality, which is almost just the same thing as timestamping. Everything else you can solve with cryptography, with end-to-end encryption and zero knowledge proofs and stuff.
I'm not very sold on proof of stake. I do understand what it's for. But I think a hybrid between proof of work and proof of stake can actually work pretty good if it's simple or elegant enough to not lead to a lot of complexity.
Yeah, that's our hope. Yeah.
I did see some of these designs that are hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're overly complicated.
Hmm.
I think
Oh,
both
Crosslink is
extremes.
beautiful. What's that?
Crosslink, is that what you call it?
Yeah, it was invented by my brother Nate Wilcox and my business partner at Shielded Labs, Nate Wilcox, and Dara Emma Hopwood from Electric Coin Company, who's a genius. And Crosslink is beautifully simple. Like there's a proof of work blockchain over here, there's a proof of stake blockchain over here. Each one has hashes of blocks from the other one. And now you put some simple security constraints on which blocks are allowed to be finalized, and you're done. It's delightfully simple.
Sounds nice. So why don't you use that one instead of switching to proof of stake, as seems to be the plan?
No, that's what we're doing. We're at Shielded Labs, we're deploying Crosslink, which results in a hybrid proof of work / proof of stake blockchain. And the Zcash community seems totally on board. Like there was some consternation and questions about proof of stake when I first started advocating for proof of stake years ago. Back then, I was basically just advocating, let's just switch to proof of stake like Ethereum is doing. And a lot of people had questions which I thought were mostly confused or wrong-headed questions, like would this result in increasing the 21 million coin cap? Which I thought, no, why would it? And would this result in like big holders of the coin gaining like control over the protocol? And I thought, no, that just seems confused. Like that doesn't give you control over the protocol. I figured those people were just like analogizing to Ethereum or to some smart contract running on Ethereum or something. I don't know. But what was my point? My point is we then changed our minds to go for this hybrid proof of work, proof of stake. In part because I think it's safer. I'm a kind of a security maximalist. Like I don't think proof of work is secure, and I don't think proof of stake is secure. There's no proof that they're secure. They might not be. It's not good enough. And I think that the crosslink is more secure than either proof of stake alone or proof of work alone. Another reason why we are going with this hybrid mode is to try to draw in people like apparently you and apparently all these Zcashers who are sort of leery or have concerns. Like maybe some of them or a lot of them will be okay with hybrid mode, even though they wouldn't be okay with leaping all the way to proof of stake like Ethereum did.
So is this available anywhere to maybe try or read the code or something?
Oh yeah, we've like it's an early prototype. Our strategy is to deploy hybrid proof of work, proof of stake in a way that's secure and safe for users as fast as possible. So we've implemented these prototypes. We've got a roadmap you could look up on shieldedlabs.net that shows you our progress. Every time we release another update, like a milestone for our goals for our roadmap, we have a community call/party for people to try it out. So you missed the last one. Sorry. I don't know, maybe follow Shielded Labs on Twitter or something so you don't miss the next one. The next one should be in, I think, about a month and a half, maybe 2 months from now. I'm really excited that our team at Shielded Labs has finished ahead of schedule every milestone so far. 2 out of 2, but that's good. Software engineering is hard, man. Anyway, so yeah, it's all open source. It's got documentation, kind of prototype documentation. You can run a testnet. It comes with a interactive GUI. So you want to see like the little blocks. And my suggestion as head of product was, why don't we add cool gaming beeps and boops to that GUI? And we did. So now you might have to pass like the dash dash sound flag when you build it, but you can have cool beeps and boops when you're interacting with the blockchain. I forget how I got onto this subject. You were talking about proof of stake. No, we weren't talking about proof of stake. We were talking about security. I don't know. I remember you mentioned the problem with Bitcoin's security clock ticking down towards zero, like the security budget ticking down.
Yeah, it's part of the inflation program, I guess.
That's the other thing we've done at Shielded Labs. We've done 2 things so far. This prototype of Crosslink, which is going well and fast, and you should totally join. You should totally like join the next demo party. The other thing we've done is called the network sustainability mechanism, and you're so interested in Bitcoin, so maybe you can go tell the Bitcoiners, if any of them are still listening to you, that they should consider something like this for themselves. The network sustainability mechanism, which was also invented by Nate Wilcox, is a simple hack to the Zcash economics. So Zcash economics starts with a clone of Bitcoin because we started by Git cloning the code base and the economics and everything in like 2015 or whatever. So it's got halvings every 4 years and all that. It's been through, I guess, 2 halvings. Zcash has. But Nate pointed out that you can have something that is almost the same as a half. So halvings are a set of straight lines, right? That are 4 years long each, and the slope of each line is half as much as the slope of the previous line. You can do the same thing with a simple equation, which is that at each block, you issue a fixed fraction of the currently unissued coins. With me so far? That results in the same shape, except it's a curve instead of a sequence of
Right,
straight
so
lines.
it's
But it,
gradual deflation as opposed to this sudden spike that happens every 210,000 blocks.
yeah, it's smooth instead of having the little juncture where the two lines meet. It curves right through there while tracking the same overall curve. If that makes sense. Um, but that's not the main point of it. So it is smoother, which some people prefer having, which is fine too, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, the point of it is, if you've done that, now what if someone burns some Zcash in a way that all the Zcash miners can verify this Zcash is gone for good? Then that's the other part of the network sustainability mechanism is, okay, burned Zcash counts as unissued Zcash. So now the long-term curve of Zcash issuance still approaches 21 million asymptotically in the exact same way that original Zcash did, in the exact same way that Bitcoin did. But if anyone burns Zcash, then that additional Zcash also gets issued in this asymptotic curve over all of future history. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because basically it's a transfer of these coins to a new owner so that they don't get lost or something.
Yeah, but the new owner is half of the coins go to the miners for the next 4 years, and then a quarter of the coins that were burned go to the next 4 years worth of miners, and then so on. Right? So it's like the same issuance schedule, but smoothed, but that's where your coins go if you burn them.
I spent a lot of time thinking about this, but in the context of quantum resistance in Bitcoin. Because if you're gonna get basically Google or MIT or whatever building the first quantum computer that's capable of stealing the coins that Satoshi left, it would make sense to hard fork at that point. But what's gonna happen to the coins? Because you know very clearly that Satoshi was not interested in claiming them. So for the sustainability of the network, I was thinking it makes much more sense to actually redistribute them to get mined again.
Yeah, that would help with sustainability for sure.
I guess you've had this idea like a decade before I have.
Yeah, I advocated for it way back when, probably on my Google Plus account. I don't know. There was a science paper written about it. I forget the author's name. It was presented at one of the Bitcoin conferences. Um, but now I'm thinking about, so now we've implemented this for Zcash, but it's not yet in a Zcash network upgrade. Zcash network upgrades are hard forking upgrades like Ethereum network upgrades are. But it will probably, judging from my read of the Zcash communities and miners and everyone's sentiment, I don't think anyone is opposed to it really. It got a lot of sort of critique and scrutiny, which is good. Um, People sort of proposed alternatives, but none of them seem much better. Anyway, so I think it's going to go into a future Zcash network upgrade, hopefully soon. Like the sooner the better, in my view. It also comes with the third component that I didn't describe, which is copied from Ethereum's EIP 1559, which is that when you pay transaction fees, some of the fee gets burnt, but not all of it.
Can you say that again? I
Were you
didn't
reading
catch it.
Twitter again?
Guilty. And
That's fine.
I feel like I missed something very important.
Wayne Vaughn said, "Whoa, Zuko has gone full Gandalf."
I
Okay, hold
did
on a second,
see
Wayne.
that like 2 hours ago that you posted it.
You what?
But I don't think you look like Gandalf. It's just that you maybe he means that you grayed a bit.
How about now?
Oh yeah.
Better? I hope Wayne is still watching.
He was not interested in joining the podcast, which is
Oh,
weird.
Okay. So the thing that I said that I think is important and cool while you were looking at Twitter is there's a third aspect of the network sustainability mechanism that we've implemented at Shielded Labs, which I think the Zcashers are going to activate on the mainnet whenever they get around to their next network upgrade. The third aspect is it's copied from Ethereum's EIP 1559. Historical side note, EIP 1559 began as a copy of a proposal that Vitalik made for an upgrade to Zcash, Zcash ZIP. But anyway, now they've deployed EIP 1559 on Ethereum. It's been tested out, scrutinized by like game theorists and whatever, and live fire drills in the wild. So Zcash network sustainability mechanism includes something inspired by EIP 1559, which is that when the user pays a transaction fee, part but not all of the transaction fee gets burned.
I mean, for a privacy network, it makes a lot of sense because in some ways the change can reveal a lot of information.
Well, the fee for privacy, the fee ought to be standardized, yes. In practice, the Zcash network allows non-standard fees, which if I had my druthers, as we say, I would support a hard fork to disallow non-standard fees. But in practice, all the shielded wallets pay the standard fee. So they get privacy from each other. But the network sustainability mechanism that's coming adds a new aspect, which is that part of the fee gets burned, which then means it's contributing to long-term sustainability of Zcash.
Yeah, we started talking about Zcash a bit sooner than I expected because I wanted to have a conversation about how it happened, you know. Talk about the ceremony, talk about how you basically removed the need for a trusted setup, which I think was the argument against activating Zerocash on Bitcoin.
I just knocked down my phone and spilled my coffee into my lap.
I hope you did not hurt yourself.
No, it wasn't that hot. Fortunately, my coffee mug is intact. Sorry. Interrupt.
This is what happens in live settings, so don't worry. Sometimes I knock over some stuff on my desk during interviews.
So you were saying
Yes, I think it would
you
be
want to
very
know about how
productive.
Zcash was made, the initial
exactly.
ceremony, how we eliminated trusted setup, and then you were saying trusted setup was like an important criticism.
At least that's what I remember reading on Bitcoin Talk from 2013. That people were discussing activating Zerocash as a soft fork on Bitcoin, and they said, well, it does record this trusted setup, so it's better to wait until maybe they figure out a better way of doing it, which you did, by the way.
Yeah. Well, not me personally, but yeah, we did. That was solved by Sean Bowe, the great cryptographer who has been working on Zcash all along. When he came up with the zero knowledge proof system called Halo.
So there is this beautiful story from 2016 when a bunch of cryptographers around the world, they went on to use their compute nodes to generate some private keys and then destroy their laptops or whatever it is that they used. There's a very cool Wired article that was written about this, and you can find it online. And I was fortunate enough to be on the internet when Peter Todd decided to clean up his wardrobe, and I got this from him. He calls it a compute node. It's an MSI laptop, which is not 100% destroyed. He did destroy the processing unit, so it doesn't have the CPU anymore. I think that was the essential part. I need something to cut this. Can I use a pen? I'm very unprofessional right now. Okay, so for the first time in like a decade, I'm opening this up. It's like a time capsule. And what we have here is just parts of the laptop. Like, I don't even know what this is. It looks like a radiator, a cooler.
Fan, yeah.
Let me put this away so I can maybe find something more interesting. We have all of these envelopes. It says burnt compute node remains, and it's also sealed on 2016, October 26th, by Peter Todd. It says right here.
Yeah. Neat.
So let's see what's inside. It's just a laptop, the parts from a laptop, but it feels so magical to know that this was used for the creation of Zcash. Once again, it's sealed with this duct tape. I feel like one of these YouTubers who unbox stuff.
Yeah, unboxing an old burnt laptop.
It also smells like it was burnt, and I can't open this. I'm gonna have to ask my
Yeah,
girlfriend to
don't
bring some
inhale.
scissors or something. I hope I don't get some disease, by the way, some virus that might be stored inside after all these years.
Andrew Miller used to post YouTube videos of unboxing things he'd bought with Bitcoin.
I think this is where the processor was. You can see the thermal paste here.
Ah, yeah.
And this is also the cooling system beneath the processor.
Oh, yeah.
And there's another cooler that has a cooling system.
Looks like the one that would go on top of the processor.
Most likely, yeah. This is really cool, by the way. I feel honored to have this. It says final MPC2 compute network, test burn number 1, number 2, tails 386 2.6, sealed at midnight on Monday, October 24, 2016 by Peter Todd. I don't know what this is supposed to be.
Oh, I think that would probably be a DVD with the software that was run on that compute node.
Oh, so cool. Should I open it or do I devalue it if I open it?
I don't know what the market is for these things.
I'm not even sure if I want to
101.
sell this, but it feels like it
Maybe
loses.
you should NFT it.
It loses some. How does that help if you
If you open it, it probably just looks like a DVD.
It's physically compromised anyway. I'm just gonna open it. Who cares? I paid $1,000 for this.
Yeah, you can do what you want.
Yeah. I mean, for me it was a lot of money, but I felt like, oh, it's such... It was in 2021, I think, that I bought this. It was at the peak of the NFT mania, and I felt like, oh, it's such a cool cyberpunk artifact.
Yeah.
If there's any
There's some
Zcash
DVDs
whale
like that
that
around
wants
here
to buy
somewhere.
this off of me, maybe I'll let it go for like 1,000 Zcash or something.
A really good story about that is called The Ceremony by Radiolab on NPR. Look up the episode of Radiolab called The Ceremony. And you hear the story of this ceremony.
So these are DVDs of 4.7 gigabytes. It says test burn. Final MPC compute primary and test burn. DVDs. So after I'm done with this, I'm gonna ask you why all of this was necessary. Or you can tell the story while I open this, because I feel clumsy.
I'm happy to tell the story.
Why was any of this necessary? And I think Edward Snowden was also part of it.
Yeah. There's a great video by Zcash Media where they interviewed Ed Snowden about why he did that. The story is, after failing to invent Bitcoin at digicash for 2 years and then failing to invent Bitcoin for the next 12 or whatever years, and Satoshi invented Bitcoin. But I did know right away, based on my background in privacy and security, that Bitcoin would not be private.
This used to be the hard drive. I think he destroyed this
Mm-hmm.
too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why was this ceremony necessary?
Well, first, let me tell you that I then discovered a science paper named Zero Coin by Ian Myers, Matt Green, Christina Garman, and Avi Rubin, I think. Anyway, there's this really great science paper. It proposed to extend. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the. Okay, so the first ones would be the software that he booted on that machine to run the protocol. And these ones would be the copies of the messages that were exchanged between compute nodes throughout the course of the ceremony. There were
Amazing.
6, I think, 6 steps, 6 phases.
Just look at how, on one hand, amateurish but rigorous he was. He used a pen across this seal to basically show that if someone ever opens this line between the two edges is gonna be discontinued.
Maybe you shouldn't open it and reduce its resale value.
I'm way past that point.
It's up to you. Okay.
I've already opened the first one, and I don't think anyone would ever want to buy this from me. I don't know, let me know in the chat. Maybe I'll let it go for like a large amount of money so I can retire from podcasting. I'm joking, I enjoy this. But
Yeah, good.
I do think it's useful to show this historic artifact in the right context, because I was thinking maybe I could do a YouTube video, but without, you know, the proper commentary to accompany this moment, it seems so void of context
Yeah,
and
nobody would
meaning.
understand what it was.
Yeah. And I wouldn't know either. Like, I look at this and I'm like, disks A to F. What's this supposed to be? Anyway,
Well,
how come you invited Peter Todd also? Of all people.
Well, let me give a bunch of background first about like why it was necessary and stuff to answer that question.
Okay, so it's just verbatim disks. It says exactly what it was on the label. From A to F.
Mm-hmm.
Which OS do I need to run these?
It's not executable software in there. It's copies of messages. What you could do with that is test whether those 6 messages match the public parameters that were generated for Zcash version 1 for its launch.
Okay.
How would you do that? At the time, we had a whole website describing the ceremony and the cryptographic contents of it. But I'm not sure exactly what you do to test that.
I think this is just a part of the case. I don't think there's anything more to it. This is heavier. Maybe I should open it up. I'm curious because in the blog post by Peter Todd, he mentioned that he had a bunch of SD cards with which he was recording video footage of everywhere he was going, and he had this ethical debate whether or not he should store them or throw them away, because there was some valuable OPSEC information in there.
Yeah, that was an interesting trade-off, and the whole design of the ceremony was between withholding information in order to prevent any possible attackers from being able to use it versus publishing information in order to enable more people to verify more things.
So how was this handled in the end? I know that it's not even known who all the participants were. There were like 6 of them.
There were 6 of them. I recruited them all. I was one of them. and then I recruited 5 others, and I assigned pseudonyms to 3 of them to prevent attackers or each other from realizing who each other were. Because, okay, so we still haven't explained to the viewers what this even is, right? Maybe they already know.
Go ahead. I think I'm done with unboxing.
Okay.
Should wash my hands.
So Bitcoin has a very deep privacy problem. And like we talked about earlier on in this conversation, there are some people who try to help with it, like reduce or ameliorate Bitcoin's privacy problem, but they mostly have, well, a flawed view of how privacy can work in principle. Plus, they have all these constraints, right? Like to interoperate with existing Bitcoin or to upgrade, God forbid, Bitcoin is a pretty big lift, as we know. So these attempts to add privacy to Bitcoin are, in my view, just all DOA. I'm not even interested in learning about them. Like Lightning Network, for example, is just architecturally incapable of properly fixing the privacy problem, in my view. And this is also what my view was at the time. So when I discovered this science paper called Zero Coin, my eyes lit up. At that time, I wasn't working, like, this is before Zcash, right? This is the origin of Zcash. I was working on Tahoe LAFS, the encrypted, decentralized, and encrypted file system. I had a startup company that was working on Tahoe LAFS. I was sort of contributing to and advocating for Bitcoin in my spare time for fun. And I read the science paper called Zero Coin, and my eyes lit up. And I said to myself, this is the first thing that could actually work. Because you remember, I tried forever to figure out how humans could have decentralized money, and I couldn't figure it out until Bitcoin, which I didn't even believe would work until a couple of years later when I saw people using it, or a year later, whatever. But I knew Bitcoin had a pretty deep kind of architectural flaw of disclosing information. So a lot of people don't even know this today, actually, Vlad. I think a lot of people think Bitcoin is private. But it's like the opposite of private. Like you can't use Bitcoin for anything without unwillingly disclosing your current assets and all of your past transactions and all of your future transactions to kidnappers and the IRS and the government of North Korea and the government of Russia and everyone else. So anyway, so I knew that was like a really deep limitation and problem in Bitcoin all along. So when I saw the science paper, I was really excited. It was the first thing that actually provided like cryptographically strong privacy. Not the kind like we talked about, where you're leaking information, but you're trying to cover it up by other people leaking their information or inventing fake information or whatever. Like that whole thing is not it. Instead, Zero Coin was the first thing where you have the other kind of privacy, where you use encryption to make it so that your information about you is leaked. Hence the word zero in the name Zero Coin, which is named after zero knowledge proofs, which are named after leaking no information about you. It was a proposal. It was couched in terms of a possible hard forking upgrade to Bitcoin in the paper. And it had some practical problems, like transactions would be like 10 kilobytes each and stuff. It had some limitations. But I was pretty excited about this like breakthrough in human science. And then about a year later, the same authors joined forces with some more authors who had pushed forward the science of zero knowledge proofs. That made zero knowledge proofs efficient enough to be practical. And there's this great post by Satoshi to the Bitcoin Talk forum where somebody had been suggesting that this new fangled zero knowledge proof thing could help with Bitcoin. And Satoshi looked at it and said, like, it's hard to see how exactly it would work. He said, if a solution could be found, a much more usable version of Bitcoin could be built. And then 4 months after he posted that, he disappeared from the internet forever. And then 3 years after that, these scientists, who didn't include me, found a solution. And the solution was new, fangled, and more efficient zero knowledge proofs combined with the zero coin architecture of into encrypting your UTXOs in the blockchain and including a zero knowledge proof that the encrypted transaction. Okay, I shouldn't say encrypting your UTXOs. I guess I'll say encrypting your transactions and including a zero knowledge proof that the encrypted transaction is valid. Well, I'm so excited about this one because the Zerocash, that was called Zerocash, was the second paper. And that one seemed like more practical. But the new improved efficient zero knowledge proofs required this trusted setup concept, which was, are you looking at Twitter? Are you trying to get more people to tune in?
Yeah, there are some people in the drive chain chat, and I told them, Zooko likes drive chains, and they're like, "Oh, where?" I sent them the link. Sorry,
Okay.
Zero Coin and Zerocash. I'm listening.
Okay, so that generation of zero knowledge proofs, Elibet Sasson, Alessandro Chiesa, Madaris Verza, and Iran Tromer were four more scientists who joined forces with Matt Green, Christina Garman, and Ian Myers, forming the Seven Scientists. It's like a cowboy gang or something. But I think they met at the Bitcoin 2013 San Jose conference. I went to that. That was amazing because Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss were there, and there was this little like folding table with these two folding chairs that had Brian Armstrong and Fred Ursum behind them, and they offered to hire me to be like the chief security officer or something for their new 4-person startup. And I was like, sorry, I'm already busy. And there was that musician. What was his name? Zutong?
Zhaotong, yeah.
Zhaotong? Yeah, he performed live in a black hoodie so nobody could see his face. It was awesome. Oh, and I met Vitalik Buterin for the first time. I met Luke Dasher, met Roger Ver, saw Gavin Andreessen. I don't know if that was the first time. Anyway, at that conference, I wasn't present for this part, but the 4 scientists met the 3 scientists and joined forces and became the 7 scientists. And then they wrote the Zerocash paper. Oh, and also at that conference, Ian Myers, I believe it was, gave a presentation on zero coin couched as a possible hard fork upgrade for Bitcoin. And Peter Todd, I recently rewatched the video of this. Peter Todd stood up to ask a question, but it was more of a statement at the end. And the statement was, the Bitcoin Core developers are not going to integrate a hard forking, experimental, inefficient protocol upgrade into Bitcoin right now. But anyway, then those 7 scientists met each other, I think, at that conference. A few months later, they came out with the second paper called Zerocash. And that really got me excited. That seemed like just about the best architecture. And Matt Green went to Real World Crypto that year, whatever year it was, maybe it was 2014, January or something, February. And he gave a presentation about his paper. Now, Matt was an academic, right? He's a professor. And the more papers he gets accepted into big conferences, like the better his academic career is or whatever. But I was so excited that I was like champing at the bit to be the first in line to ask a question at the microphone after. So he finished his presentation and he says, "Do you have any questions?" I'm like, ooh, me. I was like, "This is great. This is awesome. Best thing ever. But what about that trusted setup thing?" Where, okay, let me stop and explain the trusted setup thing. Everyone can verify. So you get a block of transactions, but they're all encrypted. Only the ones that are transactions to you can decrypt. All the other ones are ciphertext, which leak no information to you about these other people's business. But how do you know that the transactions inside the encryption are valid? Well, there's a zero knowledge proof included that proves that the ciphertext inside this impenetrable encryption is only a valid transaction. It doesn't counterfeit new money. It doesn't double spend. It's correctly signed by the signing key, the spending key of the spender. It follows all the like transaction rules. Okay, there's this concept of trusted setup, which is somebody who is setting the system up in the first place. They generated a secret, and then they generated a public parameter or public key or something like generated from the secret. Then they deleted the secret, and then they circulated the public thing for everyone to have a copy of. Then when you get this block with all these encrypted transactions, you use the public parameter as part of your verification of the zero knowledge proof to be sure all of these encrypted transactions are valid. The problem with this is, what if they didn't delete it, the secret, originally? Well, then whoever it was that kept a copy of that secret, they can generate invalid transactions, which your verifier will perceive as valid transactions, which means they can now double spend infinitely, they can counterfeit infinite Bitcoin, etc. So Matt Green presented this paper. It had this property because at that time there was no way to do zero knowledge proofs without this trusted setup issue. I was the first in line to the mic. I was like, okay, what about the trusted setup issue though? How are you going to solve that? And Matt says like, oh, well, we'll just have a video camera running. We'll generate the secret on a computer, print out the public version, and then we'll like drop the computer into a volcano or something. And I didn't release the microphone. I was like, no, that's not good enough. And I think he was kind of annoyed because I'm hogging the mic and like interfering with his presentation of his big success paper, right? He was like, well, fine then, you solve it. Well, a few weeks later, he called me. He was like, no, actually, seriously, we want this Zerocash thing to become a real live thing like Bitcoin. And we're starting to realize this is not going to come about as a side effect of our PhD theses. So would you be interested in helping with that? And that was a really exciting moment in my life. But I actually told him no. I was like, well, I'm busy working on this Tahoe LAFS and encrypted software, storage software. And I figured Bitcoin already has a head start, right? And so Bitcoin would be the mainstream thing. And then the Zerocash thing would only be used by people who had some special need for privacy, like they're spies or criminals, or they're paranoid, or they're like extremist libertarians or whatever. And if it's only used by a niche, then it's not important enough. It's not going to solve that problem that I was talking about the whole world being held back from infinite creativity and growth if only a few people use it. So I said, no, I guess it's not. And so he was like, oh, too bad. Okay, fine. But then I slept on it. And the next day I was thinking, oh, wait, I'm wrong.
Why are you wrong?
I was just waiting to see how long it would take you to finish typing something and notice that I'd
No, I
stopped.
wasn't typing.
Oh, you weren't?
No.
You're just waiting? Um, so the next day I thought, oh, no, actually, privacy is not a niche thing. Every business that transacts needs privacy for competitive reasons and various other reasons. Like every consumer expects privacy in all their normal life. Governments need privacy. So actually, the Zcash could be the mainstream thing. everyone could use that could help unlock exponential infinite creativity among humans cooperating with each other. So I called Macming back and said, yes, I will drop my previous project and devote the foreseeable future of my life to this project. Okay, so, but now it is my job to solve the trusted setup problem, right? Like he retorted when he gave that presentation at the Real World Crypto Conference. So, me and Sean Bowe, Nate Wilcox, Dara Emma, Hopwood, and several of the 7 scientists who had originally written the Zerocash paper. Maybe some other people. Brian Warner helped with this, actually. Julian Assange actually helped with this. I went and visited Julian Assange in the Ecuadorian embassy during this time period and asked for his advice. And we said, okay, this trusted setup problem is a pretty big problem. How do we, A, prevent any attacker from keeping a copy or acquiring a copy of the secret? And B, convince everyone else that we actually have done so. Pretty deep problem.
I mean, don't expect me to give you any productive answer to this. It's way above my pay grade, or how should I put it?
It's out of your
Out of my
core
depth.
competence,
Yeah.
out of your wheelhouse.
Woodhouse.
Well, we came up with an idea, which was to do a multi-party protocol with many different participants. And each individual participant will not get access to the secret. I decided to call the secret the toxic waste. The toxic waste is the thing which, if anybody had it, they would be able to forge Zcash, counterfeit Zcash. And we came up with a protocol in which each of the individual participants do never see the toxic waste. It's never present in their computer. There's no ability for them to acquire a copy of the toxic waste, even if they tried. But they each come up with a toxic waste precursor. The metaphor was like, there's these 6 different chemicals, and if you mix all of them together in the same room, they turn into this horrible toxic waste that we don't know how to deal with, how we're going to dispose of it safely. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep the 6 precursors separate from each other and not allow them to mix. So this was the invention of the ceremony. And we went all out. I'm very proud of it. It was really fun, really interesting, quite a challenge. And I kind of think it was one of the most secure cryptographic ceremonies ever performed, because we had this multi-party protocol with 6 participants. The reason we had 6 and not more is the protocol took hours. And if we had more people, it would take more hours, and we couldn't fit it into one weekend. And I figured people would start like dropping out, not finishing if it took too long, and that would break it. Then we'd have to start over. So I really wanted to make sure we succeeded. So we ended up with 6 participants. Each one, we like recruited them. And this is where you asked, why did I recruit Peter Todd? I wanted someone who's independent. All 6 of the people, we had a goal that they were like computer security competent. So there was a low chance that they had been like, there was a enemy actor like the government of North Korea, Russia, or CIA or whatever was like currently running a rootkit on their computer and like spying on them. We wanted like computer security competence. It's one of the goals. But B, we wanted them not to know each other or be all part of the same club or organization or anything. And C, I wanted them to be trustworthy, like to be sure they wouldn't try to steal the other 5 players' toxic waste precursor, right? We recruited 8 or 9 people actually, and then at the very last moment, I notified all but the 6 that in fact we couldn't fit 8 or 9, and that they were in fact decoys. There were hackers out there trying to preemptively hack in to all of our players, those 2 or 3 guys were there to throw the hackers off because they would be busy trying to hack into them. Because I was telling everyone that they were going to be a participant, but we couldn't include them. I felt bad for those guys. They were like disappointed. They were like, "Oh, I'm just a decoy." Oh. Anyway, so then we had gone through a run through of this process to, like, see how it would work. Like 2 weeks earlier, we gave everyone instructions, and and during the same period of like recruitment, I also recruited Ed Snowden. I assigned fake pseudonyms to Ed Snowden, Peter Todd, and the NCC Group. NCC Group is a information security consultancy, like a computer security company, who you hire to, I don't know, do all the computer security stuff, like figure out who hacked you and whatever. And I didn't want anyone to know who these people were, especially attackers, right? Didn't want the attackers to know who to hack preemptively. So I just used code names for all those guys, or pseudonyms. And we gave them instructions. Instructions were: step 1, you go to the computer store and you acquire a computer which is capable of running the necessary software fast enough, which actually was a pretty high-end computer at that time. And we're going to reimburse you for the cost of this. And then it's important that you like physically walk into the store and pick out a computer yourself and like leave with it. Don't like let it out of your sight from this moment forward until the ceremony is over. This is something I'd learned from Ed Snowden, which he had learned from like the CIA or whoever he worked for in Hawaii. They called it random purchase. If you're a CIA employee and you want to make sure that your enemies haven't inserted a backdoor into some device of yours, you can't order the device from Amazon, right? Or the enemies might insert a backdoor at the factory or in the truck or whatever. So instead, you do random purchase where you walk into a computer store and pick one up physically and leave with it. The next thing you do is you go to your like secure location where you have working internet, which is not your home or a place that where the attackers might know where to look for you. The next thing you do is open up your new computer and rip all the radios out, like the Wi-Fi chip, Bluetooth, so that it cannot communicate other than through Ethernet when an Ethernet cable is plugged in. This is air gapping. This was Julian Assange's contribution. When I asked him for advice, he said, double down on the air gapping part. Now, the next thing you do is you've got 2 different computers. Oh, and when you buy this computer in step 1, you have to get a DVD writer with it, which at the time you could do. You could buy DVD writers in stores. Probably not anymore. And you have to bring a bunch of writable DVDs, like blank DVDs that you can write to. I was really proud of this part. This is one of my contributions was because, and this is how it feeds into your collectible acquisition there, lad. Because I wanted, so there's the 2 things we're balancing. One is like withholding information and decoy information and all kinds of stuff to try to throw off any attackers who might have heard about Zcash and might be trying to hack us in advance. The other thing is equally important or very similarly important, which is how do we convince people that this even happened? We've often been accused ever since of having like sort of like staged all this, right? So that's why we recruited independent, outspoken people who have their own like social network and their own reputation, who could attest to what they did and heard. We also made video of the whole process at each of the 6 different or various kinds of evidence. Some people made video. Ed was top secret, Ed Snowden. I didn't reveal his identity even after the ceremony when I revealed Peter Todd's and NCC Group's identities until many years later after the trusted setup had been superseded and become merely like historical. So Ed didn't provide video or audio. He just provided like a PGP signed note that said, I did this process and here's what I observed. I didn't see anybody like attacking my network or anything. But I also, so there's this really weird, interesting thing of how much can you independently verify from a thing like this after the fact? And in particular, what if there is a hacker somehow involved? What if the software on that DVD that you have there, Vlad, that's called the compute node operating system, Tails or whatever, what if there was a backdoor built into that software when that DVD was burned? Because either like me or one of the other members of the electric coin company planned in advance and somehow tricked all the other 5 players to install backdoor software, for example, right? There's a lot of like really went all out on the paranoia here. Well, I thought there is one thing you can do is you can retain a copy of all the communication, all the bits that were transmitted from one compute node to the next. And how do you do that? Well, there's only one way to transmit these many bits in a way that is like persistent and future generations can look at and hard to like overwrite or fake. And that's a burnable DVD. So that's why you have 6 burnable DVDs there. There was 6 rounds in which each of the players sent a message to the next player. And the only way to send a message, because remember, the compute nodes have no, yeah, the compute nodes have no radio antenna or chip left inside if the players did what they were instructed, right? If the human operators did, they ripped out the radios. They were instructed not to plug an Ethernet cable into it. The only way the compute node could send or receive information is through the DVD writer / reader device. So according to this protocol, which as far as any evidence has ever shown, worked perfectly and was not attacked, to my knowledge, the 6 disks you have there are the only 6 messages that emitted from that compute node whose remains you have there between the time it was random purchased at a store and the time it was destroyed. Cool, huh?
Yeah, so I was gonna ask you, is this preserved anywhere, or do I own something which might be one of a kind?
We tried to preserve it. Let me think. The amount of information on the DVD was kind of a lot. At least my DVDs I uploaded to the Internet Archive, although I'm not sure how to find it. I think you can search the Internet Archive for like the Zcash ceremony and maybe you can find my DVDs. I don't know if Peter Todd uploaded the copy as off of there. I don't know. I don't remember. You might own something unique there, for all I know.
Yeah. And
There's a horrible plot twist.
okay.
Okay. So we did what, in my personal, biased, humble opinion, is maybe the best, most secure, most awesome cryptographic ceremony ever performed, including it successfully generated the public key that then anyone can use to verify the encrypted transactions. There's no evidence that anyone gained copies of even one of the 6 toxic waste precursors, much less gained all 6 of them and mixed them together. We generated a ton of sort of independent testimony, like Peter Todd wrote a blog post, Ed Snowden wrote a PGP signed note. Over at my station, we wanted to get cameras and make 24/7 unbroken recordings of the whole like 48-hour rigmarole so that you could tell like there was no cuts. So there's no way that somebody like went and messed with the machine in between steps or whatever. And I wanted to have a camera that didn't have Wi-Fi. Okay, this was 2016. You couldn't buy a camera that didn't have Wi-Fi in 2016. So I sent a lieutenant to the used like security, like how do you put this? Like audio, video, home security, business security store in Denver, Colorado. Okay. He went to the security store. He found a camera was made before the Wi-Fi era on the shelf and bought it used for a lot of money. And we set that up. We had to have multiple cameras pointing at each other. So like if somebody wanted to like fake the video footage, there would be evidence of them tampering with one camera on the other camera before they would be able to go tamper on the other camera or whatever. Anyway, we did all that. Oh, and we invited an independent journalist, this woman named Morgan Peck, who in 2016 was the author of one of the only good articles ever written about Bitcoin in mainstream media. Because, you know, mainstream media kind of sucks, right? But Morgan Peck had written a good article. I think it was in MIT Technology Review or some magazine that Bitcoin, like how Bitcoin actually works. So I thought, oh, well, she's a reliable journalist. So we called her and said, do you want to be like the on-site 24/7 independent witness? Like you're a journalist, you can testify to what you saw. Anyway, so she did that. Okay, the horrible plot twist. Oh, and if you want another version of the story, listen to The Ceremony on NPR, on Radio Lab by NPR. It's a good story. But then after the ceremony podcast ends, after the end of the story, years later, 2 years later, we find out that the original zero knowledge proof science papers that we had based this on had a mathematical flaw in them. It's like worst case scenario. It's exactly what the Bitcoiners that you mentioned saying, oh, this is too sketchy. Well, it's not exactly. What they were concerned about was the trusted setup. And it wasn't that the trusted setup was compromised, but it was that it's kind of complicated. So there's a trade-off between disclosure in order to increase like confidence and increase people's ability to independently verify stuff versus non-disclosure in order to prevent attackers from learning information they could abuse, right? Well, one of the scientists, I presume he doesn't mind, I'm going to name him, especially since he turns out to be right. His name is Ron Tromer. He's this mad genius of a scientist, one of the 7 who invented Zerocash and a bunch of zero knowledge proof stuff and helped with Zcash for many years. So at this point in 2016, he says, I don't think you should post the contents of those DVDs. That's called the transcript. It's intermediate numbers that were generated by the 6 nodes on their way to converting their individual toxic waste precursor into the shared public parameters. Okay. And they generated all this information. And I wanted all that information, the transcript, to be independently verifiable by a third party to show that the parameters that Zcash nodes are using to verify the zero knowledge proofs of the encrypted transactions, those are the same parameters that each of these 6 people saw at the time. Okay, so there's a particular attack that I want to make it harder, which is just swap in different parameters because you just ran the whole, like you're an attacker, you just run the whole same computation yourself. You keep all 6 of the toxic waste precursors, make the toxic waste. Now you can use it to forge Zcash if only people will use your public parameters to verify the Zcash transactions. So now you get your public parameters instead of the ones that Peter Van Valkenburg and Andrew Miller and Zooko and Ed Snowden and Peter Todd generated in their Zcash node. So it was really important to me that people could independently verify that their Zcash node was using the parameters that all 6 of those players had independently attested to. Okay, with me so far? Well, Ron Tromer said, well, that's dangerous. There's a lot of unknown cryptography here. This is a newfangled cryptography, and that those transcripts contain a lot of bits and numbers that could potentially compromise the soundness of the zero knowledge proof. And I was like, Ron, you worry too much. I hope he doesn't mind my saying that. But I figured incorrectly that I was totally wrong and Ron was totally right. I figured that those parameters had been like run through a one-way secure hash function, basically, and no attacker would be able to extract any useful cryptographic information out of that. And I was wrong. So 2 years later, different cryptographers, namely Ariel Gabizon, who went on to invent Plonk, I believe, and a lot of important contributions in cryptography within the Ethereum world, and Sean Bowe, again, they noticed that there was a mistake in the original science paper, which we were using to implement our system. Somebody else also implemented a similar system based on the same science, and they had the same bug in their code because of this mistake.
You mean
And
the
the
Zcoin
mistake,
project?
no, it wasn't. Zcoin later copied some other stuff from us, but I forget the name of it. It was like a JavaScript. I don't think it was really used. It was like a JavaScript experiment that implemented the same zero knowledge proof system and was vulnerable to the same bug. I'm basically just trying to prove that it wasn't my team's fault. We did not make the mistake in our implementation. The mistake was in the original science paper. But we discovered, Sean Bowe and Ariel Gabizon discovered the mistake. So that began the the next exciting cloak and dagger period of my life. After that one, I'm done with cloak and dagger. So the first was the first ceremony where I did all this cloak and dagger, like secretly texting this international fugitive or two international fugitives. And then 2 years later, we found out that there was a flaw in the science paper, that if someone had a copy of the transcript and they knew about the flaw, they could counterfeit Zcash undetectably. Worst case scenario. And so for 11 months, me, Ariel, Sean, and Nate Wilcox lived this double agent spy life because we decided, the four of us decided, well, I decided, I was the boss of the company, that this is like terrible, right? This could ruin everyone's investment in Zcash and also like triple or end the Zcash project, and also set back the entire science of zero knowledge proofs by years or decades if this got exploited by some like attacker, some hacker. And I thought it quite likely at that time already, this was many years ago, but the government of North Korea was already actively doing this kind of thing. I thought it's not inconceivable that like there are attackers who have compromised some of our accounts or some of our devices in this company. So we're going to treat this with like maximum OPSEC. So the four of us inside the company lied to everyone else in the company for 11 months and never discussed this except through limited secure channels, and arranged to stealth upgrade the bug out so that after everyone had upgraded to the fixed version, then we revealed everything. And again, this interesting trade-off between secrecy and transparency. We've always aired really hard on the side of transparency. So we posted like everything there was to know about this bug after it was no longer exploitable. Oh, and we also helped a bunch of other projects that had cloned our source code without understanding what they were doing. And we saw that they were using the vulnerable version of it. And so we privately contacted them. And this was really tricky because we weren't sure if we explained too much, would some of them actually try to counterfeit Zcash instead of trying to protect their own users, shit like that. Anyway, I went the whole 9 yards trying to be like transparent and protect not only all the Zcash users, but as many users as we could. And one weird outcome of that, in my view, is that a lot of people heard about it and still to this day retain a kind of vague idea that Zcash is either was counterfeited or is especially vulnerable to being counterfeited, which really bugs me as an obsessive accuracy maximalist because Zcash had never been counterfeited. Like like Bitcoin. Bitcoin has been counterfeited successfully. Well, temporarily successfully until they rolled back the blockchain and undid the counterfeit. Zcoin was counterfeited and the attackers got away with a whole bunch of counterfeit money. Stellar was counterfeited and the attackers got away with a whole bunch of counterfeit money. Monero was vulnerable to counterfeiting. The Bitcoin variant of it was successfully exploited. The Monero fork of it was not, as far as I understand, but I'm confused about that. Anyway, my point is, it really bugs me as an obsessive accuracy maximalist when people have widespread beliefs which are contrary to reality. Zcash is actually both has the best track record of not getting counterfeited, like perfect, i.e., the best, or it's at least tied for the best with some of the other good ones. But it also has many of the best defenses against counterfeiting, including, as Ed Snowden said at the time, the fact that Zcash funds this full-time team of experts, which 8 years later, or however many years later, has now split into many full-time teams of experts. Where was I? Aside from being annoyed at people for thinking Zcash is counterfeitable, which is kind of the opposite of
Yeah, I
reality.
think still nowadays, if you look at Twitter, you're gonna find Peter Todd saying that Zcash had an inflation bug or something.
Right, and that's true. But we know that it wasn't exploited, which people don't understand. And the reason we know that is because of
What year was
turnstiles.
this? 2018, 2019?
I think we fixed it in November 2018 or so. I forget. Yeah,
There
that's
was
about right.
something about year 2018 because around the same time there was a Bitcoin Cash developer who basically disclosed an inflation bug in Bitcoin that
Yeah,
was very serious, and they also had to lie about it in the sense that what they said to the miners was that you just need to update
yeah,
this without explaining very well what's happening.
yep. Same thing we did. Stealth patch. Yeah. Um, but we've always been, like I say, like at least me and probably almost everyone involved in Zcash has always been kind of security and privacy and safety maximalists. Um, and so we had actually designed and implemented like an extra layer of defense in advance in case the zero knowledge proofs failed. And it worked and it protected all the users. So the zero knowledge proofs are sort of the primary line of defense. Like the idea is before any transaction can become part of a final block, it has to pass all the validity checks. The validity check includes the zero knowledge proof. The zero knowledge proof proves that this transaction doesn't violate any of the rules. That includes the fact that the transaction doesn't counterfeit money, right? It also proves that you own the private key, that you had that much money before you sent it to someone else, that you didn't double spend this money to one person, also to another person, etc. All the rules are proven by the zero knowledge proof. Now, in my view, that's sort of like the best. That's sort of like the future. Like maybe 5 or 10 years, I think people, especially because of all the rapid deployment and adoption of zero knowledge proofs in the Ethereum world, also Citrea, Starkware, and other things in the Bitcoin world. I think in 5 or 10 years, people will consider a solid zero knowledge proof of correctness to be like the gold standard. And consensus rules that any miner could join and all the miners cross-checked each other and blah, 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 blah. That's not as safe as a zero knowledge proof of correctness, I think, 5 or 10 years from now. But despite that, zero knowledge proofs were new and unproven when we started. And so we also implemented an additional layer of defense called turnstiles that Matt Green and I came up with before we launched Zcash. And that is there's different pools, which are a shielded pool. All of the coins inside that shielded pool are indistinguishable from each other. And when people transact, there's no information emitted. Okay. But then there's a separate shielded pool. And in order to move your coins from one to the other one, you have to publicly reveal the amount of the coins you're moving. Well, now there's a public real-time audit of how many coins entered and how many coins left from this pool. If there was counterfeiting in that pool everyone in the world would know instantly because more coins would leave the pool than had ever entered it. That's counterfeiting. Like if you if you counterfeit money and you don't spend it, maybe you haven't really counterfeited. But if you counterfeit money and you spend it, then this is going to reveal that fact pretty soon to everyone. In addition to that, it's also what I call a blast door, a damage containment device, which is coins are not valid coins if all of the valid coins have already left this pool, right? Like if you put 1,000 coins in, somebody sends 1,000 coins out, and then somebody sends one more coin out, that one's not valid, right? Like the last one out doesn't count because that's obviously counterfeited. That proved that there was counterfeiting in that pool.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You want to check the supply at every step.
Right. And that means that the overall 21 million cap is preserved even if there was counterfeiting in the first pool. So today we know 8 years later or whatever, 6 years later or whatever, hey, we know there wasn't counterfeiting. Like apparently no one discovered this bug before we did. No one exploited it before we patched it. Because if they had, somebody would have moved more money out of that pool than has ever existed, and that's never happened. Because at that point, it would be a race. There's a game theory reason, like you're the attacker, you've successfully counterfeited some Zcash. If you spend it, then now there's a race between you and the person you spent it to. Whoever exports your money from the pool first keeps your money. Whoever exploits your money from the pool last loses your money. So there's a race, and no one has ever. That's never happened. Anyway, so we have really solid, strong on-chain proof that's publicly verifiable that the counterfeiting never happened in that pool. In addition to which, even if it did happen, the 21 million Zcash limit would still be intact.
Okay. I do have some curiosities about the design of Zcash because from the get go you had a block reward of 12.5 ZC, and it seemed to follow very closely the monetary schedule of Bitcoin. It's almost like it was designed to mirror Bitcoin but have the zero knowledge proof privacy added on top.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you also have faster block times, like 1 minute, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was during the block size wars, and I decided it wouldn't be good for Zcash to like take a side or get involved. But
So when was this? 2017 or something?
it launched in October 28th of 2016.
Right, so from the beginning it had these design choices that there's going to be 21 million Zcash. You're going to have a new block every 1 minute. You're going to have halving cycles, which
I think it was 300 seconds. I think we doubled. There was this debate at the time within Bitcoin, the block size wars, was shall we double the size of Bitcoin blocks? And what we decided to do over in Zcash, which we were launching at the time, was no, we did both. We both doubled the size of Zcash blocks compared to the Bitcoin code we copied from Satoshi, and we halved the block time. So we would have 4x the capacity at launch.
and also you have the same schedule for reducing the inflation.
Yeah.
With halving cycles.
Mm-hmm.
And what else is similar?
We have the transparent addresses, which are the same as Bitcoin addresses and have the same transparency features.
Do you have SegWit or Taproot or something like that?
No, we cloned it before SegWit was integrated, and we never got around to adding SegWit.
Does it make any sense to add SegWit? I remember, who was it, Daniel Kravis, he joined my show, and he argued that SegWit, I mean, he's a BSV nut nowadays, but he was arguing that SegWit was added to BTC for the purpose of disconnecting the signature from the transaction so that you have more deniability. And he was arguing that the core developers were trying to help Russellbrook get away. It's sort of silly. Yeah, I know.
Um, well, do you know anything about Sean Bowe's tachyon discovery?
Yeah, I was gonna mention that, but we're still, I guess, in 2017 ish.
Yeah. So I don't know if it in 2017-ish, I opened a GitHub ticket saying maybe we should add SegWit in order to increase like efficiency. But now I think it's all obsolete. Like Sean is going to invent something that's way, way better than anything ever existed before. So forget about SegWit. That's so old school.
Okay, so I remember there was a point in 2019 or something when there was this spam attack on Zcash because block space was cheap and someone was able to basically bloat the blocks to the point where it became more difficult to run a full node. Was it because you decided to increase the block size to a point that I guess did not meet actual demand from users?
Um, no, the the full nodes could handle the size of the blocks after a small efficiency fix. The problem was the wallets, the end user wallets that want to scan transactions looking for incoming payments to their user. So for privacy reasons, your wallet doesn't want to reveal to any third party anything about you. So the most private way to implement that is a big efficiency trade-off cost, which is you have to download some header information from every encrypted transaction that anyone makes. So that was what the spam was, all encrypted, shielded transactions. And therefore, any wallet that wanted to update how many coins its user had to download all of them in order to test each one locally, so it could figure out which ones were for its user without revealing to anyone else which ones were for its user. So that was the problem, was wallets all broke, Zcash wallets, while that spam was in effect. But the block size, some people were concerned about the block size. I remember Jameson Lopp like commented in kind of like a snarky way or something on Twitter. I was really annoyed at him because I think he's a good guy, and I was annoyed at him for being like glib and wrong. But anyway, but yeah, I don't think block size is really important to this story very much. There was one way that it was important, which was some Bitcoin slash Zcash ATMs have little bitty hard drives and little bitty CPUs in them. And one of them had to like stop supporting Zcash because they couldn't handle that much data going into their little bitty hard drive. So that's a serious drawback. Some people have complained to me that it's harder to install a full node and sync it on your laptop, but I think they're just being whiners.
Was it Lamasu, the ATMs? I think they're the ones that supported Bitcoin and Zcash.
They did. I don't know if they were the ones that stopped supporting Zcash during this period. I don't remember.
Anyway, on the topic of the block size war in Bitcoin, you said that was around the time you stopped paying attention to what's happening. But did you have any side that you preferred?
Yeah, I I definitely thought that evolution is important, like improvement is important. So it seemed to me that Bitcoin was ossifying too early and too hard. I very strongly had the perspective, well, I really hate censorship. So it really bothered me that some people were trying to prevent other people from hearing the other side. And some of the personalities on the small block side were like these toxic people that didn't want to have anything to do with. But again, figured at this point it's my job to stay out of it because I now have this new role as leading Zcash, and I'm not really going to help much by weighing in on that stuff. I really enjoyed reading Vitalik Buterin's book review of the two block size war books, the two histories of the block size war. Did you read his book review? Check it out. Maybe I'll send you a link. Vitalik read these two books, one each telling the history of the block size war from their perspective of their side, and he also tied in his own memories of it for having been there. And he said, I might be paraphrasing, this might be unfair to Vitalik or to someone, but he said basically the small blockers were evil, like censoring, character assassination, cyber attacks, illegitimate seizure of power. But the big blockers were incompetent, like they couldn't build and upgrade a blockchain worked, something like that. Apologies to all the small blockers, big blockers, and Vitalik for slandering you all at once. To me, it's water under the bridge. Like, I don't care anymore. I'm not that into Bitcoin, man. I'm sorry. Like, it's just not that interesting. Like, I'm excited that L2 Labs and Satria, and I ran into some old Bitcoin OG friends who are trying to make innovations on top of Bitcoin. That's cool. Starkware, Elie Vincenson, he's one of the founding scientists of Zcash, and then went on to found Starkware. He's trying to do stuff on top of Bitcoin. That's cool, but why? Because it's got a whole bunch of money in it. Money can move. It's only got $2 trillion in it. Big deal. Because there's all these people who love it. People can learn to love different things. What's the big deal? Anyway, so Elie was complaining on Twitter yesterday. Listen to my banger. Elie was saying, we haven't had an upgrade in Bitcoin in like 4 years. There's one simple 8-line thing that we need to change to add opcats, so then we can have these really scalable start proofs on Bitcoin or whatever. It's like, he said, it's really like surprising or embarrassing or something. He was obviously tweeting mad. So I just replied with the James Franco getting hung meme that says, first time? Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, you Bitcoiners have fun with that.
Someone in the chat is asking if you're 100% into Zcash or you still hold Bitcoin.
I sold out of Bitcoin a zillion years ago. I was forced to sell a lot of my Bitcoin to fund my startup, Least Authority, in like the early 2010s. So I've always, I learned a lesson about that. Like, if you want to invest in something that's highly variable, and you're right about the long-term trajectory, which I was, like, there's a tweet of mine that says something like, I have a buy order in for more Bitcoin at $2 a coin, something like that. But if it's variable, and if you're not rich and you have expenses along the way, then there's this thing which is called gambler's ruin, which means you can be right and broke. Anyway, so my advice to anyone who wants to invest in highly variable things like cryptocurrencies is focus on earning more than you spent. Step A. Then you can invest out of your positive cash flow, not out of money that you might need. Because if you need it and you're forced to sell at a loss, then you're broke, even if you were right.
No, but we live in the era where people go into debt. They go to the bank, they get this $50,000 loan, and they put it all into Bitcoin. They're like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit on this. Even if they have to pay monthly payments back to the bank with interest, and the number doesn't necessarily go up in that time frame, so they can actually get wrecked.
Yeah, it's the time frame issue, and especially something that really bothers me about the discourse around trading and investing in Bitcoin specifically, but also in crypto Twitter in general, Ethereum, and all that stuff, is the people glossing over the difference between rich people and poor people, right? Like a rich person can take a certain strategy and get even richer. A poor person can copy the exact same strategy and do the exact same thing for the same reasons and go broke. Because the poor person can't afford the time and the costs in the meantime. You know what I'm saying? This is so obvious to me. Like this, I think it might be called gambler's ruin among like economists, whoever studies this shit. But it really bothers me to see people glibly giving advice on Twitter about how to invest or whatever. I think a lot of people have been very hurt by that, but only poor people, right? Like rich people are more sophisticated and they have that cushion. They can lose and try again. Poor people can't lose and try again. So for normal people who are not rich, do not listen to anything anyone tells you about crypto, Twitter, or Bitcoin or anything. Learn dollar cost averaging and focus on earning more than you spend.
Well, this used to be common sense, right? Saying, well, don't
Yeah,
invest more than you can afford to lose.
exactly.
But it seems like you have all of these degenerate gamblers going 100x, or else just borrowing money that they cannot really pay back.
Yeah.
And
But that's what you see. What you don't see is all the people who are wiped out, and it destroys their lives. It destroys their families. They kill themselves. They're wrecked. Like wrecked is funny when you're talking about some degenerate who's like playing with house money. He gets his comeuppance, haha. Him. It's not funny. The effect it actually has on people, but you don't see that. It doesn't show up on crypto Twitter. Oh. Anyway, that happened to me, except I wasn't entirely wrecked. I was nearly wrecked. I slept in my car the summer before we founded Zcash because I couldn't afford rent. But but anyway, I bought a bunch of Bitcoin at like $3 and $4 and $2 and whatever. Because I was one of the earliest Bitcoiners. But then I had expenses because I had employees and I was trying to make this product. It was an encrypted storage system. And the time came that I could either sell my Bitcoin for like $15 a Bitcoin or close down my business. So I chose my business. And I don't regret it because that eventually led to Zcash indirectly. How do we get onto that topic? Oh, somebody asked, do I own Bitcoin? No, I'm really all in on Zach. I have a couple, like, how much do I want to disclose about my finances? Zcash went up really high in 2018. So I was momentarily rich. And I donated most of my money to nonprofits that accepted Zcash. And then Zcash went back down again. So now I'm not rich. But I'm really all in on Zcash in part because I think it's the most promising. And in part because being a Zcash holder is how you're contributing to the future. It's that question I was asking you earlier, like if you could wave your magic wand, Vlad, and give Bitcoin all the properties of Zcash, would you do it? If you ask me, would I do it? I'm like, I don't know. Well, maybe. Interesting question. Um, but if you hold Bitcoin, you're not contributing to the future of humanity very much. Maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe a little by helping the price of Bitcoin stay up, but I don't think that's a big help. If you hold Zcash, you're helping the price of Zcash stay up, and you're also contributing to the Zcash network and the Zcash developers, which don't include me, by the way. Um, my company, Shielded Labs, is not funded from the Zcash Development Fund, but a bunch of the other ones are. So anyway, I'm a Zcasher through and through.
yeah, I guess you just pointed out the most classic criticism that Zcash gets. I remember last year I was at a conference in Mexico, and there was this guy who basically created a fork of Monero that's called WoW and he's this academic from the field of physics, if I'm not mistaken. And
Mm.
he was saying, how can you honestly believe that Zcash is good And how can Zcash be the future of money if there's such a huge pre-mine and there's this developer allocation and you expect this to go on and it's not fair? He was always complaining about this. But he also doesn't have an answer to the question, how do you actually keep the research going and build this and have this available as open source software that it seems like Ethereum has used much more than Bitcoin. The way that I see Zcash basically is like a Noah's Ark for Bitcoin. If shit hits the fan and the core approach to development is not good, you can just move the UTXO set to a fork of Zcash. And
Maybe
then you're gonna
those
get a
ZSA
much
people
better
are
Bitcoin.
trying to enable that. I have mixed feelings about it. Like, I'd rather people sell their Bitcoin and buy ZEC. They want
Sure,
to get
but
on Noah's Ark.
seems unlikely. They have
Hmm?
this mindset and they say, well, we're first class citizens, whatever. We're Bitcoiners. Everyone else is just working for us, building stuff.
Well, in my opinion, the people who I think it's important for society that people who take risks, pay costs, and are more right get more rewarded. So I think it's important for society long term that people who hold ZEC benefit more than people who hold Bitcoin. I don't wish Bitcoiners ill. I hope they benefit too. But if they benefit just as much as people who hold ZEC benefit, then I think that uh, takes some of the energy out of the positive feedback loop of improving society long term.
Well, and then there's the question, what is Zcash actually improving? You're fixing the fungibility of the Bitcoin design, which is possibly the biggest problem to solve. And for the longest time, and maybe that this is the good way to transition into Tachyon or Tachyon, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. For the longest time, the criticism against privacy has been that it doesn't scale. Usually, transactions that do include any type of obfuscation or else smart cryptography are much larger than the ones that don't include that. And that's, I guess, what Zcash is trying to solve.
Yeah, Tachyon is this new discovery by Shanbo, who's already appeared several times in this story. But he's currently an independent researcher. I hired him. He never went to college. I think he might have dropped out of high school, but I think I'm basically his first employer ever. Hired him to work on Zcash at the beginning, like 2016 or so. And now he's an independent Zcash hacker. Oh, thank you so much. That's water. All right. Food. All right.
If you want
And
to
he's
eat,
come up
I
with a
can
breakthrough.
show some sponsors and then talk about
Oh,
Tachyon.
sponsors? Okay. Come back right after the break to hear about Tachyon while I eat these boiled eggs and I listen to Vlad's pitch. I'm gonna listen carefully. Go for it.
Okay, so Bitcoin.com news. They have recently underwent this rebranding where you're gonna see that they changed their color from green to orange, and this is not just a chromatic change, it's also a change in their editorial philosophy and their approach to reporting news. I guess since 2017, or to be more precise, from 2017 until earlier this year, Bitcoin.com has been this hub that promoted Bitcoin Cash, the BCH fork of Bitcoin. And they used to say that it's the real Bitcoin. For a while they were saying that BTC is too slow and has unreliable fees and therefore you should only buy BCH. Now they changed all that. They understand the difference between BTC and BCH and they mostly report about BTC. I guess it's the market speaking and this website adapting, but also they have pretty good journalism. And I'm the one who actually reached out to them and said, well, maybe you guys need some advertisement because it's a monumental change, if you ask me. It's proof that the block size wars have come to an end and we have settled the camps and we have identified which version of Bitcoin has more market demand, even though I think Bitcoin still needs to scale better, but that's another discussion for another day. And you go to news.bitcoin.com and you're gonna find some of the best coverage in all of the space. Like seriously. I do believe that they're less biased than Bitcoin Magazine right now. They're less politically motivated, to put it lightly, because I think Bitcoin Magazine is too Trump friendly and Bitcoin.com news is more balanced. They have also political news from other countries. They report what's happening in India and Russia and Iran and these countries about which you don't necessarily hear in the Bitcoin context. And I think it's useful that the news is not USA centric. So, seriously, do yourself a favor, check out news.bitcoin.com, and I hope they cover Zcash too. I'm not sure about that. I don't control their editorial policy, but they're pretty good. There's also noance.com, which is a peer to peer marketplace which focuses on empowering the global south. The CEO of it, Ray Youssef, used to be known for Paxful, which is a business that he decided to not support anymore. And he started another peer to peer marketplace, which seems to be getting a lot of traction in the Middle East and I guess also Africa. That's the main focus, but you can also participate to this economy by providing some liquidity. And they have this peer-to-peer marketplace. They also have a spot exchange where you can buy and sell. And also you can sell gift cards or try to sign up for their debit card for spending your coins, even though I'm not a big fan of that. You do you. I'm not gonna judge. If you think that the sole purpose of this monetary revolution is to just use Visa to spend your coins, that's sort of defeating. Anyway, noance.com is pretty cool. Check it out. And last but not least, we have hodling.ch, which is a business from Switzerland, and they specialize in self-custody. So if you hold a lot of coins, or else you're part of a company that's planning to acquire something to their reserves, then you should probably think about problems such as how do you make sure that the security person in the company has access to all the coins and is able to spend them. It's not a good scenario. You should think about whether or not you need a multi-sig. You should think about maybe using hardware wallets as devices that sign transactions, maybe using a Shamir secret sharing type of setup. And it's pretty complicated, like how do you manage them? And these guys can offer you the consultancy to make it happen so that you eliminate single points of failure and also have the kind of setup which is tailored to your business or to your threat model. So check out hodling.ch. They're pretty cool and they're friends of the show. And once again, thanks to all the sponsors for making this possible. We have been going on for 4 hours, 8 minutes now. And we're only halfway there if we want to break the 8-hour record. Are we still up to that?
I doubt it.
Anyway, I hope you enjoyed your eggs.
Mm-hmm.
This was the commercial break. And now we can talk about Tachyon.
Okay. So, John Bowe is a genius. And in the creation of Zcash 1.0 and Zcash 2.0, and helping discover and then helping solve that counterfeiting bug, Sean and the other members of the Electric Coin Company made quite a few cryptographic contributions in both the science and the software engineering, which everyone else in the modern zero knowledge industry is currently using. And then he told me, I was the CEO back then, he was my employee. He told me, oh, I keep trying to think of how to invent a zero knowledge proof system which doesn't have any trusted setup and can also be recursive, which is a kind of scalability so that you can use it for like any task. Um, and quite a few months later, maybe 6 or 7 months later, he came to me with this light in his eyes, and he was like, "I figured it out." He had discovered what became known as Halo, which is the first zero knowledge proof that was both recursive, capable of recursion, and didn't involve any trusted setup. And I thought that was really important. The eliminating trusted setup part, that's really important to me. Maybe because of my own personal battle scars, but I really think a thing cannot be scalable, socially scalable in Nick Drabo's terms, and safe enough with this whole trusted setup stuff. So I'm eagerly awaiting the rest of the zero knowledge industry to upgrade past trusted setup. But anyway, so Sean discovered the first one of that class, along with a fundamental cryptographic technique, which gave rise to what's now known inside cryptography as folding or accumulation, which is a really important technique for almost all of the modern generation of zero knowledge proofs. Well, then a few months ago, he left the electric coin company, and then at some point, he came to several of us Zcashers with this light in his eyes. And he said, I think I figured out how to have scalable privacy. And that is now codenamed Tachyon. And he has a blog where he's written like 2 blog posts so far. If you're really into cryptography and consensus protocol design, you should definitely read these blog posts. They're very dense and thick, and I've reread them and restudied it like 10 times in a row now, and I retain a little bit more of it each time. But there could be errors in my um, explanation of what tachyon is. But it's basically okay. There are various scalability bottlenecks. You mentioned one, which is the size of transactions. Well, that one's solvable in various ways. There's another scalability bottleneck, which is the global set of all valid coins that have ever been minted, validly minted. In cryptography, you call a set an accumulator, or I mean, it's like an accumulation of all the coins ever. Well, that one's solvable too. Like we all know how to solve, all those cryptographers know how to solve some of these. The third one is that in a fully privacy protecting cryptocurrency like Zcash, you have to have a collection of all of the coins that have ever been spent in order to prevent double spending. Here's that old double spending problem coming back again. That one, there's not a very good solution to. there's no solution that's been deployed yet, to my knowledge. The best solution we had been able to come up with is a kind of sharding, and the closer we looked at it, the more complicated it became, so we backed off. Well, what Sean has come up with Tachyon is a novel solution to the problem of maintaining a global shared database of which coins have already been spent so they can't be double spent. And the way it works is replace this global shared database with each user has a recursive, trustless zero knowledge proof that their coin has never been spent. Okay, with me so far? So you've got coins in your wallet. You have a zero knowledge proof that your wallet can generate to prove that your coins have never been spent. Now, whenever anyone spends their coins, the consensus nodes need to update that cryptographic construct, an accumulator, to mark those coins as spent so that they can never be respent, double spent, right? But instead of collecting all of them through history, what these consensus nodes are going to do is make a recursive zero knowledge proof. So it's a proof that I might be explaining this wrong or misunderstanding it. What I do know is that the scalability bottleneck that is eliminated by the tachyon idea is the requirement to have a record of all the coins that have ever been spent, which is called nullifiers. Each coin has a nullifier, and the nullifier is the way you identify whether it's been spent. It's for nullifying its spendability, I guess. Until now, someone would have to have a record of all of the nullifiers ever used if they were to be sure that a newly spent coin hadn't previously been spent. With Tachyon, instead, they have not a record of all of history. They have this fixed length cryptographic object. And the spender provides a recursive zero knowledge proof that their nullifier is not in the previous state. Okay, let me back up and try one more time. You understand the concept of blocks, right? I have a block and it has a reference or it's derived from a previous block. Okay, so you know, you sort of transitively reasoned about. Okay,
I actually
with
like this. When you don't have it figured out how to explain it in plain language, it means it's pretty novel and you're not much of a salesman, which I like.
yeah, and also this is not my invention. This is Sean's invention. He and other people understand it better than I do at this point, but I'm pretty sure I understand it and how it solves this fundamental scalability bottleneck for the first time. And it has to do with this. Imagine you have, so the current way Zcash works, and any other system, Tornado Cash, all the privacy projects that copied Zcash, etc., is that you get a new batch of nullifiers and you say, for each one of these, if it has never been used before, then I'm going to add it into the set of all nullifiers that have ever been used. Okay? With Tachyon, because we now have recursive trustless zero knowledge proofs, thanks no small part to Sean Bowe himself several years ago, you can now prove that my nullifier didn't get used in the previous sort of block or the previous state of the system, nor is it used in the current batch. And the key part that makes this scalable, that's really mind-blowing, is that nobody has a copy of the previous block. I can give you a proof that my nullifier wasn't in that block or that set of nullifiers. You can verify the proof based on the current accumulator, and neither you nor anyone else has a copy of the old set that my proof proves my nullifier was not in.
That's pretty complicated.
Yeah, and it might be wrong too, but yeah, pretty complicated. Okay, bottom line is, it should be, as far as I can understand, it should enable the number of Zcash transactions simultaneously to be limited not by anything to do with history or state or disk accesses or communication between nodes, but only by the bandwidth of a single node. Does that make sense? Like one node can verify these zero knowledge proofs and update the accumulator basically as fast as it can receive like 64 byte or 128 byte messages from wallets. So basically, I think, and a big part of this is just I trust Sean Bowe's both like creative genius for having come up with something that no one else had thought of. Also, his like engineering skill at having evaluated actually like a bunch of trade-offs and a path to implement it and deploy it. And also his taste. Like some engineers are good at solving problems, but in my taste as an engineer differs from theirs, and I think they're their solutions are going to cause more problems. But Sean is not like that. I think his engineering taste is pretty good. So I'm extremely excited about the likelihood that this project of his is going to get deployed to mainstream Zcash and make it so that you can have basically, like, I don't know, like basically any number, like as many transactions as, one big computer with good internet can process per second, which is a lot, without compromising privacy. Yeah, I'm not much of a salesman. You should get the Tachyon salesman onto your podcast next. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't think we
But
have a Tachyon salesman yet.
this might just be the most advanced thing we have today in cryptocurrencies. The
Tachyon?
state of the art stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure that Solana scaling is sexy nowadays, and Ethereum scaling is also interesting to a lot of researchers, but this is next level.
Yeah, it really is, because it's like it's like eliminating information. Something about information theory here. Like, a lot of the scaling is about spreading the information into different locations, which can help in different ways. There's compressing or limiting information that can help. Journal proofs are sometimes seen as a form of compression. But Tachyon is still blowing my mind. As you can tell, I still only 90% understand it or so. Because it seems like it's about like deleting information while retaining all of the properties from that information. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, so of course the question is, how long do you think it will take for this to actually become production code and get merged into Zcash?
Great question. Everything always takes a zillion times longer than I want. So based on that, it's going to take years. The positive thing is Sean is super, in addition to his other virtues, he's a super productive coder. He's really well trusted and well respected by the other developers throughout the Zcash ecosystem. So that helps. Like, more people would be willing to like pitch in or stay out of his way or whatever's needed to help accelerate it. I don't know. It's a good question. Things are it's hard to predict how things like that, because Zcash is such a vast, complicated thing. Excuse me 1 second. I'm muting my mic.
It's all good. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I know you're doing something else. You can nod if you can still hear me. Okay, he's having a conversation. And it's only normal after like 4 hours and a half to get people around the house to ask questions like, how long is this taking? Who is this weird guy with the curly hair who's talking to himself right now? I'm also gonna pick up some questions from the chat, just so you know, but later. We had like this chronological structure to the interview. The point was to go through Ecash and also go through Bitcoin and then Zcash and talk about the future of Zcash.
And we've gotten there. We're at the future. We're just tacking on.
Yeah,
And
but
Crosslink.
once again, it can take a long time until we get that. And something that I see nowadays on Twitter, and I was gonna get to this. Basically, the Monero people are talking about full chain membership proofs like they're already there. And they're like, yeah, of course, we figured out the limitations of ring signatures. We have full chain membership proofs. Now, I think I saw today a piece of news that said that the implementation got delayed because they were not able to figure out some stuff. And it seemed very simple in practice. Like, you had this genius kid, Luke Parker, who came along and said, wait, we can do this. And we're going to have a much better sender privacy because we eliminate ring signatures and we make it so that any node of the network could have sent that. We increase the anonymity pool. And then he sort of quit. And I was there when he became, I guess, he had his existential crisis in the middle of the event, realizing that there are a bunch of anti-Semites talking on the stage and
Uh,
scammers around. He probably thought to himself, "Who am I building this for?"
was
And
that at a Monero conference?
yeah, it was in Mexico last year,
Okay.
and there was this guy Jeff Berwick or something, and he went on stage and he started blaming everything on the Jews.
Huh.
And I think that was Luke Parker's moment of clarity, and you're like, who am I working for really? Like, am I gonna make this guy rich or something?
Good on Luke.
He sort of quit, but he said he's still gonna maintain some parts of the project that he was working on. And then he passed on the task to someone named Justin Silverman, if I'm not mistaken. Is it Justin?
Berman, Berman, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Berman?
I
Yes,
think. I think
Silverman is
Justin
someone
Berman
else.
was working on FCMP.
Yeah, and it's a single point of failure, just like it can be with Zcash and Tachyon. But it's good that these guys posted their ideas and they got others thinking about it. Because if there's a malicious nation state actor involved, they can just take out the person and delay the implementation by multiple years. Anyway, my point is that. What's my point? But by the time Monero will have acquired increased sender privacy, Zcash will have figured out how to make privacy more scalable. So it's a very, for myself as a Bitcoiner, it's a very fun race to observe that you're trying to one up each other. I understand you don't like Monero. I can ask you why you don't like Monero so you can go into detail. But I'm happy that there's this rivalry which is leading to more innovation.
Yeah, competition is one of the best things in the universe for producing value and learning.
So what do you think about Monero? I do recall David Chaum at one point in 2018 saying something along the lines of it's amateurish, and then he sort of apologized for it and took that back.
Mm. Um, what I think, the main thing I think is that it's not safe for people to rely on Monero today for their safety. And this should be obvious if you look at the available evidence. I think the Monero devs agree with the fact, although they don't say it in these terms. But if the current ring signature system um, is leaking information about you, that information could still be used against you next year. And things like this have happened many times. So, mm,
Also think about this post-quantum world, right? Where you're gonna get these quantum computers breaking the privacy protocols and being able to de-anonymize everything that's been obfuscated. I think Monero is more vulnerable than Zcash to this sort of attack. Being able to break the cryptography.
I don't know. I know a bit about Zcash's quantum cryptanalysis properties, but I don't know about Monero's properties in the face of quantum computers. But I think that's a hypothetical or far future concern. Like it might not happen at all, or it might take a long time, or we might be surprised about something about the cryptography. Whereas the current fact is that you can't use Monero safely to protect your privacy unless you learn and practice some pretty complex extra procedures, which I'm not even sure exactly how it would work or if anyone does it in practice. But yeah, basically, like I think people should know what their risks are, um, so they can be intentional about what risks they want to take for themselves.
That's interesting because the last time I had a chat with, I'm not sure if it was Grok or ChatGPT about it, and asked them, let's say that you want to send a private transaction and you get to choose between shielded Zcash and Monero. What it basically said is that shielded Zcash has many extra steps which are sort of a hurdle on the way of user experience, and that they would choose Monero because there is no way for anything to go wrong. It's private by default. And then ask, aren't
Yeah.
you an AI? How can you make mistakes?
What about an AI? How can you make mistakes?
No, I asked the AI that gave me this reply, like, aren't you an AI that understands how this works? So how can you make any mistakes?
No, he's like humans. He's just learning from what other people say. Like people say that a lot. It's totally not true. Like use Zcash. Well, the main thing is the difference between money at flight versus money at rest. Like if people use anything, including Zcash, Monero, or anything else, as an attempt to add privacy to money in flight, it will probably fail. It might fail in slightly different ways for different tools, but it's basically a bad idea. Whereas if they use Zcash for money at rest, it's currently not only the safest, but also the simplest thing you can possibly do. Like everyone watching this, download ZASHI, Sashi, an app on your phone, ZASHI, Zcash wallet. And then it shows you a QR code, which is your address, or you cut and paste your address. Yeah, see that? Well, that's Zashi, or is that a different Zcash wallet? Doesn't matter. They both work. They all work.
It's Zashi.
Oh, okay. Mine has light background. You're in like dark mode,
I'm in
night
dark
mode or
mode, yeah.
something.
I'm a
Anyway,
vampire.
yeah, you are. Like that's it. Like you're done. Now you just tell someone to send money Zcash to that address. Like there's no steps. And if you're treating that as a pass through where you're going to send that, like you tell someone, send me 1 Zec to this address, and then I'm going to send 1 Zec to this exchange or whatever, you won't get privacy because nothing, including the best possible privacy tool that could ever possibly exist, can give you privacy when you do that. But if you tell someone to send you a Zcash or half a Zcash or whatever to your wallet, and then you just become a Zec holder, now you have the best possible privacy on the blockchain. There's zero information about your holdings that anyone can discern from the blockchain. Was my point. So yeah, it's really annoying, that thing where Grok and ChatGPT or whatever, they're just sort of believing what they hear, which everyone does. Humans also do believe what they hear. It's really annoying to me that what people hear on the internet is that Zcash is difficult because there's extra steps. My privacy is not the default. No, that's false. When you install that wallet and you tell someone, send me money, there's no extra steps. You're getting privacy. It's the default. Anyway, whatever. Fortunately, it's not my job to disabuse everyone in the world of their misconceptions.
Right, but let's imagine this situation. You buy some Zcash on an exchange, maybe Binance or Gemini or whatever, and you
Mm-hmm.
withdraw to your Zashi address,
Mm-hmm.
like this. You put it here. Like
Yeah.
someone hypothetically sends me this. What kind of information do these exchanges or people know about this? Because they can see my address, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good question. So let's assume it's not Gemini. Gemini's awesome, but it doesn't really matter for this story. So let's assume it's Binance because that's really widely used. So you install Zashi wallet on your phone. You log on to Binance and buy some Zcash, and then you click withdraw, and then Binance asks you to paste in an address to withdraw to, right? So then you paste in an address. You might encounter a user experience paper cut here where you paste in an address and Binance says that's invalid. And then you have to figure out how to get a different address out of your Zcash wallet to paste into Binance. Hopefully you won't experience that paper cut. But basically, eventually you figure out how to paste in the right address from your wallet into Binance. Now, Binance has your account information, like whatever name and KYC and phone number, whatever you gave them when you signed up. And they know how much Zcash you bought, when you withdrew it, and to what address you withdrew it to. Yo, Tyler Spalding, our
How's it going,
first
sir?
guest appearance.
Yes, I'm at a conference, so I had to just take a quick break, but I've been listening in.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
and I'd met Vlad before, but especially because he's from the land of the bears. So that we have a mutual.
Me?
I love bear. Yeah. Um, And I was talking to him quite extensively, and I said how you are probably my favorite person or one of the very favorite people in crypto and the most
Oh,
influential. And so
thanks.
he said that he was going to be talking to you, and then we just kind of were chatting. He says you should hop in here and say hello really quick. So
Oh,
hello.
thanks.
Yeah,
You
that's
want, you want to introduce Tyler to our audience, Vlad?
Yes, this is Tyler Spalding, and he's a basketball. Oh, he is the former CEO of Flexa, which is a payment service. I think if you go to Zashi, you actually find ways to pay with Flexa.
Yeah. I buy Chipotle all the time. My girlfriend
It
keeps telling me
has
not
an
to pronounce it like
integration
that,
for
but
this.
yeah, you
Yeah,
can buy stuff
that
with
was
your Zcash wallet by default, and you keep your privacy, and it just
mhm.
works. And then you can eat a yummy burrito.
the
Yo.
that was that was one of the things that I followed you, Zuko, and all the stuff that you've been working on for so long. And I still can even remember the first time we probably talked a little bit more seriously just about stuff, right? About business crypto, whatever it was. I don't know if you remember, but I still remember this conversation because of how impactful it was. Where I said, Zuko, we've got this other thing with Flexa, and we have all these aspirations and all these other things, but for now, at least, maybe is a little more centralized than we would like, and we don't have the non-custodial versions yet, and it is custodial, and we've been transparent about that, but we know where it's all kind of going, and we've actually gotten there now. But even at the time, it was, there is a little bit more custody here. What are your thoughts on that? Knowing that this is sort of a means to an end, or there is more centralization here, you being an OG. And you said, Tyler, as long as it allows people to spend Zcash and use Zcash, I'm all in favor of it. And that
Mhm.
was just super. And you've been consistent ever since. And like that was so refreshing. And that, Vlad, as well, I came from, way back in the day with Bitcoin. That's not quite often a response. And it's, too principled for its own good sometimes, I think, and it gets in the way. And so that was very refreshing to have someone that was very, very, very pragmatic um,
Yeah,
about just the usage of this stuff and where
yeah,
it needs.
and look at now. I'm carrying around some Zcash in my phone. It's self-custodied in my phone. Um, and when I go to Chipotle, I put in like $23 worth. I type it in, and then I can buy a $23 worth of Chipotle goods right there. So, A, it just works. B, I'm not at risk of some centralized entity from stealing all my coins at any point, except maybe the $23 worth, I guess, at some point, whatever. Um, and C, there's no record linking back to my assets or my past transactions or anything about me, or my home address or anything. So anyway, yeah, I like to be pragmatic because that's what really has a big impact on the world in the long run.
Yeah, very, very much appreciated. And in listening to some of the story, I didn't realize your brother had been involved as much as he has been. So is your whole family just all geniuses now? Like this is something I
Thanks.
hadn't heard before. And we need to and Vlad, I wanna try to buy that computer that you have also. So if you'll actually sell that.
Place a bid, sir. I'm not sure how much this is worth, but I feel like you know that Indiana Jones meme, like it belongs in a museum.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I bought it and it's been collecting dust, and I felt sort of sorry for it. I was like, I'm not the biggest Zcasher. It's just that I bought this at the peak of the NFT mania. I was like, I should buy a physical collectible. But it's pretty cool. I mean, I have some discs and some burnt laptop parts. And I've been holding this under the bed prior to this interview.
Well, it was nice as the visual representation as Zuko was walking through the story. I liked you're able to show the artifacts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I gotta thank you, Tyler, for joining, because I guess the concept with which I came like yesterday was that maybe in order to break the record, it would take some aid, some people joining in, boosting the energy of the conversation, giving Zuko some appreciation, because I feel like he's very underrated, even though he's been doing a lot of good work. There's someone on Twitter who just said, Vlad hosts the Zcash takeover. Hope Zuko paid you very good infomercial. That's not the case, man. That's not the case. I just happen to like Zcash, and I think it's the most ambitious attempt to improve the Bitcoin design that we have.
Thanks. Yeah. And it's not all due to me, of course. A whole bunch of people. More and more nowadays.
I'm a huge fan. So yeah, if
I
I
mean,
can play
Tyler's
this
an important
small
contributor
part
because of the Chipotle connection. Like, I don't go to Ulta, but I go to Chipotle. I
hopefully
don't go to Bed Bath and Beyond.
hopefully there'll be many more extremely strong large merchants getting rolled out this year. I know there's a lot already that have been signed on and are kind of ready to go. I know there's all sorts of still marketing stuff, these huge big companies. So I'm not actively involved in some of that, but I'm hopeful a lot of that will be coming. So then even more. So we can get even more adoption with folks.
Yeah.
So very happy to give a shout out. Happy to talk about anything further, but I was mainly just trying to hop in quick to give you a little bit of energy to keep rolling, because I want to see
Thanks.
8 hours.
I'm not even trying to win the
it's not about
competition.
winning. It's just
That's way too much. I'm just going to keep going until I get too tired or run out of things to say. But you missed the part probably where I poured my coffee all over my lap. I'm going to go make myself another
actually
coffee while we
just
talk.
saw that. That's like just when I joined. I was listening in the background, so I didn't see it. But
It was not on camera, I can tell you that, because I did not understand what happened until he said, well, I just poured coffee into my lap. And I'm like, I hope it doesn't hurt you. It didn't burn. I've been drinking sparkling water, by the way, all the way through. I don't do caffeine. Maybe I'll need a bathroom break from drinking so much, but I'm pretty good for the next 4 hours.
Yeah. So let's see. We did the past. We did Bitcoin. We did the future, Tachyon, Crosslink, network sustainability mechanism, Monero.
No, we didn't go into Monero all the way. Like, you abstained from commenting. I feel like I said more stuff than you actually did.
Well, I said I'm concerned that it's not safe for users today. I think users should have a clear. Oh, yeah, I was saying users should know what they're getting into, what risks they are taking. And then we tangented on to privacy by default and usability. That's a good time for Tyler to jump in because of usability. Usability is really one of the most important things. Okay, I'm going to make a really loud noise with my coffee grinder. Here we go.
that's one question for you, Zuko, around that. I only have a few minutes too, because I need to run. I actually need to run here for another meeting. But you obviously were around the whole time as you talk around some of the usability, particularly around Zcash. You've been around since the beginning of Bitcoin, where that was clearly, myself, I got in purely around payments. It was all about payments. It was, using it as payments. You guys talked earlier around just how Zcash was modeled a lot, economic model, some of the components of Bitcoin, even when it comes down to addresses, everything else, the similarities of what Zcash is. It also just has the one token model. Is that something that what is different potentially around Zcash? Maybe it's just the marketing, the branding, perception. Is there anything different, or there anything planned to be different, where Zcash doesn't also fall into the same sort of a narrative where Bitcoin is now store value, store value. We don't use it as payments, right? It's not getting transacted nearly in any way that I think a lot of people expected, for good, bad, or otherwise, right? You could argue it found its perfect product market fit in store value, but if Zcash looks so similar, and we want to use it as payments and using this as transactions, how do we kind of reconcile some of that for people to understand it? Like, and I'm not saying that in any sort of negative way, but how do you go about that with other folks?
That's a good question. Other Zcashers than me have different ideas about that, which I really like. There's a bunch of Zcashers doing this huge, major, fundamental change to Zcash without any help from me, because I'm not that into it, which is Zcash shielded assets. Have you heard of it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that eliminates the one token aspect, right? Now people can have other tokens on the Zcash network. And the other thing that we were just talking about just before you jumped in, or a minute or two ago, was the new scalability protocol that Sean Bowe has come up with called Tachyon. Have you heard about that?
Of course.
To me, that's really critical, like scalability. Like, I mean, my perspective, I'm interested in your perspective as a Bitcoin OG, but my perspective was Bitcoin was totally taking off as a medium of exchange. The graphs showed like the classic exponential takeoff pattern, not just for Silk Road, but also for like Argentinian kids would buy their Microsoft games with Bitcoin, all kinds of things. In addition to it simultaneously taking off as like an investment, store of value, financial use case, all at once. And then what happened was it hit the scalability ceiling. And all these startups went out of business because they were counting on Bitcoin to scale so that they could keep doing their business. And they totally got rugged. And then it basically like bounced off the ceiling and went downwards ever since, right? It's no longer uses fewer and fewer places you can. Wasn't it Vlad? Just posted something about how places he used to be able to spend Bitcoin now he can't.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
saw
yeah.
that too.
All around Europe, we used to have these shops. Like there was a guitar store where I was buying stuff. Like I bought my microphone and sound card with Bitcoin on that shop, and I was looking to buy some stuff for interviewing on the go. So basically, some reporter gears, and I basically filled my basket. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna pay with Bitcoin now. And then I realized there is no more Bitcoin. And then I fell into this rabbit hole of searching for shops that used to accept Bitcoin and they don't anymore. I realized there are at least 4 or 5 of them. And then I tweeted about it because I was disappointed or angry. But I think it's because of regulations. Especially there's this MiCA thing that is basically the equivalent of the travel rule, FATF in the US. And I guess these shops were getting like a dozen orders using that were paying with Bitcoin every month, and they just decided it's not worth the headache, the legal expense and whatever. They said, okay, we'll just remove it. And it's so disappointing because the price is at an all-time high, but the usability as a currency is super low. And the only way in which I can actually use BTC to pay is to sell it in some way for fiat. And some people will say, well, you can just get this debit card and blah, blah, blah. That's not the revolution for which I signed up.
Yeah, a lot of it is just, how do you avoid some of that trap with the utility of Zcash if you want it to be the spendable asset? How do people perceive it in that way? And I don't think there's one particular right answer, but something I'm thinking about all the time with just various assets or synthetic assets, the stable assets issued against sort of like the original BitGold model. And that goes way, way, way back. But before, Bitcoin, even the white paper, right? That was even the original model was, a gold-like asset that then would mint the USD asset, the synthetic asset against it. Sort of like the maker die model. Like it was almost exactly like that. So yeah, always just thinking about that, of like how that's evolved.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I need to jump. I'm sorry, but it was awesome to say
Yeah,
hi
nice to see
real
you
quick.
again.
Yeah, likewise. So I'll see you guys later on. Thank you. And good luck, and you can do it, Zuko. You can make it. So make it happen. I'll be back after my dinner. I hope I'll follow up from there.
All right, enjoy your
All right,
dinner.
see you guys. Yep.
Okay, I hope that was an energy boost. I've been speaking with more people to join, but most of them are either sleeping or else they want to stay away from the public eye for some reason.
Yeah. Well, I can sympathize.
I was
Probably
hoping
never
to
going to do
get
something like this again.
Peter Double V, as I called him, but he doesn't seem to have replied.
Well, instead of trying to go for the record, let's just think about, is there anything more that our audience wants to hear about, or that is really interesting and we haven't talked about yet?
I don't think we talked about the transition from Zcash 1 to Zcash 2
Mm-hmm.
and what that was about. I still feel like this whole Zcash versus Monero conversation can have a more in-depth comparison. And there are still some questions in the chat from people, and they've been piling up for almost 5 hours now.
Oh, okay.
So you get to choose the first one.
Wait, what am I, out of those three options? I want to know what people are asking about in the chat. What is this chat you're talking about anyway? Is this Twitter?
It's Twitter and it's also YouTube. We're live streaming across both platforms. So let's start with the beginning of these questions. Someone says pay attention to Zooko. Still can't believe this episode is actually happening. Brings back memories. Someone asked when 9-hour mark. Okay, let me get to an actual question.
Yeah.
Question from Jackknife. Can Zooko talk about Vitalik Buterin's role on the scientific advisory group at the Electric Coin Company? What does the SAG group do for Zcash?
Question. Well, I'm no longer directly involved with the Electric Coin Company. At the time, well, Vitalik was involved from basically the beginning. He was one of the advisors to to Zcash, I think at the launch, if not shortly thereafter. And we gave him some tiny fraction of the initial issuance of Zcash coins. What has he done for us? Well, he proposed the dynamic fee market upgrade, which other Zcashers shot down. So then he took it over to Ethereum and it became EIB 1559. But now we're hoping to bring it back to Zcash now that Ethereum has proven it out. He's advised me a lot on technical topics. Although I can't think of any at the moment. He's always been really into zero knowledge proofs and privacy, but recently it seems like he's more focusing on privacy than he used to. I remember he and I were on stage together at some conference like about a year and a half ago. I believe it was right after the merge. It was 2 years ago, whatever. And he said at the time that his focus or Ethereum as a whole's focus was scalability, but that he considered privacy like an important future issue or something. But now I've seen a couple of like headlines in which it looks like in fact, I recently saw a headline in which Vitalik apparently said that solving privacy is a civilization issue. And I really agree with that. I just gave a talk in Dubai It's like a 12-minute talk. You want to go watch a short talk. And it just basically said, like, every sustainable civilization ever has had ubiquitous privacy. Every conversation is assumed to be private. There's no third party that has the opportunity to listen in on your conversations. And every transaction, well, not every, but most transactions are private, and there's no third party that can spy on or intervene in transactions. Only in the last 25 years or so have we begun this unprecedented radical experiment that threatens civilization itself of eliminating that. And so I really agree. Vitalik is now on board with civilization needs privacy, and now. I don't know if that answers your question. I don't know. I've interacted with Vitalik a lot, learned a lot from him, many occasions over many years. I'm getting tired. I don't remember things anymore. I need to drink my coffee.
There was a second part to the question that was asking for what does the SAG group do for Zcash? So it wasn't just Vitalik, but also the scientific advisory group.
Yeah, we had this great group of brilliant minds all along. I think the SAG group kind of was a variation or an evolution of the original set of advisors, of the few people that came and went over the years. What they did was basically just give feedback on a few technical questions about consensus protocols, mostly economics, tokenomics. I just really liked them. They were all geniuses and really nice and helpful. I miss them. But they didn't do much. They were basically volunteers. I think we might have paid them like 1 ZEC per month or something like that to advise us. They just wanted to help Zcash, honestly.
Let me see if I can put the questions on the screen. But in the meantime, Hisense says we need Zooko's PUBG nickname.
No way, man. That's private. Screw you. See you on the battlefield. You'll never know who hit you.
Another question from Jackknife. There is no publicly available full archive of the Cypherpunks mailing list, possibly because of controversial comments made on it. Zooko, is it true that you have a full history of it?
No, I've looked. I wasn't ever able to find a full history of it either. And that thing about it might be a partial history due to controversial comments sounds like speculation. I never thought about it before. I just assume it's a partial history because data bit rots and people lose stuff. Anyway, I can't find it. I can't find even all my own posts on Cypherpunk's mailing list, but oh well. Like my Google Plus profile, it is probably consigned to the memory hole for eternity.
Okay, I put the chat on the screen.
Cool, let's see it.
You should watch the live stream.
Yeah, I'm looking for the live stream.
Okay. Question: did Zuka watch the HBO documentary that asserted Peter Todd is Satoshi?
Nope, not interested. I'm not interested in Satoshi hunting in general.
Well, that's something that Satoshi would say. Anyway, moving on.
Anything can be said as something that Satoshi would say.
Nate said that the division of labor is limited by the extent of the market, and put a link for econlib.org.
Ah, that's Nate. That's Nate, who I mentioned a couple times earlier. Once was inventing network sustainability mechanism, which is brilliant. Then was helping co-invent Crosslink. He was one of the co-inventors of Zcash, along with me, Matt Green, Ian Myers, Andrew Miller. We added Sean Bowe. But anyway.
Hi, Nate. It's good to have you. Someone tried to answer the question about the archive. Hi Sen said going to the other experiences, lol. He was referring to your time in Amsterdam.
Ah, that's I choose not to disclose at this time to this audience.
Jackknife says, I want to have some David Chaum early digicash collectibles / memorabilia. Impossible to find. Does Zooko have any?
No, I don't have a thing but my memories.
Bitcoin Carl says, you guys talk about groceries yet? And I think it's about your tweet where you said that you just bought $100 worth of I don't know exactly what, and you said you wish more people were able to do this. And somehow
Yeah.
this turned into a meme. I don't know why.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was an interesting experience. It was like a lot of people, like 2/3 or a majority of the people who responded to that perceived it as me like flexing. Because I said, my tweet says something like, I love being able to go to the grocery store and buy whatever I want, even if it adds up to $100. I wish everyone could do this all the time. Something like that. And I think maybe because, it probably is because I had previously transparently disclosed how much ZEC I was getting out of the Founders Reward in the interest of transparency. And in this recurring theme of like no good deed goes unpunished, it's like information does not cause people to gain the right context, I guess. Information needs context to be useful or something. But anyway, I just disclosed in the interest of transparency, I see a lot of other like opaque, manipulative, scammy bullshit. And so for Zcash, we always erred really far on the side of transparency. Like we disclosed the names of every one of our investors. And then I decided to disclose how much of the founder's reward is going to me and the rough distribution. There's this trade-off between transparency and privacy, right? I wanted users to have a clear idea of who and how much Zcash, who was getting Zcash and how much of it, what the concentration or distribution of it was, stuff like that. I wanted them to be able to like hold those people accountable later. Like, did you sell all your Zcash or what are you doing with it or something? But on the other hand, I didn't want to expose people's privacy. So I ended up with this middle point where I decided to just like throw myself under the bus and expose my privacy to set an example. So I disclosed that I was getting 0.9% of all the ZEC at that time, at the beginning, like 2017 or whatever. And much to my surprise, crypto Twitter and CoinDesk and everyone took this in completely the opposite way that I thought of it. Like my point was, I'm not getting very much of the ZEC, 0.9%. It's a lot, or it was a lot in 2017, 2018. But for the purpose of evaluating crypto projects and the distribution of money and power and stuff, you should ask other crypto projects to disclose similar, numbers to you and compare them. Nick Carter wrote at the time something like, Zooko is the least remunerated of any crypto founder. It's probably true because that was the era of these scammy ICOs and stuff. Anyway, but yeah, so crypto Twitter and CoinDesk and whoever made me the poster boy for a person who gets rich from founding a coin, which was almost the opposite of what I think is accurate and what I intended by disclosing my 0.9% cut. Anyway, was my point. Oh, and then in that context, and then the price of Zcash was going down, I think, by then. And then in the context of Zcash going down and people having heard that Zooko is profiting from Zcash, then I tweeted, I love being able to buy groceries. I wish everyone could buy groceries because I've been through some tight times where you couldn't buy all the groceries you wanted. You had to pick and choose or like go back and put something back if you didn't have enough at the end, stuff like that. And that was very, impactful and stressful experience. And a lot of people have that kind of experience. And one of my things that I'm most interested in, like in society at large, is could we just make everyone rich? I think we can just make everyone rich, or almost everyone. Like we've already done it over the last 100 years or whatever, made several billion people at least middle class or comfortable where they used to be poor. Let's just do that again and again. Let's just make, like 90% of everyone like basically rich, like way richer than we are today. I really like that idea. And I also like, because I really like economics, I like the thinking that making everyone rich in real terms, not nominal terms, this is where people get confused. Like if you just give everyone $1 billion, all that does is make dollars worth less, which we're probably going to be finding out in the near future. But in real terms, like humans have the capacity to create like endless value and resources and help for one another and inventions and stuff. And then in economic terms, I think, is making everyone rich in real terms, is that the same as reducing the prices of everything? Like what if, let's forget about inflation, let's assume that dollars actually held the same value year after year for the time being. What if we could cut the price of everything to 1/10? Is that what they call deflation? And they think it's bad for some reason? Whatever. My point is, I really care about poor people not being able to afford all the groceries they want, especially the children, which I did. But in the context, maybe because it came out after the Zooko is rich story, or maybe because it came out when Zcash was going down and people were suspicious that, like, I'm getting poorer. Where's the money going? Maybe Zooko is stealing it. I don't know. But a bunch of people took that tweet of mine as like a flex, like, aha, look at how successful and wealthy I am, like showing off on Limbo or whatever. But a few people, like quite a few people, also responded saying, "Oh, I hear where you're coming from. That really hurts. It sucks. I've been there, man." Anyway, that's the story of the groceries. And now it's just become like, I think for years there was pretty substantial hate with the groceries joke slash meme. And I think the implication or the energy behind the joke was you've lost money on Zcash, and that's because Zooko is profiting off of you. But now that's stopped, maybe because Zcash has stopped going down so bad. But now it's just a joke about groceries. Now I just laugh. I used to flinch. Does that
Well,
answer your question about groceries, Jack? Or
Carl.
whoever? Carl?
Anyway, to answer his question, yes, Zuko did mention that he goes to Chipotle or something and pays 20 something dollars in Zcash using Flexa. So that, yeah, we did discuss that.
We covered it.
Okay, I'm scrolling. Jackknife said ordering 2 Papa John's pizzas right now because I know this interview is going 8 hours minimum.
No. I'm
And
just going to keep going until I'm tired of listening and talking.
he also added that the stuff that you said is exactly what Satoshi would say to remain private.
Yeah. You can't win. No, seriously, I like respecting Satoshi's privacy.
So are you trying to imply that you might know who that is?
No, but I'm saying like it's a good principle. Like, I wouldn't tell you if I did, but also I don't. But also, it's a good principle that I don't know. Like, there's this notion that someone who's sufficiently important or prominent or something shouldn't have the same kinds of rights as anyone else. It's like if the paparazzi were pointing cameras through your window, that would be a violation. Maybe you could call the cops on them. At least everyone would agree they're in the wrong. But if they're doing it through some movie star's window, then maybe the movie star deserves it or can't avoid it or something. I don't know. But just as principle, like Satoshi's totally a hero of mine, really seemed to come from my culture. Like, even though I don't know if I knew them under another name, they just seemed to come from the cyberpunks like mindset, culture, whatever. But anyway.
Do you ever think about this, that Zcash could have been more successful if someone like Satoshi or Satoshi himself had launched it? Meaning that there was no company behind it and it was just this rough code that was deployed on the internet and the community picked it up?
No, I mean, a good question. I think one of our investors encouraged us when we were setting up in like 2016 or so to think of Zcash as like that, like a one-shot disposable project, like launch it and then scatter before the government finds you to stop you or whatever. And I said, no, it's going to be a long-term project. It's going to require continuous love and care and upgrades because people change, the world changes. Anything static is going to become irrelevant.
Okay. So you believe that there is no way for Zcash to become a successful project if it was launched just like Bitcoin?
No, I'm more interested in long-term adaptation, the ongoing sustainability and the dynamic pattern of evolution and the existence of feedback loops is what I think is more important over the course of 5 or 10 years than anything else. If you don't want to go into it, you can say, well, what would have happened if we launched Zcash on October 28th of 2016, and then there hadn't been a founder's reward or later a dev fund. So there was no further funding baked in for the ongoing improvement of Zcash. One thing you can say is that version really sucked, right? We launched as soon we hastened to get it live so that both the technology and the coins could get into people's hands before the government or whoever noticed, found out about it, decided to regulate it. And we succeeded at that. But there's this nice rule in Silicon Valley. It's like if you aren't embarrassed of your first product launch, then you waited too long to launch. Well, Zcash 1.0, you couldn't run it on a mobile device. It required a laptop and a pretty strong 2016 era laptop. And if you went to make a transaction, it like used up all your RAM and heated up your CPU for like 40 seconds to generate that transaction. But anyway, regardless of that, the fact that it's not on a mobile phone right there is a non-starter. But my point is that launch was pretty phenomenal. It was the product of about 2 years worth of work. It cost $3 million minus some change, like maybe 2.5 or something $1 million. It was the product of a really amazing team that I was fortunate enough to meet and pull together, the superhero team. But it was a shitty product, right? No one could use it. And like most of the value of Zcash has come out after then, including usability and product features like the Zashi app we mentioned and the Flexa integration that Tyler Spalding was part of. So it makes it practical and useful and like convenient for non-specialists who are not enthusiasts or ideologues, but just like to buy burritos without exposing their personal information. Also, a whole bunch of scientific innovations, like between Zcash 1.0 and today, not even counting Tachyon. If we just go up to Zcash 3.0, which is like the current generation of Zcash, that's several major leaps forward in humanity's knowledge of zero knowledge proof cryptography that didn't exist when we launched in 2016. See my point? We could have stopped in 2016, but that would have been a pretty meager contribution to mankind compared to what we've got today. And that what we got today comes from the devotion and energy of the Zcashers and the team and the support of all these other people who care about it, like Tyler Spalding, and from the money from the Zcash issuance, 20% of it going to fund development.
Okay. I met some guy also at the same event in Mexico, Monorotopia, who was saying that he is into Pirate Chain, and he was trying to sell me this idea that there are basically Zcash minus all of the stuff that concerns the company or allocating part of the mining rewards to the company or to the developers, and they said, well, we forked the code, it's launched just like Bitcoin, and we are the true Zcash and blah blah blah. And I wasn't entirely sold on it, because I said to him, well, you guys are bound to always be backwards, and you have to just copy and paste the code, but you're not really pushing anything. You're not fulfilling the purpose of Zcash. You're just another network that runs Zcash code, and maybe that's useful in some way. But what do you think about Pirate Chain?
I'm really glad it exists as a data point. And before Pirate Chain, there was Zcash Classic, which launched shortly after Zcash launched. And the whole point of Zcash Classic, well, the public records, everything that I knew at the time about Zcash Classic was that it was like open source ideologues who wanted to eliminate the founders reward part in order to make it fairer or whatever. And the Pirate Chain, in addition to eliminating, I don't know what they do with rewards, but the main thing I know about Pirate Chain is that they eliminate T addresses. So you can't hold your ZEC transparently on Pirate Chain. And I really like those things because I think it's a really good focus for people who think Zcash ought to have that. Like for years, people would say Zcash would be great if it would just eliminate the dev fund or the founders report or whatever. And occasionally some other people would say, oh, in other words, it would be Zcash, Z Classic. Similarly with Pirate Chain, I think it's a tiny, unreliable, sketchy project. I don't know much about it, so sorry if I'm wrong. But the main thing I see about it on Twitter is that they've eliminated T addresses. So now that you've reminded me about this, maybe from now on, when I hear people say they want to eliminate T addresses from Zcash, I'll say, oh, well, while you're at it, see how it works on Pirate Chain first.
I guess this is useful for people who are concerned that there might be inflation bugs or something. And if there is any issue with that, and there are no T addresses and no way for you to verify the supply the old way, like actually moving funds out of the anonymity pool, this can be a good way to prove that Zcash works as designed.
I'm not sure your question, but I do have something I could add about that topic. What's your question?
So you mentioned that a good way to verify the supply at every step in Zcash is to make amounts public when you're going out of the anonymity pool, right?
Well, there's this concept called a turnstile, and it can be separated from the concept of T addresses. The consensus rules can require that Zcash, which moves from one anonymity pool into another, that the amount moved is revealed publicly. And that's sufficient for a live, publicly verifiable audit of the amounts, well, without compromising end user privacy very much. So you can do that without T addresses or with T addresses.
Why was it necessary for Zcash to have this setup, which in hindsight is a bit messy? You have the T addresses, which are transparent, just like Bitcoin, and you have the Z addresses, which are the ones that have the privacy. They're the shielded ones. And more recently, you added the U addresses, which are the unified ones, which are indistinguishable from someone looking from the outside. And why was it necessary to have this design? And what is the difference right now between the U addresses and the Z ones?
Why was it necessary to have what design?
To not have what Pirate Chain has already, meaning only the shielded side of transactions.
Why have T addresses?
Yeah.
Well, at the time, it was Nate Wilcox's call. His reasoning was, and I agreed with it at the time, we're talking like pre-launch 2016, maybe late 2015. His reasoning was ease of integration with all the Bitcoin apps and services out there. They can all just reuse their Bitcoin code, their code for interacting with Bitcoin, and they can use it to interact with Zcash with the T address. And I agreed that would be valuable. Much later, I changed my mind and decided there's another like better reason for T addresses, which is that transparency is a good feature. A lot of good uses. My favorite is a custodial service that's holding Zcash on behalf of someone else, like an exchange. It auto store that Zcash in a T address so that everyone can have a real-time live audit of what it's doing when it moves it. And that happens in practice. Like people have been tracking Binance's Zcash wallets recently in order to see when it's moved, how long since it's moved, how much is left in the different wallets and stuff like that. I think that's really helpful. Likewise with decentralized exchanges, they're not custodial in the sense that there's a human who has the option of taking your money and fleeing to Mexico. But there's a bunch of information like in Uniswap and in the DEX like Maya about how much money is moving through these various processes and coins. And I think society is better off if all that information is public in real time. So T addresses are perfect for that. There could be other reasons, like you might be like a nonprofit or a government, and part of your governance structure is I hereby swear that all my Zcash I will keep in this transparent address so that everyone can monitor if it gets stolen or when it gets used, how much got used, all that stuff. So basically, now I'm solidly in favor of T addresses because I think transparency is a really useful feature for some use cases.
Right. So would you say that the existence of transparency affects privacy in any way, or does it supplement it?
I think that's a good question. A lot of people have differing opinions about this. I think my main opinion is it doesn't really have any effect. Like you've got that phone you showed us earlier. You have a Zcash wallet. You have 0 or more Zcash in there. I didn't really see your balance when you held it up.
Oh, you can't.
Oh, okay. It was in like privacy mode, so it didn't show your balance. Well, yeah, basically there's this notion of the anonymity set or the size of the anonymity pool, and it relates in a different way. It's different but similar to the thing we talked about earlier about hiding in a crowd. We were talking about hiding in a crowd or like adding decoy trails on top of your real trails or whatever versus not emitting information about yourself. And there's this notion of the anonymity set. At a technical level, it's a simple, well, it's not that simple, but at a technical level, there's this notion of like, suppose you get a transaction. You look at your wallet, somebody sent you 1 sec, and it says, "Hi there, Vlad, thanks for the podcast, love Anonymous." And you say to yourself, I really want to figure out where this Zec could have come from. What do I have to go on? Now, the people who naturally sort of intuitively assume that it's a hiding in the crowd kind of thing. They're like, aha, how many people used Zcash in the last hour or whatever? But if you look closer, that's irrelevant. Like the person could have, or that information is not visible to you or to anyone. You know what I'm saying? You're scrolling.
I just put the chat on the screen. Sorry.
My point about the anonymity set. Okay, so basically, no, I don't think people using T addresses detracts from your privacy when you use Zcash. Another part of that is, I think the Zcash anonymity set on chain is basically already big enough to be big enough for all practical purposes. So it doesn't really matter if more people use it, or if people currently using it stop using it. That doesn't change anything. That makes sense.
It does, because it's by design different from what you get in a coin join in Bitcoin or on Monero, where your privacy is given by the amount of participants joining the system and
Right.
transacting at that exact time. But the way in which Zcash is designed with zero knowledge proofs is to give you the anonymity of basically every user who ever used it, right?
Right. And yeah. Right. Like when you receive a transaction, you could ask yourself, like the UTXL that this came from. Like now, this is my Zcash coin. How long ago did it take its previous hop? Right? Like how long has it been sitting? Did someone just receive 1.0 Zcash like 1 minute ago, and then they turned around and gave it to me, so now it's mine? So it's 1 minute old, or is it a year old, or 6 months old, or 2 years old, or whatever? That's the question. And the thing is, unlike you say, just like you're saying, unlike with CoinJoin and Monero and anything else, there's zero information to you about whether it's 1 minute old or 4 years old. It depends on when the technology was deployed and people first started using it. Maybe 6 years old, depending.
Also, can you tell if a certain address sends or receives transactions? Obviously, you can't see the balance, but can you tell if it received a number of transactions or if it sends out any transaction?
Great question. Is that from you or is that from the chat? That I'm
No, it's
not
from
looking
me.
at? Oh, yeah, that's a great question. A really good way to answer it is to open up Block Explorer. Can you do that on your chat? No, never mind. Anyway, go to,
Yeah,
I
I will
recommend
do it now.
3xpl.com,
Free X.
even though they're not sponsoring your podcast, and they should. It's just a Block Explorer that doesn't have a lot of ads, because I hate ads, and it has a lot of accurate data about a lot of blockchains.
Well, I hope you don't hate my
3xpl.com.
ads.
No, your ads are some of the least hateable ads I've ever heard. They're almost not even ads.
Okay, I'm on free XPL.
Okay. Maybe get a Zcash address. Let's find a Zcash address.
Where do I just
Like,
find the Zcash address?
well, people post them all the time on Twitter. Let me see if I can find one. Are there any Zcashers out there who posted their Zcash address recently?
Let me put my own just in case. I don't want to dox someone else's address. This is my show. I'll put my address.
Okay.
But I have to go to copy this and then send it to myself.
You might learn something about unified addresses containing transparent receivers when you do this
Interesting.
experiment.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Somebody recently got bitten by that, and then the Zashi folks immediately announced that they were removing transparent receivers out of their addresses. So I think that's the current state of the art.
Okay, so I have this address. I've pasted it. It's super long, by the way.
Is it begin with a U?
Yes, it does.
I have another suggestion. Open a website called zcash.space.
So on FreeXPL, it says there are no search results found for your request. You said zcash.space?
Yeah, 3xpl should be upgraded to parse that for you, but zcash.space will parse it for you.
It says the address is valid, normalized. I get this address once again. Address type unified, UA receivers. It doesn't say anything here.
I'm trying to find the, here we go. I somehow lost your screencast. All right, so I can't really see it I see sapling orchard, and I don't see what's at the top. Normalized?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
What is?
What's interesting is there's no transparent receiver in there. But anyway, cut and paste one of those. Make your orchard address. And this will answer your question.
Right,
Cut and
so
paste your
this result is due to the fact that I never sent to a non-shielded address.
No, I think this means the version of Zashi that you're running has removed transparent receivers from your unified address. If that makes sense. But I was originally trying to answer your question. Your question was, can people see how many transactions a given address has participated in? So I have a suggestion. See the one that starts with ZS that says sapling address?
Yeah.
Copy that one.
Yeah.
And paste that one into 3xpl.com.
You said free XPL. Okay. Still, it says there are no search results found for your request.
Oh, right. Well, that's fair. Right. So the answer is shielded addresses never appear on the blockchain.
Right, so let me go back. This is my unified address. Can I do anything with this? Can I see anything about it?
No, you would need to see anything interesting. How about this? Withdraw some Zcash from Binance or Coinbase or something.
I don't have any of
Zashi.
these exchange accounts. I'm sorry.
Sideshift? Sideshift doesn't support Zcash.
Oh.
All right.
Maybe what was the other one that supported privacy
send
coins?
me get a
Fixed float,
get a T address out of Zashi and send it to me. Or Signal.
So do what?
Get a T address out of Zashi if possible. I assume that's still possible.
Let me see. Receive.
Maybe try swiping.
Oh yeah,
left
I
and right.
do have a transparent address.
Okay, signal it to me real quick.
Okay. Oh, if you send me any coins now, I'm gonna fuel the conspiracy that you paid me for this.
Oh shit.
I got busted.
Can I send you 1/10,000th of a Zcash? Is that? I don't
No
know.
idea.
Sorry, I'm no good at not fueling conspiracies, as you may have noticed.
Okay, so I sent you a T address. Let's see what happens.
Okay, I'm cutting and pasting the T address. I'm clicking send. I'm pasting in the T address. And I'm putting 1/10,000th or whatever. Now, the question you were asking was, can you tell how many transactions, even if you can't see the amount? So basically the answer is no, you can't tell even how many transactions. The Z address that you pasted into the block explorer just shows like there's no such information, right? It just says no hits or whatever. Because the Z address never appears on the blockchain at all.
Okay.
Um,
So should I expect something to happen in my Zashi wallet?
yes, although it might take some seconds or minutes, unfortunately. This is like the current user experience problem. In my experience, I spend a lot of time onboarding people onto Zcash and watching carefully how it works for them. And Zashi has improved many of those steps, like eliminated the steps. Like that's the best improvement is eliminate the step entirely. But the one that is now the residual worst step is this one that you are now experiencing, which is somebody told me that they paid me. How long do I wait to get it? All right, that wasn't so bad. Good job, Zashi. I think we got lucky, but Zashi said they were going to improve that. Maybe they've already started improving it. Okay, so now you can cut and paste your T address into the block explorer, and now you will see a lot more information because your T address is Bitcoin-like and that it is transparent, like it's publicly visible, everything
Can
it
also
does.
copy the transaction ID or the address.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Uh-huh. Sorry if this is boring for some people, but for me it's really fascinating.
Yeah, for me it's fun.
But this is how you prove how a privacy system works. You do a live demo.
It was a huge change for me, like 2.5, maybe 3 years ago, when I stopped arguing with people and started just offering to walk them through a demo. It's like,
Free
yeah,
XPL.
people seeing it, people experiencing it really causes these light bulbs to go on over their heads, which my explanations totally did not accomplish.
Right, so this is what happened. You sent from the sapling pool to this T1 address, which is
Right.
mine. This is the amount of
So
Zcash that you sent.
so the first thing to notice is my address doesn't appear.
Yeah, it's from a pool.
This is the entire transaction. Like all of the publicly visible information is shown here. And my address is not in it. Your address is because yours is a T address. But my address isn't because it came out of the shielded pool. So no address is shown. The address is known only to my phone, only to me. Not to the block explorer, not to your phone, not to any miner, not to any third party. So that's the answer to your question, is that not only are third parties unable to see how much you received, they're literally unable to see that you received anything, or how many times, or when, or that your address even exists. They literally don't know your address or anything about it, unless you choose to share it with them.
Oh, interesting. It seems like I did receive other transactions to this transparent address.
Right. So this is the thing that recently surprised a user in a negative way. They were thinking they should get full privacy because Sashi showed them like a unified address and it was called shielded, like here for your shielded address, here for your transparent address. So they chose the shielded one. And then they were unpleasantly surprised to realize that the unified address, which Sashi had called shielded, actually contained a transparent address that was linked to other things. So I think that's why Sashi just now apparently removed the transparent address since you don't have one in yours.
Okay, I wish I hadn't shown this, but it's
No,
useful
I'm
for
sorry.
demo
See, that
purposes.
just happened again. This is a really good data point. Next part of the demo is look at your Zashi UI and click Shield Only Funds.
Yeah, I think this is far less than... I think it barely pays the transaction fee, I think. But let's see.
You're right.
For now, it still
I
says
basically
receiving.
paid you, yeah, I sent you about enough to afford one transaction fee, I think.
It still says receiving, which means I'm waiting for a certain number of confirmations.
Yes.
So until I get the right amount of confirmations, let's take the next question from the chat. Okay, now I need to crop this once again to only include the chat. This is what happens when you're dealing with a live situation. Okay, this is better. So Jackknife says, question, can Zooko talk about his investments in Iron Fish and Nim?
Yeah, I didn't invest in either of those or almost anything. I've made very few investments. I invested in Agoric many years ago. It was new. And I invested in Inganyama, which makes hardware acceleration for zero knowledge proofs. I think that might be it. Anyway, I didn't invest in Ironfish or NIM. I was friends with the founder of Ironfish, Elena Nadolinsky. She asked me for advice. I gave her advice that I was hoping would be helpful. I posted about Ironfish when it first launched. And by the way, they recently sold out to, I believe, Coinbase / Base, I think, is who they joined their team now. So that's promising that Coinbase / Base might be trying to add privacy features. NIM, also haven't invested in NIM. Also haven't invested in NIM. I've known the founder of NIM, Harry Halpin, for many, many years, and I've read some of the science papers of some of the other NIM employees. And I'm very excited about the NIM technology because it's yet another one of those things that was invented by David Chaum in the 1980s. And it can, I think NIM, it's a mixed net. A mixed net is different from an onion router. NIM is an example of a mixed net. Tor is an example of an onion router. Onion routers can't protect your identity from an attacker who can passively view both ends of your Tor connection. So if you open a Tor connection and you're on like CenturyLink ISP in US and you connect to a server and that server is also on CenturyLink in US, then CenturyLink can tell that you just connected to that server, regardless of whether you're using Tor. So that's because of timing, which is actually very closely related to this topic we keep talking about you can't add privacy to money and light, you can only add privacy to money and rest. Timing. So NIM is a mixed net. It has a better chance, I think. You should invite Harry Halpin from NIM to your podcast.
I had him on like 3 years ago, and I did meet him like a couple of weeks ago in Amsterdam, and also got some food from my girlfriend. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Anyway, he said he would join the show later this year when they launch something, which I don't remember exactly what it was. It's just that they are so obsessed with getting this design right that they don't want to do too much media before they actually have something that really makes them proud. And I think they launched their VPN. Was it last year or this year? In recent months, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. It has this mixednet feature, and I did try it. I've also posted, I did something which is not recommended by anyone in privacy. I basically bought an account and I posted, they use BIP39 seed phrases for it, which is interesting. I posted that on Twitter and I said anyone who wants to try it, you can basically use it for free for a month. I hope they didn't use it for anything shady. But yeah, I'm excited about it. Also got wrecked buying some of the tokens. But that does not affect in any way the way in which I perceive this project, because it's useful for everyone around. And also I gotta ask you, because you mentioned this like 4 hours ago, I think, that Zcash does not have network level privacy.
Yeah.
And why is it not embedded in the protocol to use Tor or NIM or something like this?
Why what?
Well, why is it not embedded maybe in the wallets or something as part of the user experience to also wait for Tor?
The Satoshi folks are adding that. They've already added routing over Tor for fetching the exchange rate. So when you open Zashi, you click send. It has a ZEC field and a USD field, or maybe for you it has a Romanian euros or whatever.
Then we have our own shitcoin.
Okay. And that is currently fetched over Tor to try to reduce leakage about your activities to the server that's giving you the exchange rate. And the server that gives you the exchange rate is centralized exchanges, which you probably don't want to be exposed to. So I really appreciate that the ECC engineers were so thoughtful, and then they tried to make it really reliable for the user by fetching like multiple exchange rates from multiple different exchanges over Tor. And then once they got 2 or 3 or something answers. They'd be able to provide you with an exchange rate. It would be more resistant to manipulation that way in case one exchange was giving you a bogus exchange rate. But in practice, it usually doesn't work for me. When I open my Zashi and I want to type in $10 and have it convert automatically to me for me to Zec, 2/3 of the time I can't. Like it's or it's taking too long or something's not working. But they did announce recently, the Zashi folks, that they're right now and quickly and soon adding routing transactions over core, which again, I really appreciate. Like, I think that information leak at the network level is the worst danger, the worst privacy leak in Zcash today. And I really don't want to say anything negative about the Electric Coin Company folks. They're kicking ass. Sashi's the most usable thing ever. It's an infinite amount of work, and nobody understands how hard things are. So I definitely don't want to be like bitching from the sidelines while they're doing all the work. But I must say, Tor doesn't hide your connection. If you and the server are both on the same ISP, nor if the NSA is spying on you and also spying on the server, etc. So I'm really excited about him.
Yeah, NIM is great. Anyway, I did receive the amount.
Oh yeah.
Now it says
So
received.
what we're gonna do? Oh, I wanted to show you how Zashi.
Shields, yeah.
Yeah, it's very like it's very much the default. This is one of my annoyances at the world, especially at would be erstwhile competitors, saying that Zcash's problem is that privacy is not the default. But it is that is the default right there. It's happening.
Okay, so what happened on the Block Explorer side? Does it
Yeah,
show
go look
that
at that. If you don't mind, you might want to hesitate to show it again since you didn't want to show your transaction history to all your viewers.
it's already, public by now?
Okay.
The damage is done. They're gonna come at my door for shielding. How much was it? 2 Zec. So it still shows that I received this. Let me look at the transaction ID. It came from the sapling pool. It went to this output. It wasn't shielded yet, right? It's still in the transparent address.
Okay, here's the history of this transparent address, right? I think maybe the Block Explorer has not yet seen the shielding transaction that you just initiated.
Okay, we can look in 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, even 1 minute, probably.
Let's go back to the chat, because there was a comment by Jackknife. I hope that is visible. He said, Mark Miller, an OG with building the internet and early crypto pioneer. I thought Zooko just called him Marcus Miller, but he said Mark S. Miller.
Yeah, it's a middle initial. That's what I call him.
Dollar Crypto said, I'm all in for Zec, but is there a DEX with enough liquidity to swap in size with little slippage? Please let us know, sirs.
I don't know for sure. There are 2 dexes. So there's, I keep forgetting that side shift is reduced. Tell side shift to put Zcash back. Dang it. Anyway, there are these instant exchangers that are custodial and could steal your Zec in the middle. Like SideShift, except the other ones that actually still support Zec. There are 2 dexes, Maya, M-A-Y-I, and Near, N-E-A-R. I've seen quite a few reports of people trying to swap other things for Zcash and Zcash for other things, usually with success, but I don't know about liquidity depth, size, and slippage. I did look at I don't know where to find it now. I looked at a graph of like the amount of liquidity that was hosted in a pool on one of those, and it was only like $30,000 worth at the time I looked. If that is any hope.
Okay. There's also a question from this guy who says, I'm interested in mining, but there's not enough content out there for a noob like me. So where do you start with Zcash mining?
I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't heard that question. The only miners have been professional full-time miners with giant farms of ASICs for the last several years. The only thing I know for sure is that it's not worth trying unless you own a mining ASIC.
So what kind of algorithm is Zcash running for mining? Is it Blake free?
No, it is an algorithm called Equihash.
Oh, the one that was used by
EQIHASH.
Ethereum, right?
No, that was called
ETH
ETH
hash, right?
hash.
Different. But I do recall Slush Pool was mining Zcash
Mm-hmm.
until Slush left.
Mm.
Someone in the comments said that the best DEX is Raya Finance, near bridge ZEC to near pool highest liquidity.
Okay, that's useful intelligence.
And Zero Dart said that Maya is still a bit clunky at times and liquidity is not very big yet.
Zero Darts is a really good Zcasher.
This guy, Dollar Crypto, also said, I think that the lack of available liquidity venues is what keeps ZEC from soaring.
Yeah, I think liquidity is super important. But I'm not personally doing anything about it. Somebody else's job. I hope that liquidity attracts liquidity. The DEXs are both brand new. Like they might not even have fully battle tested UXs. Like Zashi, for example, is talking about integrating. I mean, the Electric Coin Company, the makers of Zashi, have been talking about integrating the DEXs, Maya and or Near, into Zashi. That would be awesome. That would be good UX. That hasn't even happened yet.
Fanatic89 says, Hi Zooko plus Vlad. Hi Fanatic89 with a PH. Okay, there was a conversation here happening and I'm scrolling past it. They were talking and I ignored this and it's really beautiful. High Sense said 100% privacy is normal. That culture is critical as well.
Yeah, that was a great invention. That's the phrase "privacy is normal," which Zcashers came up with, and now a lot of people have adopted it throughout the crypto industry.
I did see that, what's it called? Generation Zcash or something? Gen Zcash?
Oh yeah.
It's a
Mm-hmm.
not YouTube account. It's a Twitter account where they post these TikTok style videos. And there was one with yourself basically being Sisyphus with a large Zcash logo or something. And
Uh-huh.
I think they asked you, what do you do for a living or something? And you said, well, I'm Zcash's biggest cheerleader. And
Yeah,
privacy
that
is
was fun.
normal. And
Yeah.
I read the comments and people are like, yeah, privacy is normal, but Zooko is not.
That was fun. Then there's more of those. I've been reading mean tweets. Apparently, reading mean tweets is a thing on TikTok. You can see celebrities reading mean tweets about themselves as much as you want nowadays. Isn't the internet grand?
And people watch that. It's like, do you remember the React to React videos?
I never actually watched them, but I heard of them.
Chaos Fang says, I've been curious about ZEC for a while, but never messed with it. I'm considering it. Where is it usable?
Great question. Like, does he want to? Does he live in a country where you can buy Chipotle? Does he want to just mess with a wallet? You can send a donation to Vlad's wallet now.
Oh no, don't
Since
do
my
that.
donation wasn't enough to cover a transaction fee.
It's all good. That's why I have sponsors. That's what a lot of people don't understand. I met some guy in Amsterdam, and he was like, "Oh man, you can charge like 5K per episode with your followers," and I'm like, "No, that's exactly why I have sponsors, so I can choose
Uh-huh.
whoever I want to interview." And
Yeah.
a bunch of sponsors, I'm not gonna name any names, but they asked me, "Why do you have multiple sponsors?" And I was like, "It's what gives me more resilience. You know, it gives me
Uh-huh.
leverage. It's
Interesting.
it's more liberating for myself in terms of just choosing who I want to interview and what I want to do with my content. Because if I only had one or two sponsors, they would have more control over my content.
Right.
And
Yeah.
it's like a quorum that
Yeah.
never tells me what I should do, and I sort of enjoy it. And I
Good.
don't think this interview could happen if I had just one company telling me, well, I don't think that will bring in the views.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's off topic compared to the rest of the interviews. I think it's interesting in the Bitcoin context, especially because Zcash is an improvement over Satoshi's design, and it's something that Bitcoin can still embrace. But it seems like the culture is moving towards a direction where this is not part of the conversation anymore.
Well, maybe that L2 Labs thing will enable it without the culture embracing it.
Dollar Crypto asked me, dude, do you have a DVD player? What other vintage stuff do you have? Well, I have a PlayStation 2. And I have an external DVD player. I think it's also a Blu-ray,
Mm.
whatever. I bought it
Mm.
for basically preserving some of the stuff I have in my collection. To be sure that I don't know what's gonna happen with computers in the future. Maybe we're gonna use them in the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to preserve some of my memories from my childhood, some video games, some software that I have. Like, you have no idea what it was like in Eastern Europe.
Mm.
We were pirating everything, and it was
Mm.
beautiful. You would go
Mm.
to someone's house, see something that they had on their computer, and ask, "Can I have this?" And if they were one of the rich kids, they would have this CD writer. And you had to bring in a blank CD so they could burn that for yourself. And sometimes you'd get viruses. Wild times.
I just thought of something based on what you said about the culture of Bitcoin's moved away from that being part of the conversation. Seems like L2 Labs is aware of Zcash as a technology, right? That's one of the points of
Yeah.
L2 Labs is to add this and that, all these different features and functionalities from all these different projects. My question though is, does L2 Labs want to add ZEC as an asset, or is it BTC only as an asset?
No, it's trying to use only BTC across all sidechains.
Hmm.
So I don't think there would be a mechanism to claim your ZEC on the drive chain.
Hmm. Okay.
But maybe you can make that happen. Who knows?
Well, it's interesting.
Especially
Yeah,
if
that's
you're
that's the
gonna
question.
issue
I
that
mean, if they're
version.
not interested, then they're not interested. But what about Citrea, your other one of your other sponsors? Are they interested in supporting ZEC as an asset?
I think on Citrea you can issue your own token for whatever reason. And I was also
Right.
going to mention this because you're upgrading Zcash to enable these confidential assets. And if the drive chain is also going to upgrade to that version, you can essentially have ZEC as a token.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I give up. What's his name wins the longest podcast competition.
Eric Voskill.
That was fun, Vlad. Thanks.
Okay, so if you wait just
Oh,
one more minute, we're gonna hit the 6 hour mark. You can save
okay.
that.
And you might want to see what the Block Explorer says about the time when you click Shield My Funds on your Zashi.
I don't think I think this is on the dust limit or something because there's no shield my funds button right now.
Switch back. Is there like what's the bottom button say?
Add note.
And you hit the back arrow in the upper left-hand side.
I just have bookmark, I think. And I can also hide the amount. I think
Okay,
the amount
I
is just
don't know
too
how it
small
works.
to shield it.
What I do know is that Zashi won't send from that T address of yours to anyone else. So you don't have to worry
So
about,
it's not spendable.
yeah. And that also means you don't have to worry about
A dust
outgoing
attack, right?
transactions being linked to incoming transactions.
This used to be a thing in Bitcoin. I think it still is. When you get dust attacked, so someone sends you a small amount of Bitcoin, and you're gonna be using that to pay a fee or something, or to be part of a transaction, and they're gonna be able to trace your other funds.
Yeah. Anyway, Zashi is at some point, Zashi is going to shield that Zcash for you so you never have to think about that. Would you switch from Zcash if Bitcoin adopted Zcash capabilities? That's something that you and I talked about hours ago, Vlad, but maybe Con missed it. Or maybe that was hours ago when Con posted that.
I'm curious about swapping some other currency into ZEC. Where could I swap to UA address?
I think all the swapping services will send to your T address. So that's what Vlad just demonstrated, where he posted his T address and I sent 1/10,000th of a ZEC to his T address. You can do the same thing where you extract your T address out of Zashi, paste that into the swapping service, whether it's Let's Exchange.io or Maya or Near or whatever. Does that make sense? And then it's Zashi's job to shield your funds for you after that.
Jackknife also said, I can't believe he opened that computer. Does Vlad not know how to handle collectibles?
Well, thank you for sharing that experience with me, Vlad. That was fun.
I have this crazy idea that maybe I should write next to Peter Todd's notes. Like, I opened it on this date during my interview, and I also saved a Zcash block around
Oh,
the
yeah.
time when I opened it.
Yeah.
So maybe I can write that for historic purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Zcash is more decentralized than Monero? It's a question from the self-hosting art.
I think the word decentralized is a bad word because it means different things to different people. And because what people really care about is censorship resistance, resilience, privacy, monetary soundness, etc. And people say decentralized because Bitcoin and Ethereum, when they launched, they didn't have good enough technology to ensure these things. And so the whole design of Bitcoin and Ethereum is that decentralization is what's going to ensure these things. And I think that's a bad design. Like if you want privacy, you don't get it from decentralization, you get it from end-to-end encryption. If you want censorship resistance, you don't get it from decentralization, you get it from end-to-end encryption and zero knowledge proofs. And like availability and resilience and censorship resistance, you can get maybe from Tor or NIM layers connecting to your Zcash. Basically, just don't use the word decentralization. Be more specific about what you want. That's all.
User wants to know what will Zcash look like in 15 years?
I don't know, and I'm way too tired to figure that out.
You'll be 66 years old by then.
You're right. That's incredible. I can't believe I'm ever going to be that old. I can't believe I'm this old now.
Zooko, a long time ago, you said you could make Zcash traceable for criminals. Is that still the case, or you changed the idea?
Oh, I just posted a Zooko reads mean tweets video about that. What I said at the time was we could make Zcash too traceable for criminals as long as they need to cash out to fiat through a CEX. So I never meant to make Zcash itself traceable. But in any case, I couldn't if I wanted to because it's open source and there's a whole bunch of other people who would stop me if I tried or would identify it and call it out if I tried. Okay, if we hit the 6 hour mark yet, Vlad, I'm about to stop.
Okay, I'm really sorry. You have like a
That's
dozen
okay.
more questions. I apologize to everyone. There were some interesting ones, like what you would do differently if you started Zcash today.
I don't know. That's a good question, actually, but I'm too tired to think of a good answer.
That's fine. Okay, thank you everyone for tuning in. It was a lot of
Thank you,
fun.
Vlad. Yeah, it was super fun.
You can see that records are very hard to break. That 8-hour interview was really something.
I never intended to go 8 hours. I was just going to keep going for a
But
while.
still, 6 hours, 5 minutes, it's
I know. That's my personal
meritorious.
record. That counts.
And I think you're in the top 5 right now.
All right.
There's Eric Voskill, there's Amir Taki, there's Michael Parenti, who spoke for like 7 or 8 hours. And there's also Paul Stortz, who spoke for about 5.5.
Cool.
So you're in pretty good company.
Yeah, that was super fun. Thank you so much. I'm honored that you invited me and listened to all those stories. And
6 hours is double Vitalik.
oh yeah, I really liked your interview with Vitalik. That was really fun for me to listen to. All right, well, good luck with everything. See you on the internet.
Thank you very much, sir.
Using
And
Zcash.
yeah, I'll keep experimenting with this.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. And also thanks to the sponsors, once again, hodling.ch, Sideshift.ai, Citrea, Edge Wallet, Layer 2 Labs, Bitcoin.com News, and I think that's it. Thank you very much, guys. I hope you're not disappointed that I did not get to read all the questions, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.